Chapter 23:17. Brother Xiao, I will share this world with you. She smiled faintly under the blood moon as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen, who was on the demon blood vulture. Right after she spoke, he immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? Why did she suddenly say that? Could it be that Xiao Chen and she were old acquaintances? In hindsight, if Xiao Chen had not used a strange saber move to kill the first Prince Wang Fei, she would not have his current might. On the demon blood vulture's back, Chu Chaoyun gave Xiao Chen a suspicious look, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Don't overthink. This is my first time seeing this person in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. However, he should have some connection to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun." At that time, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's other identity was the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master. Perhaps he is a blue dragon descendant as well. However, his bloodline is already extremely thin. Chu Chaoyun shared some of his guesses, thinking of other possibilities. Perhaps this could explain Shi's earlier words. A blue dragon bloodline? That's impossible. Aside from me, there is no other blue dragon bloodline in this world. Although the Kunlun realm has a blue dragon totem, it only has a blue dragon martial spirit. It is still far from a bloodline. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said, there are only two possibilities for his earlier words. One is to frame me. After all, Wang Fei died at my hands. The second possibility is that I am an important pawn in his eyes. Without me, he cannot start the epoch. Or perhaps, both of them are possible. Cut the crap. What are you trying to do? As the two discussed on the demon blood vulture, a furious shout came from below. It was the 8th Prince Wang Feng. He had had enough of this demonic Dao expert who came out of nowhere. This demonic Dao expert turned the succession race into a mess, leaving Wang Feng with no chance at all. Most importantly, this was the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Wang Feng could not stand an outsider giving orders here, acting all high and mighty. Even when Wang Fei was in power, he did not feel this bad. After all, he was of the royal family's bloodline. But who the hell was this guy in front of him? What exactly do you want? The other princes felt the same way as Wang Feng. They could not understand what she was trying to do. I've already said that the competition for the crown prince position is over. You princes have already performed outstandingly. Go back to where you came from. The Imperial Ancestral Temple will reward you based on your contributions. She smiled. He did not get angry at this group of princes with cold expressions and murderous gazes. Do you think it's over just because you say so? Yes, it's over when I say it's over. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the smile on Shi's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold and sinister expression. The scattered gazes suddenly focused on the 8th Prince Wang Fei. Their eyes met. In the depths of the mysterious left eye's pupil, a strange blood-red cross mark appeared. Below the cross mark was a vast demonic sea, and there seemed to be terrifying demons slumbering in the sea. No, bang! 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 Boundless horror spread in the 8th prince's heart. The horror hidden in the depths of his heart magnified infinitely. The 8th prince's heart pounded faster and faster, looking like it would leap out of his chest. Wang Feng clutched his chest, unable to utter a single word. His face was pale. Then, he flew back with a plop. After he landed, he bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. With each bounce, he vomited a large mouthful of essence blood, a tragic sight to behold. Your Highness! Dao Xian and the other hangers-on were shocked and quickly chased after them. Only Wenrenyu, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan showed grave expressions as they sent voice projections. Did he see anything? No. He only took one look before immediately closing his demonic eye. I vaguely felt a vague mark. Before I could examine it in detail, I felt boundless horror and did not dare to sigh again. I'm about the same. This person's demonic eye is too horrifying. Even though it is not directed at us, it already possesses such a terrifying ability. Wen Renyu looked up at the blood moon and entered deep thought. This Shi's strength is simply outrageous. Gasp. The other princes sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not hide the horror in their eyes. With just one look, the 8th prince was severely injured. How strong was this Shi? What should we do? Senior Sikong, Senior Silver Dragon King, what should we do? The 13th Prince Wang Yi trembled in fear, completely flustered and unable to come up with any ideas. Compared to the hot-blooded 8th prince, the 13th prince's performance in this desperate situation was even worse. However, Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King did not answer the 13th prince. They were thinking about a deeper problem. The blood moon hung in the sky, existing with the sky as it slowly swallowed up the dynasty's dragon vein. How did this Shi do it? Back then, in order to stabilize this land of absolute beginning, the imperial family must have laid down a shocking array here. After so many years of operation by the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Imperial Ancestral Temple must have set up a shocking array here. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an ancient formation. However, looking at it now, the blood moon in the sky seemed to be the new formation's eye. The ancient formation ended up in the hands of a demonic Tao prince. This was simply inconceivable. If one thought about the mysteries behind this carefully, one would feel some lingering fear. Sikong Shu and the Silver Dragon King exchanged glances. The two were experienced and quickly figured out some clues. Bang! 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 Just as Sikong Shu was about to say something, the 13th prince retreated with a horrified expression. Then, she swept his gaze over. When she swept his gaze over, all the princes he looked at moved back frantically. They feared that the tragedy that happened to the 8th prince would repeat itself on them. Seeing this somewhat comical scene, Sikong Shu sighed softly, there is no more chance. These princes are all frightened out of their wits. We are also helpless. If not for the blood moon in the sky, this Shi might not be undefeatable, even with the demonic eye. Since the princes gave up, the guests naturally had to leave. However, not everyone could be like Shi, grasping the Yen Imperial Sword and forcibly converting it into a demonic Imperial Sword. Right now, it was practically clear that this Shi had a secret deal with the Imperial Ancestral Temple. However, no one knew how much they had tied him up. The Silver Dragon King's eyes lit up. Something's not right. Did you notice that the speed at which the blood clouds are swallowing the dragon essence has slowed down? It seems like something has changed. Sikong Shu looked over. Indeed, it was so. The countless crystalline silk-like dragon essence in the air had slowed down slightly. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Shi, who had been scaring the princes, did not notice this. You are still not going to retreat? She frowned slightly. His baleful aura seemed solid, putting terrifying pressure on everyone. He said indifferently, I don't have such a good temper all the time. The blood moon in the sky burst forth with resplendent light as Shi's aura increased. The horror in the hearts of the many princes immediately multiplied. It looked like they would collapse. Bang! Just at this moment, a dragon roar erupted from underground, and a dazzling holy light soared into the sky. You are not the one who calls the shots in this world. The 9th Prince Wang Yan showed a stern expression amid the light. As he held the Yen Imperial Sword, he slowly soared into the air. Auspicious clouds surrounded Wang Yan, and a dragon image appeared behind him. A vast dynasty appeared indistinct. Wang Yan. Its 9th brother. His massacre great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. The sword strike from the blood moon had struck Wang Yan half dead. However, Wang Yan reappeared with his massacre great Tao, which perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. No injuries could be seen on Wang Yan's body. His stern face hid a boundless state of massacre. The continuously rising dragon essence started to frantically flow towards Wang Yan's body. Demonic clouds surged in the sky, and cracks started to appear in the blood moon, which had been consuming the dynasty's dragon vein. The Silver Dragon King said after some thought, so, that is the case. Before the altar was destroyed, this Wang Yan already perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. However, that sword strike severely injured him, so he endured and waited until he recovered to his peak before making a strong appearance. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen also felt startled. Then, he revealed a smile. Wang Yan did a great job. Xiaochen's protection up until now was not in vain. He just had to endure and wait until he recovered to his peak before dealing a blow to Shi. Had she been rash back then, he would have destroyed Xiaochen. Now, with Wang Yan's strong return, it would not be that easy to destroy him. The most important thing was that Wang Yan's appearance gave the other princes confidence. At the very least, Shi's plan would not fall apart and fail, like Dao Yan, Sikong Shu, and the other super experts. You want to turn the tide with just your strength? It won't be that easy. Shi's expression changed. Clearly, he had not expected Wang Yan to have hidden so deeply. Wang Yan had jumped out just when she felt that he had the upper hand. Shi's demonic eye of terror feared hope and courage the most. Given that, its might would be greatly reduced. Hence, it would be difficult for Shi to force back the other princes with one look. She needed to kill Wang Yan as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to lead Ming Xian and the others over, something strange happened. Only by purifying all life can one attain enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. A brilliant Buddhist might appeared in the western sky. Auspicious clouds covered the sun, looking like a surging river that continuously pushed back the demonic clouds in the sky. The great origin of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva traveled through time and space from the previous epoch and resounded in the sky. Amid the boundless beneficence, Yuanzhen was like a living Buddha descending from the heavens. Yuanzhen showed a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. Then, he formed supreme dharmic seals with his hands, showing all sorts of mysteries. Then, he threw a palm strike. All laws are empty. Only Buddha is supreme. Pure and vast beneficence materialized an ancient Buddhist nation behind Yuanzhen. When Yuanzhen's palm strike landed, it materialized a golden Buddhist palm as large as a mountain. Then, it pierced through the demonic clouds and headed for the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the shattered pieces of the 8 altars scattered in the core region gathered in the air and formed a brand new altar. Dragons soared up from the ground. Dragon images bathed in Buddhist might continuously headed for the altar. A person descended from the sky, showing wild joy on his face as he landed firmly on the altar. Then, Wang Yun stabbed the Yan imperial sword into the altar. Laughing maniacally, he said, "Ninth brother's words do not count in this world." Chapter 23:18. You, ninth brother, do not have the final say in this world. Auspicious clouds churned in the sky. Yuanzhen looked like a Buddha descending to the world as he sent a palm strike at the blood moon in the sky. At the same time, the 9th altar also appeared. It gathered the essence of the 8 altar fragments and formed the 9th altar in the air. Thousands of dragon images soared up from the ground and gathered. In wild joy, the 4th prince Wang Yun stabbed his Yan imperial sword into the fierce sacred flame. The repeated changes could no longer be described as one wave rising and one wave calming. Instead, it was an unending storm, 10,000 waves surging. Just as everyone felt shocked at the 9th Prince Wang Yan's strong return, Yuanzhen suddenly charged out, using a vast Buddhist might to shake the sky as he headed for the blood moon. Before Yuanzhen could see what would happen when the golden Buddhist palm landed on the blood moon, the 9th altar suddenly appeared. The 9th altar suddenly appeared. A character that no one could have imagined ascended the altar, bathed in Buddhist light. Xiao Chen's eyes did not know where to look. The thoughts in his mind were in a mess. He was stunned on the spot and was lost in thought. This is the legendary 9th altar. To think that there really is a 9th altar, 9 is the limit of numbers, reaching the peak and occupying great luck. The 4th Prince Wang Yun is really surprising. If he could perfectly merge with it, he would be ridiculously strong. This 9th altar does indeed occupy great luck. However, one's fate is tough enough to endure it. The many princes and guests in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb felt flabbergasted, their thoughts pausing momentarily. The instant Yuanzhen appeared on the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. Although Xiao Chen had been waiting for Yuanzhen to appear, he had not expected Yuanzhen to appear in such a manner. Purify all living beings before attaining enlightenment. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Suddenly, many of Xiao Chen's doubts cleared up. No wonder this Yuanzhen asked Xiao Chen if he would kill him for no reason that day. It turned out that Yuanzhen had inherited the karma of the Kunlun realm's Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. However, Xiao Chen did not know what form it took. Was it reincarnation, possession, or a seal? If one had to say who was the most shocked and surprised, it had to be she. Everything is empty, only the Buddha is supreme. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would definitely be Prince Shi. He had failed time and time again. Unexpectedly, the ninth prince returned strongly and Yuanzhen suddenly rose up, causing the ninth prince to lose the overall situation. The ninth prince's appearance had already caused cracks to appear in the blood moon. Now, the fourth prince's gathering of dragon essence made the situation even worse. If Yuanzhen's palm strike, which broke the demonic clouds, landed, the blood moon would shatter. Return. She was extremely decisive. He stretched out his hand, and the blood moon in the sky suddenly turned into a spinning black hole. He returned to his black robe form and slowly descended from the sky. After the golden Buddha palm, which was descending from the blood moon, missed, Yuanzhen gently waved his hand and sent it towards Shi's group. The golden Buddha palm had already blotted out the sky. The momentum of its descent was like the sky was collapsing. Do it. On the demon blood vulture's back, the eyes of Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun lit up as they took advantage of the situation to attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen flew toward the black robe. He could not allow Shi to control the black robe again. Otherwise, when the blood moon rose again, it would be difficult to deal with. Black Face Secret Technique, Destroy. Azure Lotus Secret Technique, Create. Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter, Yang Qing, showed grave expressions as they stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right. Then, they formed hand seals and launched palm strikes at the same time. The black swastika on Ming Xian's forehead spun around and released a black demonic might containing a heavy might of destruction. An azure lotus bloomed under Yang Qing's feet, and a gentle Buddhist light spread out like an auspicious sign, erupting with a torrential life force. Life and death. The two worked together to clash with the Buddha palm strike. She soared into the air, wanting to retrieve the black robe. A figure arrived in the air, brandishing a sword and swinging it. The killing intent filling the air was like a silver river, blocking Shi from afar. She showed some anger on his face as he looked up. It was the ninth Prince Wang Yan holding up his Yan Imperial sword, coming to stop him. You are seeking death. She raged. A scarlet cross appeared in the depths of his left eye as boundless horror assaulted him. In that instant, intense fear overwhelmed Wang Yan's physical body and soul. His body trembled slightly. Wang Yan remained calm, dealing with this calmly. The killing intent filling the air turned into motes of stars and gathered on his sword. Whoosh! The sword erupted with a blazing sword light. Wang Yan's wrist moved slightly, and a sword light shone on Shi's eyes. While the sword light covered the other party's demonic eyes, Wang Yan suppressed the fear in his heart with boundless courage and charged forward to attack. At this moment, Wang Yan's massacre Great Tao perfectly merged with the dynasty's dragon vein. His strength was no weaker than the first prince's. As the sword light swept out, the 100,000-year-old dynasty's accumulations poured out like a surging river. With the massacre Great Tao driving it, the dynasty's accumulations became like a vast army, roaring, kill endlessly. She was forced to fight with the demonic imperial sword as Wang Yan held him back. Ming Xian, Yang Qing, don't bother with that Yuanzhen. Help me snatch back the divine cloak. At the same time, Xiao Sua charged over with the heavenly book scholar, Wu Meng, and the others, holding up the Scarlet Blood War banner. They engaged in a chaotic battle with Xi's guests, not giving him a chance to provide reinforcements. In the air, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun chased after the black robe. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. Then, he glanced around and saw Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter charging over at the same time after blocking that palm strike. I'll go and block them. Without hesitation, Chu Chaoyun's figure flashed as he pushed his hands to the left and right. The Universe Origin True Flame burned fiercely, materializing a screen of fire that blocked Ming Xian and the Azure Lotus Holy Daughter. Chu Chaoyun did not give the two a chance to react. He drew his sword and slowly spread out his primal chaos Great Tao. His figure turned blurry, preventing Ming Xian and Yang Qing from locking onto his exact location. On the ground, the 8th prince and the 13th prince, who looked like they were startled awake from a dream, looked at the 9th altar in the air. Madness appeared in their eyes. Right now, this was their only chance to fight with the 9th prince Wang Yan. They could chase Wang Yun down and monopolize the 9th altar for themselves. Kill! Wang Feng and Wang Yi each led their guests over with an overwhelming aura. With the strength of the two of them, it should be more than enough to chase Wang Yun away. However, just as the group approached, a Buddhist voice rang out. Buddhist chants rang out, and the many guests of the 4th Prince Wang Yun appeared. Each of them held a magic tool. Then, according to Yuan Zhen's instructions, they stood in different positions and activated their magic tools at the same time. Boom! In that instant, thousands of Buddhist voices layered over each other. A huge Buddha image encased the surrounding 5,000 kilometers. This Buddha image vaguely resembled the Kunlun realm's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Dang! 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 The many weapons struck the Buddha image, giving off metallic clangs. However, Wang Yun, who was on the altar, did not suffer any damage. Mr. Yuan really has incredible foresight. He long guessed that this group of princes would go crazy. Indeed. He gave us the magic tools to lay the formation in advance. It really worked. Don't get distracted. We are about to change the formation. Alright. Hidden Dragon in the Depths, Spirit Traveling 8 Extremes, 9 Palaces Touched, 10 Directions Unchanging. The guest wielding the Dharma artifact changed his movement technique. The shadow of a dragon rose from the ground. A dragon image soared into the air from the ground as the formation changed and moved around the Buddha image. Unexpectedly, it was used by the Buddha image, slowly making it corporeal. Damn it! How can it be like this? The princes cursed when they saw that the Buddha image barrier, which was already at its wit's end, could actually reverse the dragon essence and strengthen it. On the altar, Wang Yun opened his eyes. When he saw the 8th prince and the 13th prince, he showed furious and helpless expressions. Wang Yun's lips curled up in a delighted smile as he said indifferently, 8th brother, little 13th prince, you did not expect this day, right? Ha ha ha. The person you mocked and bullied since you were young will one day make you gnash your teeth in frustration, unable to do anything about it. The 8th prince and the 13th prince bit their lips in silence, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction. If the 9th prince could rise up despite the situation, it could be explained. After all, he had been guarding the borders, radiating killing qi and making countless contributions. Furthermore, he had Xiao Chen's help, making up for the 9th prince's weakness of not having a foundation in the imperial capital. However, how capable was the 4th prince? He had been synonymous with trash since he was young. To think that he could ride on their heads, aloof, mocking them. The various factions in the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region all had their own goals. Chaotic battles broke out everywhere, turning the sky dark and the ground dark. Everywhere was a battlefield. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan left, watching from the sidelines. Surprisingly, they did not participate. Logically speaking, the two should be helping Xi. However, for some reason, they chose not to help either side. Should we make a move? I feel that we can bet on it. Zhen Yuan looked into the distance, raring to give it a try at Xi's side. His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. Don't. That fellow's potential is far from being exposed. Let's see how many trump cards he has. The more he exposes, the higher our chances of victory. Yen Sangming calmly made his choice, showing a smile on his face. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity for Yen Sangming. After Yuanjun attacked in the sky, he sat cross-legged on the lotus platform and closed his eyes to rest. Yuanjun did not chase after Shi. He continuously chanted scriptures, using the momentum that the fourth Prince Wang Yun gathered to fill the sky with flickering auspicious clouds. Yuanjun continuously pushed back the originally vast and unparalleled demonic clouds. As for Shao Chen, he frowned slightly. As he looked at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows in front, he remained silent. Just as Shao Chen was about to grab the black cloak formed by the blood moon, a flash of scarlet lightning appeared and snatched it away from his eyes. It's him. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows that Shao Chen found vaguely familiar the first time he met him in Divine City. The second time, this mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows appeared during the fight for the five-element divine lightning. However, he did not appear at the same time as Ming Xian. The next time Shao Chen met him was now. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows held the black cloak and laughed strangely. Do you want it? Shao Chen showed a calm expression as he asked, You recognize me? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable. Shao Chen, you still do not recognize me? This is really disappointing. The scarlet shadow encasing Shao Chen's body slowly scattered. His true body was actually a blood-sucking vine. However, what truly shocked Shao Chen was the face that appeared on the blood-sucking vine. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. That was a face that Shao Chen had forgotten long ago. It was a person that should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. This was the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King, the Thunder King who laid out the plan, the one from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, the one who wanted to help the Black Lotus Church unify the Kunlun Realm. You are actually not dead. A murderous intent flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. His expression changed slightly, unable to hide his shock. Ha! If the Black Lotus Church did not leave behind a strand of my soul, allowing me to reincarnate in the Great Thousand Realms, would I still be so loyal to them? The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. I look forward to seeing how long you can last against me in your current state. In his fight with the first Prince Wang Fei, Shao Chen was severely injured and drained a lot of energy. Even now, Shao Chen had not recovered much of his energy. It would be hard for him to block an opponent of the level of the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. However, Shao Chen remained calm, not showing any fluster in his eyes. He said indifferently, Sorry, I'll have to disappoint you. Since you chose to expose yourself, I can only kill you again. I am Black Egg. I am White Egg. Hee hee. Now that the two eggs appear, who can compete with me? The black and white eggs, who had been waiting impatiently in the Divine Universe Steel, received Shao Chen's instructions. The black and white eggs immediately leaped out and erupted with a horrifying aura that rivaled that of a six-veined sovereign emperor. The black and white eggs turned into two hurricanes, one black and one white, charging at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Chapter 23:19. Since the two eggs appeared, who could compete with them? Two tornadoes, one white and one black, howled as they charged at the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Shao Chen remained calm, not worried that the black and white eggs would lose. With Shao Chen's current strength, he could rival a five-veined sovereign emperor. The two eggs were at least as strong as a six-veined sovereign emperor. The two faux god puppets used Shao Chen as a reference and would always be slightly stronger than him. Shao Chen was a six-veined sovereign emperor with the black and white eggs' combat experience, the two's tacit cooperation, and the special nature of the puppets' bodies. Shao Chen could not think of any reason why he would lose to the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. That's not right. I should address the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows as the Thunder King now. With this thought, a murderous intent surfaced in Xiao Chen's eyes again. How many outstanding talents of his Kunlun realm had died? To think that the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows dared to appear before Xiao Chen and expose his identity. Xiao Chen did not mind killing the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows again, making him disappear completely. This kind of person, who wanted to bury the entire world for his own benefit, should not exist in this world. Puppets? You want to kill me with just 2 puppets? Xiao Chen, you are really naive. The Thunder King originally felt somewhat shocked when he sensed the black and white eggs' auras. Facing 2 six-vein sovereign emperors at the same time would still put some pressure on him. However, if they are just puppets, hee. The Thunder King smiled sinisterly. They are not worth mentioning at all. Countless demonic vines tangled together and turned into 2 beams of scarlet electric light as they burst out. In an instant, they charged into the 2 hurricanes. With a loud rumble, the hurricanes dispersed in an instant. The shock waves spread out. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and took a few steps back. Then, he scattered the shock waves with a palm strike. The 2 demonic scarlet vines repeatedly attacked the black and white eggs, splitting the demonic vines. The demonic vines split apart, looking like scarlet snakes opening their mouths and biting the black and white eggs. Before entering the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, the Thunder Sovereign had fully displayed its horror, biting the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yao with demonic vines. When the demonic vines bit the Heavenly Wolf Empire's Tuoba Yao, the demonic vines instantly sucked out most of the other party's qi and blood. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, the Thunder King suddenly recalled that puppets didn't have physical bodies. His entire body was made of divine materials that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times, and with the help of formations, he was forged. When the thousands of blood snakes bit it, the scene that severely injured Tuoba Yao did not reappear. The black and white eggs remained undamaged. Kacha! Kacha! The black and white eggs grabbed the blood-sucking vines that wanted to shrink back, and they continuously punched them. The 2 blood-red vines, which looked like the arms of the Thunder King, were continuously shattered. The 10,000-meter-long blood-red vines were instantly blasted into nothingness. Hee, little blockhead's ability isn't enough. Trash. You've made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost, but your strength is still only so. After the black and white eggs approached the Thunder King, they launched an endless barrage of attacks. The 2 eggs' Dao domains layered over each other, working together seamlessly. In just a short while, the Thunder King was exhausted from dealing with them, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. The humiliation in Xiao Chen's words infuriated the Thunder King, causing him to howl. Even if I lie to you, there is nothing you can do about it. The black and white eggs' combat experience rivaled that of a faux gods. Back then, when Xiao Chen first saw them, he nearly gave up on the martial Dao. This showed how horrifying they were. The Thunder King treated the 2 as ordinary puppets, so he was destined to suffer. Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to the battle. He kept his eyes on the black robes controlled by the mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows. Clearly, this item was very important to Shi. He needed to obtain it. Die! The Thunder King, who had had his fill of humiliation from the black and white eggs, roared, and electric light burst out from his entire body. The piercing and dazzling Dao might that rivaled a 6th-layer Thunder Dao domain sent the black and white eggs flying. It was not over yet. The Dao domain on Shi Chen's body continued to grow wildly. The instant his Dao might reached the 8th layer, thousands of scarlet vines shot out. The scarlet vines were like lightning spears, covering the sky and the ground as they surged over, carrying vast thunder might. Boom! Everywhere the scarlet vines passed, scarlet electric light spread out in the air, showing no blind spots. The Thunder King's peak strike fully displayed the power of his Thunder Dao domain. When the scarlet vines arrived, they instantly struck the black and white eggs, shattering them into countless pieces. In the end, they are just puppets. The Thunder Sovereign held his breath and snorted coldly. That earlier strike was extremely powerful. That earlier strike drained most of his demonic energy and his great Tao energy. Even a true six-vein sovereign emperor would find it hard to escape death after getting struck by that attack. Hee hee. How scary. I nearly shattered them into pieces. Ha ha ha. Again. Again. The shattered pieces on the ground suddenly gathered, and the black and white eggs reappeared, showing no signs of damage. At the critical moment earlier, the black and white eggs disintegrated at the same time. While it looked like the Thunder King had shattered them with one strike, in reality, the black and white eggs had taken the initiative to disintegrate themselves. Bang! 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 Before the somewhat stunned Thunder King could react, the black and white eggs charged over again. The vines of the gigantic blood-sucking vines shattered. However, after a while, only the trunk remained. Since the Thunder King could not defeat them, he no longer dared to fight, frantically fleeing. That is, suddenly, a bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The mysterious man shrouded in bloody shadows had cut off one of the vines holding the black robes, allowing the black robes to fly back into the air. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he attacked at lightning speed, grabbing the black robes in his hand. When Xiao Chen flipped the black robes over, he saw a scarlet dragon image embroidered on the inside. As he held it, the entire black robes seemed to move about like it was alive. The demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art in Xiao Chen's body circulated involuntarily. With a thought, Xiao Chen tried to use his demonic Tao divine energy to control this black-clad sage robes. However, he helplessly discovered that there was an invisible membrane on the saint robe itself, blocking all of his divine essence and soul stones outside. After a while, Xiao Chen understood. His cultivation technique was not right. No matter how strong his demonic energy was, he could not control this black-clad sage robes. Damn it! Scram! She, who was being held back by Wang Yan, glanced over and discovered that the black robes landed in Xiao Chen's hand. Enraged, she swept his sword across and forced back Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. Wang Yan's palm exploded, and his Yan imperial sword trembled endlessly, nearly falling out of his hand. After Wang Yan landed, he moved back another 100 steps before he managed to neutralize the might of the other party's sword strike. Terrifying. Is this the other party's true strength? Whoosh! She, who had no choice but to expose his strength, forced back the other party with one sword strike. Then, his figure flashed a few times, and he appeared before Xiao Chen. Give me the sage robes, or die. She showed a stern expression, showing unprecedented anxiety in his eyes. Clearly, these sage robes were very important to him. This was the first time Xiao Chen faced this person. He did not look at the other party's left eye as he said calmly, if you were fully confident of killing me, you would not be wasting words with me. I can give you the sage robes, but you have to agree to one condition. Xi's expression did not change as he said indifferently, speak. Hand Jiang He to me. Xiao Chen already confirmed that he could not control the black-clad sage robes. After thinking for a while, he made this decision. This was the only opportunity for him to rescue Jiang He. Aside from the black-clad sage robes, she did not seem to care about anything else. Deal. She did not hesitate, showing a smile on his face. The scarlet cross in the depths of the demonic eye reappeared, spinning in reverse at an incredible speed. After a while, a figure was tossed out of the demonic eye. It was the star-plucking bandit, Jiang He. Xiao Chen kept his promise, tossing the black-clad sage robes to the other party. Whoosh! She casually flipped the sage robes around and put them back on. The long black robes extended all the way to Xi's calves. Scarlet dragons swam on the robes like they were alive, looking incredibly strange. I'll leave this trash to you. She smiled faintly and left in a flash, ignoring Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt like he missed something. She agreed more straightforwardly than he expected. What a loss. I am useless to him now. He wants to find the inheritance key's location on me. Wearing that sage robe is equivalent to wearing the entire Xuewu dynasty, Jiang He said softly with a sigh after Xiao Chen helped him up. After Xiao Chen helped Jiang He up, he sighed and said softly. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is probably not that simple. Let's not think about it. It is already worth it if I can get you back." Ha ha ha. What a brother. Jiang He laughed happily when he heard that. He did not feel sullen about being imprisoned at all, feeling very carefree. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black and white eggs, who had chased after the Thunder King, returned. After they landed, they circled Jiang He. Black Egg sniffed and said, "A familiar aura, it is very similar to the same person but somewhat different." Ha ha ha. I get it now. You are an egg laid by a dragon egg, right? White Egg suddenly guffawed in wild joy. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at Jiang He. Is he a descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon? Chapter 23:20. An egg laid by a dragon egg. Naturally, the dragon egg in White Egg's mouth was the previous generation Heaven Dragon. However, it said that it sensed the aura of the previous generation Heaven Dragon from Jiang He. Xiao Chen suddenly recalled that when they first met, Jiang He said that he came from Ancestor Dragon City. Now that Xiao Chen thought about it, an ordinary mixed-blood dragon would not have had the opportunity to enter Ancestor Dragon City so early. If Jiang He were a Heaven Dragon's descendant, that would make sense. No matter what the previous generation Heaven Dragon did, a Heaven Dragon was, after all, a Heaven Dragon. He was an existence worthy of respect and worship in the Divine Dragon Empire. It was understandable that a Heaven Dragon's descendant had some special privileges. Regardless of what Xiao Chen was thinking, Jiang He showed dark lines on his face. The black and white eggs circling him made him feel embarrassed. Xiao Chen, what the heck are these two fellows? Jiang He could not stand these two puppets sniffing around him like dogs. He quickly ran to Xiao Chen's side to ask for help. The two of you should let him off first. Let me ask you, did that person catch up? Xiao Chen was more concerned about the Thunder King's life or death. If this person did not die, he would not feel at ease. White Egg smiled and said, "That is natural. With the two of us making a move, there is a possibility of failure. However, although the blood-sucking vine's body was destroyed, its soul fled too quickly, entering that person's magic tool." Xiao Chen looked in the direction White Egg pointed at, where the Black Lotus Holy Sun, Ming Xian, was fighting with Chu Chaoyun. Sooner or later, I will truly destroy him. Murderous intent flared in Xiao Chen's eyes. In his heart, the Kunlun Realm's Thunder King would always be someone he had to kill. This show is really exciting. Jiang He could not help sighing as he watched the majestic chaotic battle between sovereign emperors. Fortunately, this was the land of absolute beginning. Otherwise, even if it were Yen City, it would have been torn down long ago. After she put on the scarlet dragon cloak, he stopped fighting with the other Wang Yans. He gathered his guests and rushed to the 9th altar. At some point in time, Yen Sangming and Zhen Yuan appeared beside him. The two seemed to intend to work together, working with the other princes to chase Wang Yun off the 9th altar. The originally chaotic situation had instead become clear after this. Yuan Zhen, who occupied the 9th altar and filled the sky with auspicious clouds, ended up becoming everyone's target. The entire second round of the Crown Prince battle was really like a changing king's flag, with one side singing and the other taking the stage. When one wave did not stop, another wave would rise. There would always be unexpected situations. What relationship do you have with the previous generation Heaven Dragon? It is impossible for she to capture you for no reason. As far as I know, the Heavenly Dragon does know where the inheritance key is. He discovered it in the Azure Dragon's old lands. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and asked Jiang He, who was beside him. Since I've saved you, there's no point in hiding my secret. Jiang He's expression turned grave, and his expression changed. The previous Heavenly Dragon was my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you might be disappointed. The previous generation heaven dragon is my father. However, I really do not know where the inheritance key is. If you saved me because of that, you will be disappointed. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just wanted to clarify something. We are both from the dragon race and can be considered old acquaintances. I did not save you because of the inheritance key. I just have some things that I want to clarify. What Jiang He thought was his business. I believe you. Jiang He smiled faintly and stretched out his hand to slap Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen responded with a smile. The moment the two clasped hands, their trust was established. Because they knew each other, sometimes trust between people could be established in just a second, just like now. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun descended from the sky and slowly landed beside the two. His complexion looked pretty good. It looked like he had not gotten injured from fighting against the two alone earlier. Yuan Zhen, this person really hit himself deeply. Everything fell into his trap. He raised a prince who did not exist to this point. Who knows how many people's plans were foiled. With the Buddha image's support, even with Shi and Yen Sangming's help, Wang Yun's refinement of the Yen imperial sword continued to go uninterrupted. Far away, Wang Yan gathered Xiao Suo and the others, frowning slightly. Wang Yan hesitated on whether to join in and destroy this ninth altar or not. Realistically speaking, the fourth prince Wang Yun was already Wang Yan's greatest competitor. At this moment, there was no right or wrong in Wang Yan's thoughts. Boom! Before Wang Yan could make a decision, Wang Yun laughed maniacally on the altar and pulled out the Yen imperial sword from the altar. The sword gave off a bright Buddhist light. This Wang Yun actually perfectly merged the Buddhist sect's great Tao with the Yenwu dynasty's dragon vein. Such a scene surpassed everyone's expectations. The many elders in the palace in the clouds were all stupefied. They had been rejecting the Hidden Spirit Temple, not letting the Hidden Spirit Temple interfere in the succession race. They even sided with the Shuowu dynasty's demonic Tao Hall. However, when the fourth prince pulled out the Yen imperial sword, they were stunned. The bright Buddhist light on the sword meant that the situation was no longer within their control. The Yen emperor, who was restrained, revealed a mocking smile. These elders had been trying to play a balancing act, toying with both the Buddhist Tao and the demonic Tao in the palm of their hands. However, they did not know that in the eyes of the two factions, they were just pawns from the very start. Behind the smile was boundless sorrow. The Yen emperor knew that no matter what the result was, the Yenwu dynasty was finished. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor felt very anxious. He walked to the corner again and communicated with the mysterious black figure. The imperial ancestor seemed to be saying that the succession race had already gone out of control. Even they could no longer control it. The third round would definitely start soon. Whoever won would become the crown prince. Their original plan had failed. Who are you speaking to? The Yen emperor asked after the imperial ancestor finished speaking. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor showed a cold expression as he replied indifferently, "This fourth brother should be a pawn that you and the Hidden Spirit Temple arranged, right? Although I know that you are close to the Hidden Spirit Temple, I did not expect you to be so deranged. Had I known, I would have crippled you long ago. As for who I am speaking to, you will naturally know when the succession race is over." When the Yen emperor heard that, he wanted to laugh loudly. However, his heart had already died, so he could not laugh. The Yen emperor's expression was even more unsightly than crying. These people are truly hopeless. Inside the ancient Yen emperor tomb, when Wang Yun drew his Yen imperial sword, the altar under him shattered. The entire core region began to shake violently, and the ground suddenly exploded. Xiao Chen's expression changed. Even when the many great perfection sovereign emperors attacked frantically, the ground in this absolute beginning land did not truly crack. But now, the ground had truly been sliced apart, and cracks visible to the naked eye had appeared. What exactly is this existence? To think that it possesses such power, even more horrifying than the many sovereign emperors combined. Rumble. The ground trembled even more intensely as a terrifyingly strong aura brewed underground. Shockwaves spread out. Everyone, including Xiao Chen, had no choice but to retreat again and again. How strong! Just the shock waves were unblockable. After Xiao Chen landed, he felt like a baby being pushed back. He felt like a baby in front of this aura, constantly being pushed back. Crack! Before everyone's eyes, a small tree sapling giving off flames appeared in the core region. Before Xiao Chen could feel shocked, the sapling grew wildly at a startling speed. In an instant, it grew to the size of a mountain. As the tree branches swayed, boundless life force poured out. Bathed in the green light, everyone's internal injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree was still growing at an even faster rate. However, it was already large enough, giving the illusion that it had slowed down. It vaguely seemed like a condensed miniature of a vast dynasty's rise. The Yan Emperor Tree. This was the Yan Emperor Tree. This was the manifestation of a dynasty's accumulations of more than 100,000 years. It relied on the dynasty's dragon vein for nourishment, growing for more than 100,000 years. Whoosh! 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 All the princes could not suppress the impulse in their hearts. They strode forward and frantically rushed towards the Yan Emperor Tree. In the third round of the succession race, whoever stood at the top of the divine tree would become the dynasty's crown prince. However, there were still many people under the towering tree, not moving at all. Not only that, but they also showed some confusion on their faces. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The divine tree has appeared, and the succession race is almost over. Why is there no sign of the ethereal immortal palace? The various outstanding talents who held the ethereal immortal palace keys looked around, searching for clues. Is it not time yet? Or is this prophecy the same as the previous ones? In the end, it turned out to be a lie. Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yan Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yan Emperor Tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xiao Chen had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xiao Chen's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh! 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 2 figures descended from the ancient Yan Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. Big brother, the 9th prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Suo landed, he explained to Xiao Chen why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, this 9th prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yan Emperor fruits and sent us back. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yun occupying the 9th altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The 3rd round of the crown prince selection was closely related to the 2nd round. The ancient Yan Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the two of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epoch was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epochs was unstoppable. The Wings of Time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epoch, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yan Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiao Chen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these 2 also had an ethereal immortal palace key. Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The 3rd ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu and Dao Yan were together. Wenren Yu probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon King's group. When Xiao Chen looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. The ancient Yan Emperor tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the Wings of Time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Chen after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yan Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yan Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legends said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yan Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyun, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyun, Xiaochen suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiaochen said after some thought, "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyun's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiaochen lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiaochen spoke, Chu Chaoyun shifted his gaze to Jiang He. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jiang He showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Shi's torture. Boom. Jiang He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jiang He raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The 2 palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. "Retreat!" Xiaochen pulled Jiang He and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Sua landed, he tightly grasped the scarlet blood war banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiaochen, Chu Chaoyun, and Jiang He with grave expressions. The shock waves of the 2 palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jiang He. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. "Xiaochen, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem." After Chu Chaoyun said that, Jiang He felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Jiang He had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jiang He cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people but his heartless father. "Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself." Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure. Xiao Chen was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the Scarlet Dragon's sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha! Kacha! Crack! Crack! This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. Whoosh! When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Sua and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiao Chen, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Chen and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Chen looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, my friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Sua and Xiao Chen were in front. Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He were on his left and right. Wrong! She blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epoch has already aged, and the new epoch is about to begin. Epochs come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyun sought out Xiao Chen for cooperation. Shi's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chen, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you. Abandon you. Kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyun explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyun had not told Xiao Chen how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Sua had the pirate alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Chen only addressed Xiao Chen as Big Brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chen because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chen. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one, aside from Xiao Chen. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Shi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chen and the others with his aura, she did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Shi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the blue dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chen also had the blue dragon bloodline, he and she could be considered on the blue dragon side. If that was true, Shi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the blood dragon saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Shi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyun, Jiang He, Xiao Sua, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. In the past, Xiao Chen wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked up at Shi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chen was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chen really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyun showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiao Chen was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiao Chen also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiao Chen's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Sua tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiao Chen wondered, if Xiao Chen really handed over his friend, is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiao Chen only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Shi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if Trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiao Chen would draw the tyrant saber on his back. Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Jiang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remained the same even after a long time. Boom! The scarlet flame in Shi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then, he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yan Sangming, Wen Renyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiao Chen. However, once they figured it out, Xiao Chen, who still had to protect Jiang He, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Chen drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. She's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Sua used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xiao Sua ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. Go. I'll block him. Whoosh. A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. Let's go. A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao Sua created. Whoosh! 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 The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz! Xiao Sua seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble. As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xiao Sua, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Jiang He was the key to the ethereal immortal palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Chen or the people around Xiao Chen, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chen. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Chen or the people around Xiao Chen, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Chen. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him. The inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Jiang He. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Sikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiao Chen. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal immortal palace key, they could start a new epoch. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epoch. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Jiang He. Yan Sangming and the profound Heaven Holy Lands Wenren Yu raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Xiao Chen took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xiao Sua, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xiao Sua did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23-23. The blood dragon swimming on the sage cloak merged its claws with Shi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xiao Sua to advance. What blocked him was not a person but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Shi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Sua gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Sua slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Sua suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Sua's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then, he took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Shi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Shi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Shi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble. The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu Ci. The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Sua to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Sua suffered a backlash. Then, he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, she waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Sua's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Sua's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Sua was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. Shi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Chen used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Shi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Sua was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Chen. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Sua. Ah! Xiao Sua gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Chen was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Sua did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Sua did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Sua showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Ka Xie. She, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Sua's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Sua had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiao Sua pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Sua held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then, he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiao Sua's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiao Sua held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rowed a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Xi's eyes. Xiao Sua stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiao Sua to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person, after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiao Sua. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiao Sua's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiao Sua showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least 2 of the people chasing Xiao Chen are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiao Sua grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Sua. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiao Sua as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiao Chen will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiao Sua lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack, then." As she and Xiao Sua fought, Xiao Chen, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Chen could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Xikong Shu, Dao Yan, Wen Renyu, Yan Sangming, Zhen Yuan, and the others held the ethereal immortal palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal immortal palace lay with Jiang He, so they gave chase as well. Yuanjun attacked again. Xiao Qian and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuanzhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuanzhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh! 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 Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yan and Wenren Yu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk." "I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu," Chu Chaoyun added. "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiao Chen could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. "Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here." "Many thanks." Jiang He knew that for Xiao Chen to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind, to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack. Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuanzhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal immortal palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal immortal palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal immortal palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Sikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Sikong Shu in confusion. Sikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, it suddenly moved like it was summoned by something. Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal immortal palace was about to appear. The ethereal immortal palace is about to appear? The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace does not have much to do with Jiang He. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase anymore. We should not give chase, Sikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jiang He leave. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jiang He. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared. Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Sangming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiao Suo. Then, he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qing. What's going on? Xiao Suo's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiao Suo might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiao Suo. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiao Suo swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Qin exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the Divine Palace key changed right after Jiang He unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Qin, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jiang He now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jiang He had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal immortal palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the immortal palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Qin took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jiang He, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen, and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor, shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Qin. Chu Chaoyun, Yan Sangming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Renyu, and Sikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal immortal palace keys. Ha ha ha, chase! However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The immortal palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yan Sangming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yan Sangming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Qin were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yan Sangming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal immortal palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jiang He? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jiang He's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, after the ethereal immortal palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for Milord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up. What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang He is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, the ethereal immortal palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang He has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him? Ming Xian asked as he looked at Shi, raising his eyebrows. Shi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, there's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys. Shi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jiang He, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jiang He, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Dao outstanding talents, great desolate Aeon bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-vein sovereign emperor like Shao Chen could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Shao Chen grasped the heaven dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Shao Chen had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jiang He felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no! Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empire's Xiahou Zun. Jiang He, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahou Zun had been guarding the periphery under Sikongshu's orders. This was to prevent Jiang He from breaking out of the encirclement with Shao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahou Zun said indifferently, Jiang He, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Dao sovereign emperors. The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jiang He's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jiang He thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his heaven dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jiang He's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiahou Zun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jiang He. Come with me. Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jiang He, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later. Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jiang He felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiahou Zun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, the two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jiang He had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal immortal palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch-black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Xiao Chen. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into 2. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Xiao Chen's firmament's rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yan, who grasped the 10th layer Ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the Time Tao. Not to mention the current martial epoch. Xiao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the 3rd round of the succession race on the ancient Yan Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yan and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 would ascend to the top of the Yan Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole giving off spacetime fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the Wings of Time, was in there as the epoch changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the Wings of Time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epochs. It could even be said that whoever grasped the Wings of Time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epoch, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Chen Zhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yen City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor, and Dao Emperor, and Chen, and Mountain, into, and 1. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Suyi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Hanshan and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The three of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Hanshan hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, who are you talking about? Su Hanshan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Ha! Alright, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, the geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wen Renyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyun. In any case, it can't be Xiao Chen, right? Su Hanshan interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Right. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, as for who is most likely, naturally, it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Hee hee. Abbot Suyi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these two people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epoch was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epoch master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epoch. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Xiaochen looked at the current situation. Experts that only foe gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yan City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The foe gods of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these foe gods. Suyi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly, the ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epoch has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epoch. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death, words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the sword Tao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the sword Tao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it? When Suyi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Suyi said somewhat helplessly, junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yenwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of foe gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts, who dominated a region or ruled the world, all felt how insignificant they were before the epoch's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The foe gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning non-stop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the immortal palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway, who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a foe god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the immortal palace and the wings of time. Xikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yan Cangming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Xikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the wings of time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end, he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He. Jiang He. Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, of course it's people like father, only then can they be experts. Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiaochen could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's leg stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang He does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang He, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiaochen spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me. Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard! Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines? The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Jiang He. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Jiang He showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, I must find you. I want to ask you why. Then, he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Jiang He fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now? Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Jiang He's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Tao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then, he saw Jiang He's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Jiang He's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then, he placed his hand on Jiang He's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack! At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the key suddenly shattered. As Xiao Chen looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan Sangming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan. To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yan Sangming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked dragon emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiao Chen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiao Chen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiao Chen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Sua, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiao Chen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiao Chen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiao Chen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiao Chen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyun. "Come, let's go as well." Xiao Chen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Sua and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Sua and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, what happened? Xiao Qin put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. Big brother, look! On the surface of the lake, Xiao Sua suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, so, the legend is true. Xiao Sua asked curiously, what legend? Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, legend has it that before the immortal epoch ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epoch's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epoch. Even in the martial epoch, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epochs, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Sua immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, that is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses. You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it. Big brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake? Xiao Qin showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Sua's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then, he suddenly recalled it. Let's not talk about this. Where are the others? Xiao Qin looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Sua and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection, Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. How do you know all this? I did not sense it. Hee hee. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier? How is that difficult? It is as simple as returning to myself. The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Sua. After some thought, he said, follow it. Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Sangming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the blue dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chen again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Chen had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, "Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm." Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epoch, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying Immortal Corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop! Plop! Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome, deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Chen, Yan Sangming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing qi. Whoosh! 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 Without giving Yan Sangming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chen. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen drove the 10,000 dragon's art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chen punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chen directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chen easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Chen drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Chen also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushan Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Chen had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome. Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpse's attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpse's weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yan Sangming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yan Sangming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiaoqian attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiaoqian did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiaoqian took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiaoqian saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon blood vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiaoqian had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant's saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiaoqian's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiaoqian feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiaoqian. All this while, Xiaoqian did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaoqian had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiaoqian's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiaoqian was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiaoqian let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiaoqian could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother! Xiao Suo's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Suo prepared to jump down after Xiao Chen. I can't. Just as Xiao Suo was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother, he got pulled down. Xiao Suo appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiao Chen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiao Chen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiao Chen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiao Chen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiao Chen at any moment. Crack. Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang He, he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Sangming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry state surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuanzhen rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuanzhen glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuanzhen directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang He suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wen Renyu, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jiang He off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xi's group of three blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jiang He, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, Xi attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Xiao Chen roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jiang He and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. Qi. The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The two halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. Xi, don't be so ruthless. Chu Chaoyun said as he looked at Xi's group of three. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace? Chu Chaoyun said expressionlessly, I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay. Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyun's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do. Chu Chaoyun remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, two figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. Brother Chu, do you need help? Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyun. Let's go. Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the three leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying. When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. Let's go in first, Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. I'm going in. Do you want to come with me? Chu Chaoyun asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. There's no need. Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, we have to wait here for Brother Xiao Chen. Very well, you can stay here, then. However, I want to take this person away. Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Jiang He. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Jiang He away. You are indeed not a good person. Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jiang He and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, he is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away? Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyun with murderous intent in his eyes. That is not up to you. Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. Where is he? Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyun at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyun carried the unconscious Jiang He as he dashed past the two. Damn it! After him! The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyun, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. It's the universe origin true flame. Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away. Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Chen gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Chen, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Chen was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Chen without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyun right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyun deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Shi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. How? Fight fire with fire. Boom! A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Suo's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Suo passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Shuowu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jiang He himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jiang He is Jiang He. When the Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body." "Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" "Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside. Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. Are you sure? Shi's face sank as he said coldly, this time, I will not give you a chance to escape. Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jiang He will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure? Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jiang He. The result went without saying. Are you threatening me? Shi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person? Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Shi calmly. Shi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Shi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Chen, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Chen, he would absolutely not use Jiang He's death to force Shi. While Xiao Chen placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Shi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Chen's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chen wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Chen. With the epoch changing, such a person was the most pitiful. Living like you is really tiring. She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the immortal palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the immortal palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Sua, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, I know where he is. Oh. Xiao Sua and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, it should be the great hall that Jiang He and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal immortal palace. However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Sua thought for a while before saying, if you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already. I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Sua and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Sua and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Sua immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Sua said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. "What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here." Xiao Sua glanced at the five-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. "Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come." "Someone is coming." Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuan Zhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuan Zhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuan Zhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuan Zhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-colored divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph. On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, when Ren Yu and Dao Yan, Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Sua's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wenren Yu and Dao Yan. Yan Sangming, Zhen Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The Buddhist sect's Yuanjin remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Sua's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Chen. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Sua's group of three. Yuan Zhen, the hidden spirit temple has always been a righteous Tao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuan Zhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Sangming also looked at Yuan Zhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuan Zhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuan Zhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuan Zhen said that, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Tao and demonic Tao prepared to work together to finish off Yuan Zhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jiang He's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jiang He's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jiang He slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jiang He descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jiang He. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jiang He. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jiang He and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jiang He would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this she thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jiang He managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Zhen Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Zhen Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jiang He merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Sangming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yan Sangming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out." Seeing Shi's smile, Yan Sangming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Sangming cursed Shi countless times in his heart. However, Yan Sangming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Shi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He. If Jiang He really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Sangming, as the hope of the flood dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Sangming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Jiang He. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Sangming. It was Qin Ming, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Sangming, Qin Ming could not accept that a heaven dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Sangming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed-blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jiang He at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Sangming's body. The flame seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Sangming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jiang He. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fist to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Jiang He's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Jiang He's body, but something weird happened. Jiang He was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Jiang He's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Sangming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Jiang He seemed fine, only stopping Yan Sangming's descent. If you want to kill Jiang He, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Sua and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Jiang He, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jiang He. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jiang He away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the five-colored divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-colored divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Xi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, "Attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-colored divine stone out of this place." Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal immortal palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jiang He's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Xi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiao Qin was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast! However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an Immortal Lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top Immortal Lord of the Immortal Epoch. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the Immortal Epoch's Shi Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 2332. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions and questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiaochen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, I would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiaochen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiaochen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiaochen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone stele, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiaochen. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiaochen knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiaochen on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I, Xiaochen, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiaochen was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be firmament, but firmament will never be Xiaochen. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiaochen, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiaochen's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiaochen could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epoch. However, he did not want to know, either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the Spirit Mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm in the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiaochen. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiaochen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiaochen's face. What is this? The demonized Xiaochen burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Chen felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Chen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Chen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Chen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Chen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Chen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiao Chen, the demon was Xiao Chen, and the Buddha was Xiao Chen. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epoch. In this soul pool, Xiao Chen brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiao Chen discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiao Chen's life long before the martial epoch started, he would have died. The demonized Xiao Chen had broken the shackles that Xiao Chen had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiao Chen perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out. Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone stele. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epoch. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiao Chen did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiao Chen did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything? The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the three realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 immortal lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epoch changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Chen. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me, then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiao Chen was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiao Chen, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop. Xiao Chen turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiao Chen's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiao Chen's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Xiao Chen faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. She clearly looked at Xiao Chen, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Pa! Just as Xiao Chen was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. Hee. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiao Chen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me, then. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Chen knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sect's Kasyapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Chen had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chen always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chen was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiao Chen's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiao Chen saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiao Chen had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiaochen would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary. I understand. Xiaochen performed a cup fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiaochen in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, he did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself. What obsession? He once had the chance to become the new epoch master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably. Who did he lose to? Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely. He did not say a word as the epoch changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epoch. He definitely felt dissatisfied. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the three realms. Even the Immortal Epoch's Epoch Master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaochen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiaochen asked, what was the message that he wanted you to bring me? Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiaochen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiaochen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the Epoch Heart. More accurately, it is the Immortal Epoch Heart. Back then, the Immortal Epoch's Epoch Master used his supreme might to write the character, Immortal. Hence, the Immortal Epoch began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character, Immortal, the heart of the Immortal Epoch. The Immortal Epoch started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiaochen. To think that the once glorious and vast Immortal Epoch started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epoch start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the Immortal Epoch appear after the end of the previous epoch and not some other epoch? While Xiaochen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epoch is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epoch heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epoch, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epoch heart. That one will be the true master of the new epoch. Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epoch heart. However, the epoch hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epoch. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this Immortal Epoch Heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the Immortal Epoch Heart. Then, the Immortal Epoch Heart slowly flew towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen carefully put away the Immortal Epoch Heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the immortal epoch to its glory and decline? The entire immortal epoch's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epoch, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiao Chen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Xiao Chen carefully put away the immortal epoch heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He still worried about Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiao Chen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. Why? When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then, she walked forward. As Xiao Chen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epoch changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake. I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epoch changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, he told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me. As Xiao Chen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiao Chen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiao Chen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiao Chen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23-34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen asked, Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are? If Xiao Chen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epoch changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. What will happen to you after I leave? However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiaochen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived. Xiaochen added, I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiaochen. You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so? Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiaochen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiaochen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, the fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly. Boom. As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiaochen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiaochen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiaochen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake. The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epochs changed, life and death, death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation Great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiaochen. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epochs changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into Immortal Burial Lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiaochen expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiaochen stopped sinking. Xiaochen closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiaochen, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epoch ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this Immortal Burial Lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying Immortal Burial Lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiaochen circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire immortal burial lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire immortal burial lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chen absorbed half of the entire immortal burial lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Chen surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Tao that Xiao Chen could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epoch would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein sovereign emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein sovereign emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a 4th divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection sovereign emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other 3 divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiao Chen absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiao Chen's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran towards Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiao Chen's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Xiao Chen landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epoch changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the 3 realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiao Chen somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiao Chen felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated 7 states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the 7 states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jiang He's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the immortal palace. This was one of the ultimate grand daos. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Sua and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiao Chen had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a 5-colored divine stone. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 4, Wen Renyu, Dao Yan, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the 5-colored divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jiang He's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen held tightly to struggled free and flew towards Jiang He's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen soon realized that someone was using Jiang He to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jiang He's body. Chu Chaoyun. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Chen had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Sua, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Sangming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the 5-colored divine stone in Yuan Zhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the immortal palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No. Xiao Chen. If there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jiang He's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Chen frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Zhen Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chen felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the 5-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous 3 divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the two experienced great perfection sovereign emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The two agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the wings of time. Xiaoqin stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the three and kill Jiang He. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiaoqin did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiaoqin kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiaoqin frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal immortal palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the immortal epoch could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal immortal palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Ci. Suddenly, Xiaoqin thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal immortal palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal immortal palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack. This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-colored divine stone. Without any warning, she appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiaoqin had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiaoqian's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiaoqian perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jiang He. After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiaoqin gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Sua's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Xiaoqin use the inheritance key to open the 5-colored divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal immortal palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The 3 of them, along with Shi, fought in 4 directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiaoqin thought, the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The two did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang He floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang He's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-colored divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent space-time power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wen Renyu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiao Chen walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiao Chen. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Xiao Chen's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiao Chen consumed the entire immortal burial lake, he easily broke through to small perfection sovereign emperor and advanced to four-vein sovereign emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu Ci. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the immortal palace without a single one missing? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiao Chen. What shocked Xiao Chen was that as the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Xiao Chen's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 2336. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. There was nothing. When Xiao Chen used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-colored divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Even though Xiao Chen had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. Shi, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Chen, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Shi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know, where exactly went wrong? Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no faux gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qin Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack. Crack. Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no! This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-colored divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Zhen Yuan and Yan Sangming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun came here. Came here? Yan Sangming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Zhen Yuan said indifferently, it is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Zhen Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, that's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change. Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble. Shi covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen, who was taking care of Jiang He. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike. Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epoch changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. Let's go. After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, "Let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet." "Yes." Before leaving, she gave Xiaochen a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiaochen, Xiaosua, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jiang He and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiaosua's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. "Big brother, can he still be saved?" Xiaosua asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiaochen did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiaochen remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiaosua's words. He entered deep thought. Jiang He's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiaochen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiaochen as he looked at Jiang He. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jiang He's soul? I can only gamble. Xiaochen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jiang He's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang He's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jiang He's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jiang He's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiaosua, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jiang He absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiaochen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jiang He's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jiang He. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiaochen could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiaosua said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiaochen slung Jiang He over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Dao, and Xiaochen gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiaochen left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiaochen led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiaochen, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Xiaochen seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiaochen now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now, it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiaochen said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiaochen looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 2337. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Shaoqin was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Tao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Tao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Tao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yan imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. 9th brother, you still haven't given up. Wang Yun held his Yan imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Tao foundation far surpassed the 4th prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yan imperial sword could not compare to his opponent's. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Shaoqin could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Shaoqin had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the imperial ancestral temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Shaoqin felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the imperial palace. Big brother, should we continue watching? Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Shaoqin. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Let's leave this place first. Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, give up. Then, They immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the imperial palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10 odd strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yanwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty immortal palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, the misty immortal palace would have been destroyed. If Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10 odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's faux gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Xiao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to Xiao Sua and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you. Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. Thank you, Senior Hao Kai. Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Xiao Chen. She complained, why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you. Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. I'm not dead, don't worry. Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Xiao Chen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Xiao Chen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Xiao Chen's hand and asked, what are you doing? There are so many people watching. Cough. Cough. Young Master Xiao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard, Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Xiao Chen saw Shi with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Xiao Chen in a mocking manner. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Xiao Chen ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many faux gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between faux gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Xiao Chen more were Shi and Yan Sangming. One was the Xuewu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Tao. Now that the first prince was dead, the 2 of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Xiao Chen a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Xiao Chen very worried. Xiao Chen got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Xiao Chen, surrounding him. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yen Emperor appear?" As long as the Yen Emperor was around, Xiao Chen could swing his Yen imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yen Wu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. The 4th prince is going to win. On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yen Emperor tree, could no longer endure, getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 2338. At the peak of the ancient Yen Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hate. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the 9th altar to suppress him in terms of the emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. "I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might." If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. "It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success." Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Xiao Chen and the heavenly book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Xiao Chen and the others, he was filled with guilt. No. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Chen had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Xiao Chen, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? "9th brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you," Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won, isn't it? Wang Yun's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His 9th brother, Wang Yan, is only a so-so. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Xiao Chen gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yen Imperial Sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Xiao Chen, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yan raised his Yen Imperial Sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yen Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yen Imperial Sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pu Ci. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Yen Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the 9th altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yen Imperial Sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the 9th Prince Wang Yan. All the prince's Yen Imperial Swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yen Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yen Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yen Imperial Sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yen emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed Shi smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You are still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then, he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Whoosh! Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yanwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yanwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yan Emperor trembled with rage. To think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, the epoch is changing. If we want to continue the Yanwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yanwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Shao Chen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestors' experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, you two are really my good brothers. Let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yan imperial sword in my hand. During the succession race, she wielded the demonic imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. Shao Chen, are you going to save the ninth prince? Indeed. Shao Chen thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill Father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Shi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so, either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death." Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yanwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Suiren Ji said softly, "Little girl, the Yanwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the Profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren Yu were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor, an 8-veined sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Jiao asked as he looked at Shao Chen. "The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain." Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Shao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. Chen Feng say, Chen, Chen, Shan. Spirit, Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Chen, Mu, hi. This is, the 9th Yen Emperor. He's still alive. It looked like a folk god battle was about to start. The Yanwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. No need. You teach me. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yen Emperor, everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epoch is about to collapse, and the new epoch is about to crumble. Lord Shi promised us even greater glory." The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yan from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yan. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. So. Scram to the side. It was the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot, Abbot Suyi. On the left and right were the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang and Sword God Su Hanshan. Suiren Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Shao Chen and the others. Suiren Ji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Shao Chen could not help saying, "Lord Mu." When the ordinary people inside and outside Yen City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Shao Chen saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Shao Chen asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Dao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic chi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boom! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yenwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Dao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Shi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Dao Hall, Wang Yan would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the hidden spirit temple? Hao Kai could not help asking. Ao Jiao asked, then how did you enter the imperial palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you? Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, there are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang! Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then, he said, Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The Hidden Spirit Temple no longer has any connection to my Yenwu dynasty. Could it be? Wang Yan, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt a chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yen imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Shi and asked, Is my father still alive? Take out the sword. A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, Is it because I killed the first Prince Wang Fei? Xiao Chen knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the Divine Universe Steel. This did not surprise Xiao Chen. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the Imperial Palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Xiao Chen, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao's sovereign emperors and the hidden Imperial Ancestral Temple experts, the Yen Imperial Ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yen Imperial Ancestor normally did not show himself, it did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yen City when he looked back. What startled Xiao Chen even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Sui Renji. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Shi's lips curled up in mockery. Are you sure that I will attack you? I won't. She smiled faintly and said, Naturally, you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hall. The Flame Dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated. Clang! Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the Hidden Spirit Temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Xiao Chen knew that the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Xiao Chen had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong faux god aura. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Xiao Chen did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Sui Renji, bring them away first. Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yan had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the hidden spirit temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yanwu dynasty. The Yan Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The Hidden Spirit Temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Suiren Ji, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong foe god expert. You have backbone, but is it useful? Just as Shaochen felt uncertain, the golden Kasayapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between foe gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yanwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Shaochen wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then, he said in a self-mocking manner, I am overthinking. The epoch has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence. A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. 9th brother, just give the Yan Imperial sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed. Wang Yan drew his sword, and the Yan Imperial sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yan did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yan finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's foe gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yan to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yan held the Yan Imperial sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the sovereign emperor experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the sovereign emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yan Imperial sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Shaochen discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of foe god experts were all there. The old alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Suiren Ji were among them as well. They all looked at Shaochen. After a while, Shaochen figured out what had changed. Whoosh! When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he said, there is no need. Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Suiren Ji remained silent. I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away. Shaochen could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epoch in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, fate cannot be defied? Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, strictly speaking, the martial epoch ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the World Tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epoch to survive until now. Mu Zifeng explained, when an epoch reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epoch cycle never end. Why? Suiren Ji, do you have any objections? Light and shadow flickered. Shaochen looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yen City had turned into rubble. Suyi muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yen City, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first. Why? Suyi, let's go. In the earlier exchange of foe gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and foe god experts. The instant the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body shattered, two figures flew out of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked, there is no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epic master? Go to the void god realm and die with him. I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation so that Xiaoqin can enter it to cultivate in seclusion. After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Xiaoqin and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My beauty's smile pavilion, the change of epochs and the collapse of order were just the beginning. Nine Heavens origin gathering formation. Xiaoqin was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now. Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Xiaoqin, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable. After thinking for a while, Xiaoqin voiced his doubts. Xiaoqin felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine Vane Realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Xiaoqin planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Xiaoqin had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Suirenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown. Xiaoqin, come with me for a while. All right. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there is one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epoch, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul. Xiaoqin mocked, this is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. Upon seeing Xiaoqin agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Xiaoqin mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Xiaoqin asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Xiaoqin did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Xiaoqin said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush. Mu Zifeng and Suirenji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Xiaoqin to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Suirenji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then, he called Xiaoqin and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shock waves could no longer be counted in 10,000. Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epoch's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epoch. Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, Xiaochen already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epoch master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epoch change. Of course, that is on the premise that Xiaochen truly becomes the epoch master. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Xiaochen heard that, he understood. No wonder these faux gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Xiaochen did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of Heavenly Divine Mountain's supreme treasures for many years. The battle between foe gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yen City was instantly destroyed. This made Xiaochen feel that it was better to have a safe place. Xiaochen worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. Let's go, one of the doyens said. While Suiren Ji's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Xiaochen. How did you end up with Suiren Ji? The Alliance chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianyang. Now, it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a faux god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiaochen cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's war, the Alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Suiren Ji. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Feng's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiaochen's name that if we start a new epoch one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and faux god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the faux god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epoch started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yanwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epoch's existence? Suddenly, Xiaochen said, Lord Mu, you have changed. These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld God Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao faux gods. If Xiaochen was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiaochen continued, just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell. Coincidentally, Xiaochen had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, you should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction's spokesperson will become the new epoch master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng. The only thing that Xiaochen could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epoch, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the faux gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epoch will fall. There is no why. Every epoch ends like this. Then, a new epoch emerges. This is fate. Shao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain. After the epoch ended, it would be like when the immortals fell back then. All the foe gods would not be able to avoid being buried with the martial epoch. I know where the Black Dragon King's seal is. I can gather foe gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epoch is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even foe gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on, you are one of us. What else do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know. Everyone keeps talking about the epoch changing. I would like to know when the martial epoch will end." "Yes." Mu Zifeng said after some thought, no wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect's days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance chief did not have the authority to open it. Sui Renji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. "What objection can I have? Shao Chen, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You are not a good person either. Let me ask you this, after you become the Epoch Master, will you let go of this grudge? I am not begging you. If you are not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much." Seeing Shao Chen remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Shao Chen should have something to rely on. The golden Kasyapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epoch, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Shao Chen was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 2341. Sui Renji. Are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Sui Renji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Shao Chen. However, at the last step, Shao Chen put him on the spot. Sui Renji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Sui Renji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Sui Renji's opinion, Shao Chen was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Shao Chen was ruthless and vengeful. However, Shao Chen's character was rather good. As long as Shao Chen made a promise, Sui Renji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Sui Renji together. Shao Chen raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Sui Renji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epochs. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Sui Renji would not have bothered with Shao Chen when foe gods were aloof. However, Sui Renji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined sovereign emperor jr. with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Shao Chen said calmly, "I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives." I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Shao Chen's words, Sui Renji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Sui Renji's little tricks. He said softly, "Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain." "All right." Whoosh! 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 The doyens and faux god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, "There is one last thing that I want to remind you of." "What?" "Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the heavenly divine mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside." Xiao Chen turned around and said, "In other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out." Mu Zifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of this heavenly divine mountain is to nurture the epic master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises?" Xiao Chen asked. "Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out." Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Chen pushed open the door and entered the core of the heavenly divine mountain. Whoosh! 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 The doyen's medallions returned, and Xiao Chen vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, "I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me." At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the faux god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epoch would crumble soon. If they headed to the faux god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip! Drip! At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Chen took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chen took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiao Chen said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiao Chen was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the 3rd layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiao Chen still had the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiao Chen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiaochen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiaochen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyu, Qin Ming, Yan Sangming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiaochen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiaochen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiaochen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiaochen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiaochen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Suiren Ji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Xiaochen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiaochen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, in the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiaochen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought, since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghe. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiao Chen. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 2342. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Xiao Chen entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Based on the ratio of time in the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation, Xiao Chen had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qi Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors in Bushin Palace trembled before him. However, Xiao Chen still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. "Zifeng, we can't wait anymore." Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epoch changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epoch. As folk god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epoch. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "I understand. Get someone to send Jiang He over." Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the folk god experts brought Jiang He to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal immortal palace, Jiang He had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Xiao Chen saved him. Jiang He had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal immortal palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal immortal palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Xiao Chen already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jiang He a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Sui Ren Ji, all carefully sized up Jiang He, nodding to themselves. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with Jiang He. Since something unexpected happened to Xiao Chen, Jiang He was a good backup. "Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me?" Jiang He quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shin God, Alliance wants to ask him, "King Chen is, you want me to be to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute? You want a Divine Emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chen heaven on one, you heaven on one, on demon you sue you all." Yes. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a Dragon Emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a Dragon Emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 Heavens Source Gathering Formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jiang He had a deep relationship with Xiao Chen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jiang He's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, "Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Xiao Chen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the 9 Heavens Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Xiao Chen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jiang He, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance Doyens saw Jiang He hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xiao Chen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the entire Heavenly Divine Mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jiang He and the other doyens. Whoosh! Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then, it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Suiren Ji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang He entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh! 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiao Chen. Jiang He's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiao Chen. This is somewhat strange. Suiren Ji stared at Xiao Chen, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiao Chen's cultivation. Xiao Chen, who appeared before Suiren Ji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a grey-clad 9-vein sovereign Emperor Doyan immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chen without saying a word. When Xiao Chen punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Ci. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-vein sovereign Emperor Doyan, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-vein sovereign emperor. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, Suiren Ji and the other doyens clearly saw Xiao Chen's cultivation. A bona fide nine-vein sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiaoqin had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiaoqin landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the doyen who vomited blood. It's not really, the grey-clad doyen quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiaoqin attacked earlier, the grey-clad doyen seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epoch. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiaoqin raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 2343. Xiaoqin raised his hand and flicked his finger. The grey-clad 9-vein sovereign emperor Doyen instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji's shock. Although this grey-clad Doyen was not particularly strong among the 9-vein sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiaoqin was a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiaoqin, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other doyens asked out of curiosity. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiaoqin had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiaoqin paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiaoqin was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epoch, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiaoqin finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything, came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiaoqin was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiaoqin suddenly saw the light. Then, he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Xiaoqin absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Xiaoqin had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Xiaoqin didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epoch collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epoch will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Xiaoqin said that, Mu Zifeng and the other doyens exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Xiaoqin sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Xiao Chen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the faux god realm. Get some rest. Jiang He is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Xiao Chen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations. Jiang He said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Xiao Chen sized up Jiang He with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. Jiang He smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epoch is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epoch might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jiang He showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking. Xiao Chen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess." When the martial epoch is destroyed, the rules of the martial epoch, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epoch appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation. Ah, Jiang He had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the faux god war in the Yanwu dynasty come to an end?" Xiao Chen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the faux god war in the Yanwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jiang He nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the faux god war. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen Emperor." After a pause, Jiang He continued, "However, things are far from over. The Demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yanwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yanwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kittagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuan Zhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yan Chen who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between faux gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the Demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yanwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epoch changed. Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you. Jiang He looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he's staked everything on me. Xiao Chen appeared rather calm about Jiang He's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jiang He sized up Xiao Chen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jiang He and the others were still in a cage, but Xiao Chen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jiang He's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you sure?" While Xiao Chen spoke casually, Jiang He knew that once Xiao Chen went, there would be a bloody storm. "I'm sure." "Tell me, then." Xiao Chen knew that Jiang He had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple-gold Dragon Emperor intends to bring forward the Dragon Emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jiang He's eyes as he said, "However, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other Divine Dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "It will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire." "Xiao Chen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well?" Jiang He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down." Xiao Chen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much." "What does that mean?" Jiang He remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiao Chen's words. "Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future." Even after a long time, Jiang He still could not figure out Xiao Chen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. "She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire." Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair, would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chen felt startled. He had heard from Jiang He that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuanzhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then, he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiaochen was very familiar with such a scene. The Life Tao and the Death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiaochen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yanwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiaochen's feet. Then, Xiaochen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yanwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiaochen saw Yuanzhen on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiaochen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiaochen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiaochen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuanzhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiaochen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiaochen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao! The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiaochen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving little Yellow Feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two Protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuanzhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiaochen's ears as scriptures echoed. Rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiaochen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiaochen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in Protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiaochen, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiaochen entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epoch ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiaochen returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiaochen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiaochen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiaochen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiaochen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yanwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw. Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiao Chen could see the dragon luck guarding the Yanwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yanwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiao Chen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiao Chen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yanwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epoch, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epoch gathered. Xiao Chen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuan Zhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiao Chen knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Pa! Millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiao Chen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in. The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiao Chen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuan Zhen glanced over. When he saw Xiao Chen, he smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiao Chen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship, even faster. Xiao Chen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiao Chen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. There were even people of the demonic Tao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chen and Su Yi, Xiao Chen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Tao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiao Chen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 2345. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuanjun saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Chen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuanzhen's ambition. Xiao Chen asked softly, should I call you Yuanzhen or the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva? Yuanzhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuanzhen. I prefer you to call me Yuanzhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuanzhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuanzhen. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuanzhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuanzhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiao Chen was indeed Yuanzhen and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Chen said softly, if you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epoch is established, your memories of Yuanzhen will disappear. Yuanzhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuanzhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, most of the time, there is actually no choice. Maybe. Xiao Chen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation. Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuanzhen smiled and said, you have pretty good eyes. Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But, even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xiao Chen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuanzhen argued, what's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yanwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you. Yuanzhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, Xiao Chen, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then, would you believe me? The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuanzhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiaochen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuan Zhen and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xiaochen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Did I say you could leave? Yuan Zhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuan Zhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the two palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiaochen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiaochen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Xiaochen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epoch shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuan Zhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then, he watched helplessly as Xiaochen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Xiaochen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiaochen dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuan Zhen said indifferently, I feel that he is not as simple as a nine-veined sovereign emperor. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiaochen wanted to figure out Yuan Zhen and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuan Zhen thought the same. However, Yuan Zhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiaochen hovered in the air and looked down at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuan Zhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Xiaochen sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar. Xiaochen asked in confusion, why are the two of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even faux gods do not dare to barge in. The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Xiaochen understood that Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Xiaochen, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuan Zhen's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Xiaochen saw the little monk Yan Chen, he felt rather happy. Big brother, my master passed away, Yan Chen said sullenly, showing grief on his face. Big brother, my master passed away. Venerable Su Yun. This senior had left a very good impression on Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt deep respect for him. How did he die? The heavenly book scholar explained, back when we were still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuan Zhen's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Suyi to the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body. Then, he died together, destroying the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Shao Chen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Shao Chen asked. Yan Chen answered, the abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the Hidden Spirit Temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yan Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha. Unexpectedly, Yan Chen would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yan Chen's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Shao Chen said softly, before I came, I saw that the entire Yanwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right? The Heavenly Book scholar smiled and said, if even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all. Yan Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant. Aside from the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. It looks like the situation is not that bad. Shao Chen said, help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now. After taking his leave of the 2, Shao Chen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Shao Chen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Shao Chen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. Wait here first. Sang did not feel surprised to see Shao Chen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Shao Chen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 23:46. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Shao Chen waved his hand. Then, he looked at Shao Chen and said, it has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yanwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves. As the 2 walked casually, Shao Chen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, the desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yanwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epoch ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms. Shao Chen frowned and said, the epoch changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all. What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epochs. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble. Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Shao Chen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Shao Chen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Shao Chen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiaochen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others, then. Alright. Sang led the way, bringing Xiaochen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiaochen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. What are you thinking about? Sang asked as he walked out. Xiaochen muttered softly, previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many faux gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiaochen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire Desolate Sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiaochen's point of view. So, I have to figure it out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiaochen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, this fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epoch. The Blue Dragon's old land, Xiaochen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiaochen had seen previously. Come in. The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind right after he appeared. Xiaochen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiaochen with a confused expression. Every time Xiaochen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiaochen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiaochen was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiaochen to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiaochen did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want. However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiaochen and directly handed a jade strip to Xiaochen. Ancestor Dragon Art? Xiaochen gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the ancestor dragon art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiaochen did not really need the ancestor dragon art right now. Right now, his flawless saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiaochen had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiaochen was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiaochen condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiaochen comprehended the Tao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiaochen had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the ancestor dragon art to Xiaochen, it handed Xiaochen an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Xiaochen received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiaochen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiaochen. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiaochen. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the ancestor dragon art or the royal genealogical record, Xiaochen knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiaochen. Even with Xiaochen's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the emperor dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the divine dragon empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally. The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiaochen feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiaochen asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon Throne and the Royal Genealogical Record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon Epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's final wish." So, that is what the Dragon Spirit wants. Xiaochen put away the Emperor Dragon Throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the Dragon Spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon Treasure Trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." "Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the Wings of Time back then?" The Dragon Spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the Wings of Time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the Wings of Time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiaochen asked the question in his heart. Then, he looked at the Dragon Spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The Dragon Spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiaochen found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the Dragon Spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor." "How about that?" Xiaochen said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The Dragon Spirit sighed. After a while, it said, "All right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King. An enemy stronger than the Holy Lord. Naturally, Xiaochen thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epoc's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epoch declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiaochen. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiaochen said, "How did he prepare?" "If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea." The dragon spirit looked at Xiaochen, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon." The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epoch. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epoch. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the wings of time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid two formations. Two formations. Xiaochen knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky. Yes. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the wings of time as the formation core, Xiaochen formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiaochen was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epoch. Hence, the Heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the Heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epoch. The Heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the Heavenly Tao since the birth of the epoch. Coincidentally, Xiaochen's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the Heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The Heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation is activated by the Xuewu dynasty's Blood Dragon cloak." Xiaochen quickly recalled the Blood Dragon cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, One is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The two inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the two formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's true inheritor. Xiao Qin could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun really hid himself deeply. What, starting the Divine Dragon epoch and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Xiao Qin was certain that she had not known about this either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun visit the ethereal immortal palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Xiao Qin. You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now? Xiao Qin asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, according to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the two inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the two formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Tao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the Divine Dragon epoch and not a demonic Tao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline. The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Xiao Qin the reason. Don't blame Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the two formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Qin felt suspicious. He asked, why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated? The dragon spirit smiled and said, back then, he secretly laid the two formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful. Xiao Qin thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the foe god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the Divine Dragon epoch. You have to snatch that person's Blood Dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Qin with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in Xiao Qin's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Qin would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Qin left this place. Then, he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Qin first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Qin felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Qin's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Qin arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Shao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Shao Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death qi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Shao Chen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 23:48. With Wuchang gone, the Blue Dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Shao Chen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word involuntary. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Shao Chen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation and the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the Wings of Time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Shao Chen admired Dragon Emperor Shao Yun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Shao Chen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Shao Chen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the Blue Dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Shao Chen wondered if Shao Chen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Shao Chen did not know that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Shao Chen sighed and left the land of the Blood Moon. The vast desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epoch. Under the agile Blood Moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Shao Chen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the Heavenly Tao's killing intent born in the martial epoch into the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Shao Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the Blood Moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Shao Chen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the Chaos Godly eyes were activated. Suddenly, he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation for his own use. According to the Dragon Spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Holy Cloak to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a sole treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiao Chen and she to fight. Huh? Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the blood moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Zhen Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Zhen Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiao Chen in the Grave Sea Cluster. Zhen Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Tao because of Zhen Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh! 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 A few more beams of light flashed. Yan Sangming quickly followed, arriving beside Zhen Yuan. Yan Sangming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiao Chen, who stood on the Azure Mountain Town's walls. Then, he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Zhen Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Zhen Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiao Chen's attention even more than Yan Sangming did. Yan Sangming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yan Sangming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushan Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiao Chen slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiao Chen had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. "What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right?" Xiao Chen did not deny it, testing Zhen Yuan's purpose in coming. Yan Sangming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yan Sangming felt like a joke on Xiao Chen's part, very comical. Yan Sangming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yanwu dynasty and fought Yuan Zhen to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation. He is on equal footing with Yuan Zhen's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epoch comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epoch. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you." Xiao Chen felt excited, feeling that Yan Sangming was right. Only a few people could start a new epoch. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiao Chen accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Yanwu dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. "So?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Yan Sangming. He. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later." Yan Sangming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position, so they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yen Sangming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yen Sangming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yen Sangming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiao Chen's heart. Why did Yen Sangming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yen Sangming's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuan Zhen. That's not right. Chu Chaoyun. Guess again. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu. Yen Sangming smiled faintly and said, that's not right. It's she. After he returned to the demonic Dao palace from the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuan Zhen's Buddhist nation alone in the Yenwu dynasty, he became even stranger. Yen Sangming did not know the reason either. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yen Sangming continued, telling Xiao Chen his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the Epic Masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiao Chen swept his gaze past Jin Yuan and fixed it on Jin Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Whoosh! Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. Two black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Jin Yuan's face when he heard what Xiao Chen said. He said softly, that's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 1. 0001 Inch The first clause of the boyfriend rental contract, Party A can look for Party B 24 hours a day, but Party B must keep his phone switched on. Second, Party B must fully cooperate with Party A's requests. Third, any physical contact must be permitted by Party A. 4. 5. In a quiet coffee shop located in the eastern district of Huahai City, in a private room by the window. A young woman wearing a light blue dress with black hair hanging down to her waist was reading a contract with a serious expression. The woman's beautiful eyes were as bright as autumn water, her curved eyebrows, long eyelashes, and plump, captivating red lips. Not to mention her exquisite facial features, her temperament was outstanding, like a fairy that had walked out of a painting, elegant and refined. In front of her was a young man wearing a wrinkled blue and white striped shirt, a pair of pierced shoes, and neat short hair. He had a manly appearance and was listening to her attentively. Every time the woman read a clause, the man would sincerely nod his head, indicating his agreement. Contract signatory, Party A, Su Qingxue. Party B, Yi Fan. Signing time. After meticulously reading the boyfriend rental contract, Su Qingxue let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she looked at Yi Fan, who she had met for the first time today, and was quite satisfied. Sure enough, her eyes were very accurate. Judging from Yi Fan's appearance and the information he submitted online, she could tell that he was a loyal and honest person. She would obediently listen to whatever she said. Moreover, this man's appearance was not bad. Although he was dressed rather old-fashioned, with a little dressing up, he was enough to be her fake boyfriend. The contract is roughly like this. First, I'll rent it for 3 months, then we'll see how it goes. Do you have any objections? Su Qingxue pushed the contract over and asked coldly. Yi Fan carefully took the contract, then carefully flipped through it one by one. When he reached the last page, he politely asked, Miss Su, I have a few questions that I need to confirm first. Su Qingxue nodded, that's what I should do, you can ask. That's right, what if I happen to be teaching a class and can't go to your place all of a sudden and waste some time? Yi Fan asked again. Su Qingxue sipped her coffee and lightly said, you're really thoughtful. It seems like you're also a responsible tutor. Yi Fan bashfully smiled, it's all right. After all, I've received my salary, so I have to be worthy of my students. Su Qingshue's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. She also admired Yi Fan's attitude. After taking the money, he had to work seriously. This kind of person was trustworthy. Don't worry, I won't pursue such a small matter. I'll avoid looking for you while you're tutoring. Su Qingxue had already considered this point. That's good, I see that Miss Su is also a reasonable person. Yi Fan said gratefully. Right at this moment, Yi Fan's old man's phone rang. The caller ID displayed, moo 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 moo. Yi Fan picked up the phone and apologetically said to Su Qingxue, I'm sorry, Miss Su, it's my student's number. Su Qingxue didn't mind, you should pick up the phone first. Maybe your student has something urgent. Fan Xian held the phone, as if he was too embarrassed to disturb the others in the coffee shop, so he specially ran to the door to pick it up. This polite action left a good impression in Su Qingshue's heart. Outside the coffee shop, Yi Fan picked up the phone and asked, moo 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 moo, what's the matter? A girl's clear and melodious voice came from the other side, Teacher Yi Fan. Come and save me, sob sob. My account has dropped from the diamond rank back to the platinum rank. So it's like that, but I have other part-time jobs later. I've been quite busy these few days, so I can only go to your house another day. Yi Fan had a troubled look on his face. Ah. Would it take a few days? I won't drop another level, right? Alright, Yi Fan, quickly come and save me. Moo 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 pleaded. Fan Xian earnestly said, don't worry, with teacher here, I'll help you get back the diamond sooner or later. As long as you pay the tuition fee, master and king won't be a problem. But I've given you all my pocket money this month, so there really isn't much left. Moo 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 said pitifully. Fan Xian smiled and said, teacher knows that it's not easy for you. Isn't it almost next month? You'll have pocket money again very soon, humph. Hateful, just thinking about other people's pocket money. Although Moo 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 was depressed, she still said expectantly, then come to my house when you're done with your work. I'll wait for you. No problem. Your teacher is a man of his word. After comforting the students, Fan Xian walked back into the coffee shop with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Miss Su, I've made you wait for so long. Students nowadays, after leaving the teacher, it's as if they don't know anything. They always get the questions wrong, and then they get anxious. Sigh. Yi Fan sighed with emotion. Qingxue also understood, being a teacher requires patience. Are you in a hurry to go over? No, I plan to cultivate a student's ability to learn and think independently. I can't help her as soon as there's a problem. Yi Fan looked like he had put in a lot of effort. Qingxue secretly agreed in her heart. She was a very independent woman to begin with, so she felt that Yi Fan was getting more and more to her liking. To be able to find such a man to be her fake boyfriend, she shouldn't need to worry too much. If you have no other objections, then sign it. Qingxue said expressionlessly. Fan Xian smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, this little girl looks exactly the same as Big Sister Fairy, but her personality is too cold. Could it be that she really just looks like him? However, since he had successfully applied for this special part-time job on the internet, he might as well observe her for a while. In any case, he would be able to get a decent commission, and having a beautiful woman as his girlfriend was quite pleasing to the eye, even if it was fake. Taking the contract, Yi Fan straightforwardly signed his name. His handwriting was like iron and silver hook, experienced and elegant, and it looked like it was filled with the charm of Chinese characters. When Qingxue saw this signature, she couldn't help but have a flash of admiration in her beautiful eyes. In this society, there weren't many people who had good handwriting. After signing the contract, Qingxue handed a thick envelope to Yi Fan and said, "This is the agreed advance payment of 20,000, you can count it." Fan Xian beamed as he took the heavy envelope and put it into his loose beach pants pocket. "There's no need to count, the thickness of 20,000 yuan is between 1.8 centimeters and 2 centimeters. In addition, the thickness of this envelope is 2 centimeters, so the thickness is just right." Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. She never thought that someone would even calculate the thickness of the money. How much did they like money? However, she didn't reject this kind of person. People who loved money were easy to listen to, which was exactly what she needed right now. Qingxue took out another piece of information from her bag. There were more than a dozen pieces of paper, and there was a lot of information written on them. On this piece of information, there is some information about you and me, including how we met and how we were together. Take it back and take a look, so that no one can see through it, Qingxue said. Li Fan Xian didn't expect the woman to be so professional. He smiled and took the information. "I'll look at it when I get back. Tomorrow morning, 10 a.m., Yuqiong Building's B2 parking lot. Remember not to be late." After saying this, Qingxue got up and prepared to leave. "Miss Su, don't worry. I have the most sense of time. That's for the best." Yi Fan looked at the cup of caramel macchiato in front of the woman. Before he finished drinking, he asked, "Miss Su, you still have half of your coffee." "I'm not drinking anymore," Qingxue said lightly. "That's such a waste, 30 yuan per cup." Without saying anything else, Yi Fan took it and drank it all in one gulp. Qingxue wanted to stop him, but she was too embarrassed. Although being thrifty was a good habit, she felt uncomfortable when she thought about how she and this guy were actually, indirectly kissing. The two of them walked out of the coffee shop together. A few customers and waiters couldn't help but take a few more glances at Qingxue. Such a fairy-like woman was rare in life. As for Yi Fan, who was dressed in extremely simple clothes, he was automatically ignored. Arriving at the parking lot, Qingxue opened the door of an azure Maserati Grand Cabrio. The feeling of a beautiful woman in a car made the passers-by look sideways. Seeming to have thought of something, Qingxue turned around and asked, "What grade of student are you tutoring?" "Second year of high school. What's wrong, Miss Su?" Yi Fan had a simple smile on his face. Qingxue shook her head, "Nothing." To be able to tutor a high school student, no matter what, he was still a university student. Qingxue felt more confident in her heart. The Maserati sports car carried a strong gust of wind and quickly left, bringing with it a large number of envious gazes. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was finally able to take out a bag of red double happiness. He put one in his mouth and lit it up for himself. He took a deep breath in enjoyment and puffed out a cloud of smoke. He was in a good mood as he received another large sum of money from his part-time job. He walked to the non-motorized vehicle parking lot and took out a rusty second-hand bicycle. Seeing that the sky was gradually turning dark, Yi Fan muttered to himself, "It's still 30 minutes from here to the brocade apartment. Looks like I have to hurry up." Auntie Zhao said that there are still 3 air conditioners to be fixed. Chapter 2. 0002 As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai City, the Splendid Group built a 30-story building in the Second Ring Road, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. It was used as a dormitory for the employees of the Splendid Group. Because it was convenient to get to work, had complete facilities, and had an elegant environment, many higher-ups of the company also stayed here. There was another name for this place, Beauty Apartment. Because more than half of the employees in the Splendid Group were female, from the higher-ups with shares to the ordinary salespeople, most of them were good-looking, making the entire apartment look like a country of women. Not to mention anything else, the trash can in front of the building overflowed with a large amount of flowers and love letters every day, enough to fill a small truck. "Let me go. Let me go. You guys. If you do this again, I will call the police." At this moment, at the entrance of the apartment, 4 to 5 men in black suits were aggressively holding a woman in a moon-white office dress as they walked out of the apartment. The woman's originally neatly combed hair was now a mess, but one could still see her smooth and fair oval face, delicate nose, delicate red lips, and light makeup, showing the charm of a mature city woman. Director Feng. What is going on? Who are these people? The dormitory manager, Auntie Zhao, was anxious and wanted to stop them, but this group of burly men were not to be trifled with. There were some other female employees at the entrance, but when they saw the woman being captured, they were also scared out of their wits. Feng Yuing was the director of the splendid group's sales department. She belonged to the upper management of the company and was also one of the few strong women in the business world of Huahai City. Because Feng Yuing had been single for so many years, she lived in this apartment with peace of mind, making it convenient for her to work. Sister Zhao. Quickly call the police. Just say that the White Sharks gang is holding me hostage. Feng Yuing resisted all the way and turned to shout at the dormitory manager. When Auntie Zhao heard this, her face turned pale with fright. White Sharks gang. This. The White Sharks gang was the biggest gang in Huahai City, deeply rooted in both the underworld and the underworld. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke them. Auntie Zhao trembled as she lowered her head. She did not dare to make a phone call, afraid that she would be implicated. The leader of the group was a man in a black suit with gray hair and a full beard. He grinned at Feng Yuing. Shut up. Stinky bitch. You dare to call the police? You think that calling the police will work after cheating our ninth Wang's money? Believe it or not, I'll slit your throat and throw it into the sea. As soon as he said that, Auntie Zhao and the other female employees became even more afraid. Their bodies stiffened. That batch of goods was bought by your Lord Jiu himself. I'm just doing business with him. He is the one who thinks too highly of himself. What does it have to do with me? Feng Yuing was so angry that her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. The white-haired man glared at her. Bitch, are you saying that our Lord Jiu has wronged you? If you don't serve us well tonight, don't even think about coming back. Take him away. No matter how much Feng Yuing resisted, she was still a woman after all. Being pushed onto the cart by these burly men, it looked like she couldn't hold on any longer. At first, they were hoping that the dormitory manager, Auntie Zhao, would call the police. However, after careful consideration, none of these people dared to provoke the White Sharks gang. Their hopes were dashed. Could it be that the innocence that she had guarded for so many years was going to be destroyed tonight and sullied by this group of scoundrels? Right at this moment, Yi Fan, who was riding his bicycle to the entrance of the apartment, got off and asked, "What's going on?" "Director Feng, why did they arrest you?" Feng Yuing recognized Yi Fan and knew that he was a water and electricity repairman for the apartment. He could repair all kinds of electrical appliances, but he wasn't an official employee of the company. The two of them had known each other for a while, but they weren't very familiar with each other. Logically speaking, they shouldn't involve each other. However, Feng Yuing was too scared. She couldn't care too much and could only plead, "Yi Fan. Help me call the police. They want to kidnap me." "What? Kidnapping her in public?" Yi Fan's face was serious. He took out his phone and said, "Director Feng, don't worry. I have the most sense of justice." Seeing that Yi Fan was really going to call the police, Auntie Zhao and the other female employees all broke out in cold sweat for him. Sure enough, the men in black from the White Sharks gang all had a murderous look on their faces. The white-haired man said gloomily, "Brat, you dare to interfere in our White Sharks gang's matters? Are you tired of living? What White Sharks and Black Sharks? They don't sound as good as Yellow Croaker." Yi Fan clicked his tongue. Yellow Croaker. F***CKU, beat him up. The white-haired man signaled with his eyes. Immediately, two men in black surrounded Yi Fan. One of them snatched the phone from Yi Fan's hand, while the other kicked at Yi Fan's back. Yi Fan was too lazy to make a call. It was too late to call the police anyway, so he simply leaned to the side and dodged the man's kick. The man's kick missed and instead kicked another man in black who was directly opposite him. "I-oh." The man in front of him was kicked over. At this time, Yifan took a step back and crossed his left leg. Just as he was about to retract his leg, the man behind him tripped and lost his balance. He immediately fell on all fours. All of this happened in less than 3 seconds. Before the surrounding people could see what was going on, the two men in black fell to the ground. The female employees in front of the apartment were dumbfounded. Feng Yuying's eyes lit up with hope. She never thought that this part-time young man would have such a trick up his sleeve. "Shit-eating guy. Aren't you ashamed?" The white-haired man spat and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms, and walked in front of Yifan. "Brat, you asked for it. Don't blame me if I give you a concussion with 2 punches," the white-haired man grinned. He used to fight in the black market, so his arm strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand. He raised his hand and threw a punch the size of a sandbag towards Yifan's head. Yifan didn't panic and dodged. The white-haired man's punch just happened to hit their own black Buick business car. Clang! The white-haired man's fist landed on the car window, shattering it into pieces. The glass shards pierced his hand and fresh blood flowed out. The white-haired man grimaced in pain and cried out. Yifan turned around and went behind the white-haired man. He kicked the back of the man's leg and hit his hamstring. "Ah!" The white-haired man screamed. One of his legs was in pain and numb. He almost knelt down. King bastard. The white-haired man gritted his teeth and staggered around. He used his bloody fist to hit Yifan again. However, one of Yifan's feet was already in front of the white-haired man. He seemed to lightly kick him in the face. The white-haired man's nose started to bleed and there was a shoe print on his face. He fell down. "Boss!" The few men in black were dumbfounded. The white-haired man was actually beaten to the point where he couldn't fight back and was in such a sorry state. The group of female employees and dormitory aunties all looked at Yifan in amazement, as if this was the first time they had met him. Yifan turned around and looked at the 2 men who were still holding Feng Yuying hostage. He revealed a cold and evil smile. "Hey, aren't you guys going to send him to the hospital? What if he gets a concussion?" The 2 men shivered and let go of Feng Yuying dejectedly. They ran to lift the white-haired man up. The 4 or 5 people hurriedly returned to the car and quickly drove away in the Buick. Feng Yuying felt relieved. She felt as if she had collapsed. When they left, she found that her whole body was covered in sweat. She sat on the ground and panted. Her heart was still thumping. "Department head Feng, are you all right?" Feng Yuying raised her head and saw Yifan's harmless and honest smile. It was as if that cold and evil man was not a person at all. She didn't know why, but Feng Yuying realized that the man in front of her seemed to be wearing a mask. She couldn't see the real him at all. "You? Who are you?" Feng Yuying muttered. Yifan blinked and laughed heartily. "I am Xiao Yi, the repairman here. Didn't I go to Department Head Feng's house to fix your electrical appliances twice before?" Feng Yuying looked at him with a complicated gaze. She knew that she couldn't get anything out of him. She sighed, but still said sincerely, "Thank you, Yifan. If it wasn't for you, I would have been in big trouble today." "It's nothing, just a small matter," Yifan said with a smile. He reached out his hand again. "Department Head Feng, let me help you up. The ground is hot from the sun. It's easy to have diarrhea if you sit for too long." "Where did you hear that from?" Feng Yuying blushed. This young man was really straightforward. After hesitating for a moment, she still put her white and tender hand into Yifan's hand. Feng Yuying's figure was quite voluptuous, and her hands weren't thin either. It was very comfortable to hold. Just as he was about to pull the woman up, he heard Feng Yuying's brows furrow and let out a soft cry. "What's wrong?" "My foot. I think I sprained it." Feng Yuying looked like she was in pain. I felt pity for her. Yi Fan looked at her left foot. The heel of her high heels was broken. It was obvious that she had accidentally injured herself when she was struggling just now. Department head Feng, let me carry you. Forcefully walking will hurt you even more. Yi Fan didn't say anything else and bent down in front of Feng Yuing. This isn't appropriate. Feng Yuying's face was red. Ever since she was young, other than her father, she had never been carried by another man. Yi Fan smiled indifferently. It's okay, I have good stamina, I can carry it. Feng Yuing burst into laughter. You make it sound like I'm very heavy. Chapter 3 0003 Feng Yuying's delicate face was fiery red. She pursed her red lips and lowered her head, not daring to look at the gazes of the people around her. The surrounding female employees and dormitory aunties were all smiling ambiguously. After all, this was the first time they had seen Feng Yuing so shy. Taking the elevator, they arrived at the 26th floor. The higher the floor of the apartment, the higher the level of the people living there, and the more exquisite the rooms were. After going down to Feng Yuying's level, he was already living in a single room. It was more than 100 square meters, so it was quite comfortable to live in. Opening the door and entering the room, there was a faint smell of Dior perfume. Yi Fan placed Feng Yuing on a gray European-style cloth sofa. Seeing Feng Yuing biting her lips with a pained expression, he asked, Department head Feng, is it very painful? Sigh, I don't know why, but it's getting more and more painful. There are still several important meetings in the next 2 days, this is troublesome. Feng Yuying's face was full of worry. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, how about I show you? Feng Yuing was about to thank Yi Fan and send him off, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but wonder, you know how to look? I know a bit of healing techniques, maybe I can help you recover faster. Yi Fan smiled very sincerely. Feng Yuing remembered that this man seemed to know a bit of martial arts, so he might really know a bit of Chinese medicine. Seeing that Yi Fan was so sincere, rejecting him might hurt his good intentions. Then. All right then, sorry to trouble you. Feng Yuying's voice carried a trace of nervousness. A single man and a single woman, causing her red lips to purse tightly. Yi Fan sat on the carpet generously and took off his broken high heels. Because it was summer, after a busy day, Feng Yuying's feet were inevitably sweaty. However, a beauty was a beauty, so there was no stench even after sweating. After waiting for a while, Feng Yuing realized that Yi Fan had his head lowered and didn't move. She couldn't help but wonder, what are you looking at? Yi Fan smiled and said, nothing, it's just that department head Feng's feet are so beautiful, I couldn't help but take a look. It would have been better if she didn't say anything, but when she said that, Feng Yuing immediately spat out, little hooligan, so you're actually so indecent. I didn't see it before. Yi Fan was not embarrassed, a fair lady, a gentleman's good mate. I am a man, I will definitely like her when I see a beauty. This is just a normal reaction, so you can't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you should blame yourself for being beautiful. Alright. Stop talking. Feng Yuying's face was like a ripe peach. She turned her head and muttered, I only said one sentence and you came up with so many flowery words. Where did you learn all this from? Fan Xian said seriously, I didn't learn it, but it came from the bottom of my heart. Minister Feng. If you continue, I'll really get angry. Feng Yuing felt a little strange when she heard a man talking about her feet. Her heart was pounding like a deer. Although she said that she was angry, her tone sounded a little soft and weak. Suddenly, Yi Fan released the woman's jade foot, stood up and said, all right, Minister Feng, try walking down. Feng Yuing was stunned for a moment before she slowly regained her senses. Already recovered? She didn't even notice that when the two of them were talking, Yi Fan had already pinched her ankle for a while. If Director Feng wants me to pinch it a little longer, I have no objections. Yi Fan said. No. No need. Feng Yuing shook her head. She carefully placed her feet on the ground and stood up. After taking 2 simple steps, although her feet still hurt a little, it basically didn't affect her anymore. Feng Yuing looked at Yi Fan in surprise. It's really healed. How did you do it? Yi Fan smiled innocently and said, it's just relaxing my muscles and bones, there's nothing special about it. From what I see, if you don't want to be a maintenance worker in the future, you can change your profession and become a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Feng Yuing smiled sweetly, thank you so much, you've helped me a lot today. Yi Fan said straightforwardly, it's just a small matter. Director Feng, if there's nothing else, I'll go fix the air conditioner first. Feng Yuing was grateful. She knew that standing up against the White Sharks gang was not a small matter. Yi Fan also took a lot of risks. Yi Fan, we've known each other for a long time, so don't call me director. You're not a member of our company, so there's no need to call me that. Feng Yuing said. Okay, then I'll call you Sister Yuing. Is that okay? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Feng Yuying's face turned red. Actually, she thought that calling her Sister Feng would be enough, but Yi Fan directly called her by her name, so she was too embarrassed to refuse. Anything is fine. Feng Yuing said as she walked to the fridge and took out a bottle of ice water. She gave it to Yi Fan, the weather is hot, drink some water before you go fix the air conditioner. Yi Fan didn't stand on ceremony and took the mineral water. Sister Yuing, you really love people. Who wants to marry you and enjoy a good life? Their relationship seemed to have gotten a lot closer as the way they addressed each other. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at him, you can tease me as much as you want. If I can't get married, I'll blame you. No problem, I'm single too, just nice. Yi Fan blinked. Feng Yuing was completely helpless. Her face turned red as she said, You only know how to tease your sister. Hurry up and leave after you're done drinking. I'm ignoring you. Yi Fan didn't expect this beautiful department head to blush so easily in private. He felt that it was quite interesting, but he just teased her a little. He wouldn't go too far, so he said goodbye to Feng Yuing and walked out of the room. After Yi Fan left, Feng Yuying's face revealed a hint of worry. Although nothing happened today, she didn't know what to do if Wang Jiu sent someone else over. Looks like I'll have to go on a business trip tomorrow to avoid trouble. Feng Yuing had a lot on her mind and there was a faint trace of fear on her face. An hour later, Yi Fan, who had finished repairing the 3 air conditioners, received his salary from Auntie Zhao and walked out of the apartment. Yi Fan rubbed his stomach. He had to find a place to eat dinner. But just as he was about to go get his bicycle, Yi Fan discovered that behind the 2 flower beds at the entrance of the apartment, there seemed to be a few sneaky figures, glancing at the apartment from time to time. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't need to think to know that those were the people sent by 9th Master Wang to keep an eye on Feng Yuing. Logically speaking, this had nothing to do with him, but Feng Yuing was a good girl with a good heart. It wasn't easy for her to work hard in the big city for so many years. He couldn't bear to see such a delicate flower being ruined. Yi Fan took out his red double happiness, put one in his mouth, and walked in front of the 3 hooligans. Bro, do you have fire? Yi Fan asked with a polite smile. A yellow-haired hooligan glanced at him in disdain. Who the F***ck is your brother? F***ck scram. Your quality is too low, you can only blame yourselves for getting beaten up. Yi Fan sighed, raised his hand and threw a punch, hitting the yellow-haired hooligan's face as fast as lightning. I-oh. The yellow-haired hooligan screamed and was directly knocked to the ground. The other 2 hooligans were dumbfounded. This poor and pedantic guy, how could he be even more tyrannical than them? The 2 of them immediately wanted to retaliate, waving their fists at Yi Fan from the left and right. However, Yi Fan didn't even look at them. He took a step forward and just happened to dodge the 2 fists. He turned around and raised his leg, kicking the 2 hooligans' buttocks. The 2 hooligans didn't even realize that the person had disappeared and directly fell to the ground. Both of them fell to the ground and complained incessantly. At this moment, the yellow-haired man endured the pain and crazily kicked at Yi Fan. However, that leg was blocked by Yi Fan's arm in mid-air, causing him to feel as if it was about to break. My leg! The yellow-haired man cried out in pain and fell to the ground. He hugged his calf and tears were about to flow out. Yi Fan stepped on the other hooligan who was about to get up, bent down and took out a lighter from his pocket and lit a cigarette for himself. After taking a puff and exhaling a white smoke ring, Yi Fan coldly looked at the three trembling guys. It's so hard to borrow a fire. If you had taken it out earlier, wouldn't it have been less troublesome? The yellow-haired man and the other two could tell that this young man was a martial artist. They, who pretended to be tough, were no match for him and could only admit defeat. Big brother, we are only following orders. Please spare us, my legs are about to break. The yellow-haired man smiled, but his smile was uglier than crying. Yi Fan didn't have the mood to waste his breath on them. Don't let me see you guys again. The yellow-haired man and the other two felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They nodded vigorously, got up, and immediately ran away with a limp. After the three of them ran away, Yi Fan happily put the lighter into his pants pocket. He then turned around to look at the brocade apartment and frowned. Although the three hooligans who were monitoring him had been chased away, that Wang Jiao would sooner or later send someone to make a move on Feng Yuing. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Fan took out his phone and made a call. Sister Ning, I'll go to your place for dinner. Yes, don't make it too complicated, just make it simple. No need to pick me up, I'll ride my bike there. Chapter 4 0004 Qingshan Lake, located in the north of Huahai City, was a good place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. The beautiful lakeside was lush with greenery, and the environment was quiet and secluded. On the side of a pedestrian street in Hunan, there were some expensive shops, most of which were luxury brand stores and Western restaurants. The only ancient building that was full of Chinese flavor was a tea house called Purple Leaf. Those who could come here to drink tea were either rich or noble, so even if it was a tea house, there were still many luxury cars parked in front of the door. Porsche, Land Rover, and even a few McLarens and Lamborghinis were enough to show that the guests here were of extraordinary status. Creak. Creak, Yi Fan rode his bicycle and leisurely arrived at the entrance of the tea house. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a handsome man about 25 or 26 years old wearing an ancient blue gown and handmade cloth shoes walking out quickly. Brother Fan, you're here. Leave the car to me, the young miss is waiting inside. The young man smiled warmly and took the bicycle from Yi Fan's hand. Little Zhao, I've told you a few times, there's no need to come out and pick me up. Yi Fan wiped the sweat off his face. Brother Fan, it's rare for you to come here. If you came every day, I wouldn't have come out to pick you up. Yi Fan sighed and tugged at his collar. It's been hot these past few days, so there's a lot of work to do to fix the air conditioner and fridge. In addition, I have to help students make up for their lessons, so I don't have much time to come. Yes, I know that Brother Fan is busy. Little Zhao said and put Yi Fan's dirty bicycle next to a Lamborghini sports car by the door. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Zhao, why did you put my broken car here? Isn't this affecting your business? It's fine. I just saw that Brother Fan's chain is lacking oil. I'll get someone to help you with oil later and do some maintenance. Little Zhao was very meticulous. Yi Fan couldn't do anything to him. Just as he was about to walk into the Purple Leaf tea house, he lowered his head and looked at his dirty clothes and pants. He felt that it wasn't suitable, so he turned his head and planned to go around the back door of the tea house. When Little Zhao saw this, he immediately went forward and pulled him. Brother Fan, please don't go through the back door. If the young miss knows, I can't afford it. Look at my outfit, it's dirty and smelly, it's not good for your guests to see it. Yi Fan explained. Little Zhao's face turned serious. Brother Fan, eldest miss is not that kind of person. She won't mind. Besides, no guest can compare to you. Fortunately, he didn't meet any guests along the way. He walked all the way to the innermost part of the restaurant, where there was a private room with a lake view. Little Zhao walked him to the door and didn't dare to enter again. He immediately retreated. Fan Xian pushed open a carved wooden door and walked in. As soon as he entered, 3 cold rays of light shot towards Yi Fan's heart, abdomen, and thighs, as fast as lightning. "I'll go." Yi Fan cried out in alarm, but his feet weren't slow. With a right step, he just happened to make 3 cold lights flash past him. Do. 3 inches long, thin as leaves, with purple tassels on them, pierced into the wooden door behind Yi Fan. He originally thought that this was the end, but following that, 3 more purple cold lights shot towards Yi Fan's heart at an oblique angle. Yi Fan speechlessly stretched out his left hand and waved it in the air. His 4 fingers just happened to catch the 3 throwing knives. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan turned his head to look at the inside of the private room. Behind a coffee table, there was a graceful and moving figure. "Sister Ning, is there a need to go so far as to pierce through my heart?" Yi Fan smiled bitterly. I just want to see if you really don't have a conscience. You haven't come to see me for so long." The woman who was humming was wearing a classic white cheongsam with red flowers, which wrapped around her tall and exquisite figure. She had a lustrous oval face, and her skin was fair and rosy. Under a pair of willowy eyebrows, she had a delicate nose, sexy and plump lips, and her fine black hair was tied up high behind her head. Her elegant and graceful temperament was definitely not something that could be cultivated by an ordinary woman. Yi Fan sighed and pulled out the throwing knives that were stuck in the door one by one. "It hasn't been that long, I just came here last month. You still have the face to say that?" The woman glared at Yi Fan and said flirtatiously, "In the entire Huahai city, all the famous disciples who want to see me, Ning Zimo, every day can already circle around Green Mountain Lake. You little scoundrel, even coming here once a month is too much." Yi Fan smiled, "Sister Ning, distance produces beauty. If we see each other every day, there won't be any novelty. Every time I see you, I feel like an immortal descending to the mortal world." "How wonderful." Ning Zimo narrowed her beautiful eyes and snorted, "Immortal descending to the mortal world? Is your sister Ning really that beautiful?" "Of course. You know how honest I am." Yi Fan said seriously, but in his heart, he suddenly remembered Su Qingxue, who he saw in the afternoon. In terms of immortal aura, Su Qingxue seemed to be stronger, but Ning Zimo won in terms of beauty. Ning Zimo pursed her lips and smiled, like a blooming rose, bright and moving. "Forget it, I'll forgive you, little scoundrel." Ning Zimo walked behind a small mahogany table and called out, "You must be hungry, come and eat. I've prepared all your favorite dishes." Yi Fan had already smelled the aroma of the food and was hungry. He walked to the table and sat down. When he saw the dishes on the table, he immediately felt helpless. How could this be what I like? Even if I liked it, I wouldn't be able to eat it. Australian abalone, deer antler stewed chicken, papaya snow clams, A5 and beef. If I eat this meal, my nose will bleed. Ning Zimo personally scooped a bowl of Thai fragrant rice and handed it to Yi Fan. She smiled, "This is big sister's kind intentions, don't waste it." Yi Fan took the rice and didn't care too much. He wolfed it down with big mouthfuls. He was really hungry after a busy day. After 2 bowls of rice, most of the delicacies on the table were gone. "Sister Ning, why aren't you eating?" Yi Fan realized that Ning Zimo had been sitting opposite him, holding her cheeks and looking at him with a smile. Ning Zimo said, "I've already eaten. Besides, I've been on a diet recently, so I don't eat much." "You're still trying to lose weight, you're already so slim." Yi Fan said as he chewed. "Losing weight is a woman's life career, you men don't understand." Ning Zimo thought of something and asked, "Oh right, do you like women to be thinner or more fleshy?" Yi Fan thought for a moment, then grinned and said, "I like to look thin and feel fleshy." "Little scoundrel, you really have the face to say that. Watch how big sister stabs you to death." Ning Zimo suddenly took out a throwing knife and threw it at Yi Fan across the table that was 1 meter wide. Yi Fan tilted his head and just happened to dodge the throwing knife. He was still eating as he vaguely said, "Sister Ning, that's about enough. Don't use me as a wooden stake to train. Ning Zimo was discouraged. She pouted and asked, Yi Fan, just tell me the truth. How many years have I trained hard to be able to hit you? About this. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, about 40 to 50 years. Ning Zimo rolled her eyes and said hatefully, just say that I won't have any hope in this lifetime. Yi Fan chuckled. Cultivation was ultimately a matter of talent and diligence. Words like, diligence can make up for stupidity, were meant to comfort those idiots. After drinking a large bowl of chicken soup and wiping out all the food on the table, Yi Fan sighed in satisfaction. Just as he was about to take out his red double happiness and smoke one, he saw that Ning Zimo had already brought a Havana cigar to his mouth. Don't smoke those cheap cigarettes, it's not good for your body. Ning Zimo reprimanded. Yi Fan picked up the cigar and shook his head. It's fine, cheap cigarettes are strong, I'm used to smoking them. If I tell you to smoke less, then smoke less. You're only 25, isn't it good to live a few more years? Ning Zimo complained. Yi Fan didn't dare to talk back. After all, this woman was doing it for his own good, so he could only change the topic and ask, Sister Ning, in the chicken soup I just drank, there were a lot of chewy things. Are they sea cucumbers? Ning Zimo's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange mischievous look. You're talking about that, it's half a kangaroo tail that I asked the chef to chop up and put in. I'll give you some nourishment. Yi Fan opened his mouth and almost dropped the cigar. Half. Half, how is it? You can't tell, right? If you chop it up, it won't have much taste. Moreover, it's easier to absorb the essence inside. Ning Zimo saw Yi Fan's expression and smiled even more happily. Yi Fan suddenly felt that his blood was surging, and the top of his head was about to emit steam. Chapter 5. 0005 Ning Zmo walked behind Yi Fan and pinched the man's shoulder with her bare hands. She lowered her head and exhaled, What do you think my purpose is? Fan Xian swallowed his throat, but remained silent. However, although the woman in front of him was beautiful, he couldn't touch her as he pleased. Once he touched her, it would mean that many things would be different. It wasn't easy for him to have a peaceful and stable life. If he were to be dragged into some circles, everything would be different. Yi Fan took a deep breath of the cigar and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. His gaze became deep, and bottomless. Suddenly, the man's temperament underwent a huge change. He was mature and experienced, with a dignified and domineering aura, causing the ambiguous temperature in the room to drop to the freezing point. Sister Ning, don't be like this. Yi Fan used a slightly hoarse and deep voice as he advised with a faint smile. Ning Zimo's face revealed a trace of sadness, resentment, and bitterness, but she quickly forced a smile. Look at how scared you are. It's not like Sister Ning will eat you. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. After using her words to cover up the awkward atmosphere, Ning Zmo left Yi Fan's side and walked to the window on the other side of the private room. At a short tea table, Ning Zmo elegantly knelt on a prayer mat and said, Since you're here, I have some new tea leaves. Help me taste and identify them. Yi Fan had already returned to his usual leisurely state, and sat down at the tea table with a smile. All right, I can admire Sister Ning's tea skills again. As the lady boss of the Purple Leaf Tea House, Ning Zmo's research on the way of tea was naturally quite extraordinary. Ning Zmo no longer joked. Her expression was serious, and her pair of beautiful white hands displayed a skilled and smooth tea art. Washing the tea, brewing, sealing the pot, her posture was natural and smooth. After that, she poured the tea into the fragrant cup, filled it to the brim, and brought it to Yi Fan. This is the Huizhou tea that was just delivered yesterday. Help me take a look and see what grade it is. Ning Zmo said with a smile. Yi Fan looked at the steeped tea leaves and said, This sharp tea is flat and sturdy, with 2 leaves hugging a bud, and the main vein is a little dark red. It should be the Taiping Hokue, right? Not bad, have a taste. Fan Xian smelled the fragrance of the tea, took a sip, and nodded, It is indeed a good tea. The aftertaste is sweet, but not cold. Ning Zmo rolled her eyes at him, of course. Otherwise, would it be worth more than 1,000 kilograms? I asked what rank the Taiping Hokue was. Fan Xian didn't answer. Instead, he took the teapot, poured out the tea, and poured it again. After pouring it back and forth 3 times, he picked up the 4th cup of tea and smelled it. How is it? Ning Zmo asked in anticipation. Fan Xian shook his head. Taiping Hokue, what we pay attention to is the monkey rhyme. Clear, fresh, sweet, long. The first 3, this tea has done. But in the end, as for the lasting, the orchid fragrance will disappear after the 4th infusion. Therefore, this tea can only be considered a first-class product, not a special grade Hokue. When Ning Zmo heard this, she immediately complained, now that you mention it, I'm sure that this Xiao Zhong doesn't know enough about tea and was fooled by others. Fan Xian smiled and said, tea leaves are very deep, it's normal to make mistakes in purchasing them. If only you could work for me. Ning Zmo smiled sweetly, how about it? Think about it. I have food and accommodation here, it's much more comfortable than you riding your bicycle everywhere. Fan Xian shrugged and tactfully refused, forget it. I quite like my current life. It's free and fulfilling. Ning Zmo said faintly, you make it sound like I will hinder your freedom. I just want to see you more. Hearing such pitiful words from such a charming beauty, even if Fan Xian had a heart of stone, his heart would soften. He knew that he had to leave quickly. Otherwise, if his heart softened for too long, he really wouldn't be able to bear to leave. Sister Ning, I think it's about time. I'll be leaving first. Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you talk to me more? Ning Zmo frowned, I'm bored by myself. Fan Xian laughed, let little Zhao and the others chat with you. Goodbye, Sister Ning, there's no need to send me off. After saying that, Fan Xian slipped out of the room like a gust of wind, making Ning Zmo, who was behind him, grit her teeth in anger. Damn ye Fan, stinky ye Fan, am I that annoying? Ning Zmo cursed, but her beautiful eyes were filled with loneliness. On the other side, Fan Xian quickly walked to the entrance of the tea house and let out a long sigh of relief. Every time he came here, he felt like he was on a roller coaster. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and something would happen between him and Ning Zmo. However, if he didn't come here for a long time, he would miss her. Little Zhao had already prepared the bicycle and had even applied oil on the chain. The entire bicycle was wiped clean, and even the rust seemed to have reduced. Brother Fan, your bicycle. Little Zhao handed the bicycle to Fan Xian. Thank you for your hard work. Fan Xian was about to say goodbye when he suddenly remembered something he forgot to mention. Oh right, Little Zhao, do you know of a person called Wang Jiu? Little Zhao immediately nodded with a serious expression, I know, a hall master of the White Sharks gang. He has some power in Huahai City. Could it be that Wang Jiu was disrespectful to Brother Fan? Brother Fan, don't worry, tonight I will make Wang Jiu's head fall. Hey. What are you thinking about? Fan Xian hurriedly interrupted and said in a low voice, that Wang Jiu has his eyes on a woman. Just tell him to restrain himself and not go too far. Little Zhao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't dare to ask too much. He replied, I understand. Fan Xian patted his shoulder, then got on the bicycle, lit a cigarette, and slowly set off. Only after Fan Xian had walked far away did Ning Zmo's figure walk out of the tea house. Eldest Mississippi, Little Zhao hurriedly lowered his head and greeted. What did he tell you? Ning Zmo directly asked. Little Zhao didn't dare to hide anything and told her about Wang Jiu. He then asked, Eldest Miss, Wang Jiu provoked Brother Fan. Should we get rid of him? Ning Zmo narrowed her eyes and said, no need, according to what Fan Xian said, just give him a warning. Also, go and find out who the woman Fan Xian wants to protect is. I want to see the picture. I understand. Little Zhao understood, then thought of something and said, eldest miss, Mayor Fu's son just called and wants to invite you to tea tomorrow. Tell him I'm not free." Ning Zmo coldly said, then turned around and walked back to the tea house. After riding for an hour, Yifan finally returned to his low-rent apartment in the old district. It was a simple one-bedroom house. The furniture was only the most basic bed, table, and chairs. There was also a moldy smell in the air. Fan Xian turned on a ceiling fan, and after a simple shower, he took out an old notebook from under the bed. This was also a second-hand product he bought online. In fact, there was nothing new in the house. Usually, Yifan was too lazy to go online, so he went home and went to sleep. However, after seeing Su Qingxue today, Yifan felt that he had to carefully investigate who this girlfriend was and why she looked almost exactly the same as Big Sister Fairy. With a casual search on the internet, he saw a lot of information about Su Qingxue's identity, the eldest miss of the famous Su family in Huahai City, the CEO of the embroidery group, the intelligent genius entrepreneur, the most beautiful businesswoman of the year. So she is the CEO of the embroidery group. I've never seen her before. Yifan muttered, lit a cigarette, and his eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. If all this information was true, then Su Qingxue was definitely not the Big Sister Fairy he had seen before. In that case, meeting such a woman who looked exactly the same, could it be that it was fate arranged by the heavens? Lying on the bed, Yifan took out the information Su Qingxue gave him and flipped through it briefly. 3 minutes later, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Yifan drank a bowl of soy milk at a snack stall, ate 2 sesame seed cakes, and rode his bike to the agreed-upon Yuqiong building. The Yuqiong building was either a high-end restaurant or a branded luxury store. The cost was very high, so Yifan would not have come here in the past. Just as it was 10 o'clock, Su Qingxue called. Knowing that Yifan had arrived on time, Su Qingxue was quite satisfied. In the underground B2 parking lot, Yifan did not see Su Qingxue driving her Maserati. Instead, he drove a black Lexus SUV. As the CEO of the embroidery group, changing a few luxury cars was nothing. Of course, Yifan was not surprised. The window was rolled down, and the woman was wearing a light blue lapel corset dress, revealing her delicate white arms. Her beautiful neck was wearing a thin platinum necklace, and she was even more gentle and quiet than yesterday. "Good morning, Miss Su, what are we going to do next?" Yifan greeted her with a smile. Su Qingxue's cold gaze sized up Yifan for a while. "Get in the car first." "Oh, okay." Yifan sat in the front passenger seat. Chapter 6 0006 After Yifan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. "Miss Su, although you are a great beauty and have some relationship with you, I am not at a disadvantage, but are you really not going to consider this kind of thing? I don't think you are a casual person. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Qingxue frowned, thinking that this guy really had an imagination. She took a bag from the back seat and threw it to Yifan. "I want you to change into this set of clothes. Even if you wear this set of clothes now, you won't be allowed to enter the building," Su Qingxue said. Yifan suddenly understood. No wonder the woman wanted to change cars, it was to make it easier for him to change his clothes. "Miss Su, if you said so earlier, then I would be relieved. What do you mean?" When Su Qingxue heard this, she felt even more uncomfortable. Could it be that something was really going to happen, or was he at a disadvantage? Yifan chuckled, nothing, I'll take it off now." Seeing that Yifan was about to take off his shirt, Su Qingxue quickly turned her head away and closed her eyes. At the same time, she had a bad premonition in her heart. Why did it feel like this man wasn't particularly honest? However, the contract had already been signed, and time was of the essence. It wasn't easy to find a strange man with a good appearance, so she couldn't be bothered. Yifan quickly finished changing his clothes. He wore a straight Givenchy white shirt, black slim pants, a Wan Baolong leather belt, and a pair of brown Ferragamo leather shoes. A set of clothes would cost at least 15 to 16,000. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Yi Fan's appearance seemed to have changed in an instant. It looks all right. Su Qingxue was very satisfied with her taste. Yi Fan put the old clothes and shorts he had taken off back into Givenchy's bag, and asked with a smile, "Miss Su, what are we going to do now?" "To see my parents," Su Qingxue answered very naturally. When Yi Fan heard this, his expression immediately stiffened. "Is the progress so fast? Do you want to buy some gifts? It's not appropriate to meet your parents for the first time empty-handed, right?" "There's no need," Su Qingxue said with a complicated gaze. "Anyway, I'll only bring you to see them once today. It doesn't matter if we don't see them in the future, as long as they know that I already have a boyfriend." Yi Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. "Also, you can't call me Miss Su anymore, change the name," Su Qingxue said. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then giggled and shouted, "Little Snow? Shua baby? Darling? Honey? Don't say any more." Su Qingxue's pretty face flushed red. She realized that she had really misjudged him. Once this guy got a little more familiar, he would become so shameless. No. It should be said that he was thick-skinned to begin with, but he didn't realize it yesterday. "Just call me Qingxue," Su Qingxue said and got off the car first. Yi Fan followed closely behind, all the way to the elevator, holding Su Qingxue's small hand. What are you doing?" Qingxue felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her hand trembled as she tried to pull it out, but Yi Fan held it tightly. Fan Xian felt the woman's gentleness and grinned. "Xiao Shui, we are lovers. Isn't it normal for us to hold hands and meet our parents? Article 3 of the contract, any physical contact requires my permission." Su Qingxue's watery eyes were about to freeze. Yi Fan asked, "Then do you think we shouldn't hold hands?" Su Qingxue was startled. If the two of them didn't hold hands, then in front of her parents, it would be too different. "Holding hands is fine, but, look, Little Snow, you agreed." "Ha, this is just getting on the bus first and then making up for the ticket. The effect is the same." Yi Fan blinked. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. "I told you, call me Qingxue, all right, Little Snow." The moment she entered the elevator, Su Qingxue felt as if she had boarded a pirate ship. This man's honest appearance yesterday was definitely an act. There were only two people in the elevator. Yi Fan comfortably smelled the jasmine fragrance of the woman beside him. After doing so many part-time jobs, Yi Fan enjoyed this job the most. "If you bring your nose closer, I'll beat you up." Su Qingxue found that the man had been leaning close to her hair and couldn't take it anymore. Yi Fan didn't blush. "Little Snow, don't be so agitated. If you want to pretend to be your boyfriend, of course you have to act closer, right?" "Humph," Su Qingxue sneered and glanced at him. "I admit, I made a mistake yesterday. I didn't expect you to be this kind of man. But don't think that I'm easy to bully. I just didn't bring my bodyguard with me. Otherwise, as long as I say the word, you won't have a good time. So you better be honest." Fan Xian smiled slowly and silently stood aside a little. Su Qingxue only thought that he was afraid and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If she couldn't control this man, she could only find another person to pretend to be her boyfriend. That would be too troublesome. The elevator went all the way to the French restaurant on the top floor of the hotel. The manager of the restaurant was a middle-aged white man dressed in a cultured and refined manner. When he saw Su Qingxue, he quickly greeted her respectfully and said in fluent Chinese, "Hello, Director Su." When he saw Yi Fan holding Su Qingxue's hand, he revealed a look of astonishment. Huahai City's famous Ice Mountain CEO, a celestial woman, was actually holding hands with a man. This was definitely a big piece of gossip. "Have my parents arrived?" Su Qingxue asked indifferently. "Mr. Su and his wife are both here. I'll bring you two over now." The manager smiled as he led the way. Walking past the magnificently decorated restaurant, Su Qingxue subconsciously looked at Yi Fan beside her. Normally, when people at the bottom of society entered this kind of place, they would be a bit nervous. This would make people laugh at them. Fortunately, Yi Fan's expression was very leisurely and didn't seem to be abnormal at all. This actually made Shu Qingxue, the employer, feel a bit more satisfied. When they entered an elegant private room, there were already 3 people sitting at a long table. A dignified middle-aged man with a mustache and a graceful and luxurious woman with a pearl necklace who looked to be less than 40 years old. There was also a handsome and arrogant young man wearing a Zegna shirt. When the 3 people in the private room saw Yi Fan, who followed Shu Qingxue in, they revealed unfriendly gazes and carefully examined him. "Qingxue, why did you bring a bodyguard in?" "Today is a family gathering," the handsome man said with an evil smile. "Zheng Junfeng, since you know it's a family gathering, you shouldn't have come. As for the one beside me, he's my boyfriend, Yi Fan," Shu Qingxue said as she moved closer to Yi Fan. When Zheng Junfeng saw this scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Nonsense. Where did you get a boyfriend? Did he just appear out of thin air?" Su Changping frowned and reprimanded. Shu Qingxue followed the words that she had already prepared and said, "I met him online. It's been more than a year. I only recently found out that he was from Huahai City and established a relationship with him." Yi Fan naturally smelled the discordant smell in the air, but he didn't care. He smiled and greeted, "Hello uncle, auntie, this brother, I am Qingxue's fiancé, the real deal." Zheng Junfeng said playfully, "I can't compare to some imposters that I found at the last minute." Yi Fan looked left and right, then pointed at himself, "Bro, are you talking about me? Ha, you're so funny." After saying that, Yi Fan pulled out a chair and said affectionately, "Xiao Shui, come, take a seat first." Hearing this intimate call, Zheng Junfeng's expression became even colder. Yi Fan didn't seem to feel the cold atmosphere in the room at all. He sat down beside Shu Qingxue, picked up the wet towel on the table and wiped his hands. He smiled and asked, "Have you ordered the dishes?" "I ate breakfast early, so I'm a little hungry." Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. The beautiful woman, Tong Huizhen, coldly snorted and reprimanded, "Qingxue, what do you mean by this? Are you treating marriage as a game? Young Master Zheng is infatuated with you and has been waiting for you for more than a year. There should be a limit to your nonsense." Shu Qingxue lowered her eyebrows and said lightly, "This marriage was forced on me by you from the very beginning. I never agreed to it. I'm in a relationship with myself, how can that be considered nonsense? Are you in a relationship? This kind of stinking brat who didn't even know where he came from, with your horizons, how could you possibly like him?" As Tong Huizhen spoke, she called to the waiter and said, "Someone, call security and chase this guy out." Hearing this, Shu Qingxue's face was as cold as frost as she stopped him, "No one can chase him away. He is my boyfriend, you don't understand me at all, how do you know that I don't like him?" Yes, I really am Xiao Shui's boyfriend. Our relationship is very good." Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. This family was really noisy. How long would it take for him to eat at this rate? Also, why did Shu Qingxue have a fiancé? Wasn't this giving him a green hat the moment he arrived? The other party was a rich family's son. With such a huge hatred, it would be troublesome to clean up. Chapter 7 0007 Qingxue, listen to your father. Letting you marry young Master Zheng is for your own good. Don't be willful anymore, Su Changping said earnestly. Qingxue lightly snorted, "Is it for my own good or for someone else's good? Everyone knows." As she spoke, Qingxue glanced at Tong Huizhen beside her. Tong Huizhen acted as if her tail had been stepped on as she angrily said, "Su Qingxue. What do you mean? Don't think that just because you're the CEO of the embroidery company, you can be impolite. Even if I'm not your biological mother, I'm still your mother. I've raised you for more than 10 years, what kind of person do you think I am?" At this point, Tong Huizhen's eyes reddened and she revealed a pitiful expression, as if she was about to cry. Seeing that his wife was about to cry, Su Changping quickly reached out and grabbed her shoulder, comforting her, "Aya, my wife, don't be sad. Qingxue didn't mean it that way. Don't think too much, Zheng Junfeng also gently advised. That's right, auntie. Qingxue is a filial and kind girl. I also admire her for this, which is why I want to marry her. She might not be satisfied with the traditional orders of her parents and the words of a matchmaker, which is why she is a little rebellious. Sigh, it's still young Master Zheng who understands our family's Qingxue. Su Changping smiled and said to his daughter, did you hear that? Young Master Zheng is so considerate of you, why aren't you apologizing to him? Bringing such a stranger here, what a mess. Dad, you don't have to persuade me. I know very well what I'm doing. In any case, I won't marry Zheng Junfeng. Qingxue's face was cold as she looked at Zheng Junfeng and said, just give up. The embroidery group was handed over to me by my grandfather. I won't let it fall into the hands of any outsider. You can't get me, and you can't get embroidery. Zheng Junfeng smiled innocently. Qingxue, what are you talking about? I've never had the slightest interest in Jinxiu. I'm already in a mess just taking care of Zheng's group. I'm not like you, a business genius. In my eyes, in my heart, from the beginning to the end, it was only you. Why don't you understand my sincerity? The corner of Qingxue's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Yes or no, you know best in your heart. Don't think that I really don't know who is behind the gang that has been harassing our brocade employees recently. When Su Changping heard this, he asked in astonishment, underworld forces? Harassment? Snow, why didn't I hear about this? What's the situation? Yeah, Qingxue, did you misunderstand something? Zheng Junfeng was also concerned. Yi Fan, who was sitting at the side, rubbed his nose and thought to himself, no wonder the White Shark Gang would look for the upper echelons of the brocade for no reason. This kind of thing would never happen in the past. It turns out that someone was dealing with the brocade behind the scenes. Zheng Junfeng would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. She directly said, anyway, I already have a boyfriend, so the engagement is meaningless. Zheng Junfeng narrowed his eyes. Although there was still a smile on his face, his eyes were cold. Hee, don't worry Qingxue, I'm very patient. Even if you really do have a boyfriend, who knows if we'll break up in a few days. Zheng Junfeng smiled evilly and said with a double meaning. How could this kind of trash be her boyfriend? Tong Huizhen wiped away her tears and pointed at Yi Fan. Changping, hurry up and call someone over. Kick him out. What kind of cat or dog can come to our Su family's table? If Yi Fan leaves, I'll leave too, Qingxue retorted. You unfilial daughter. Tong Huizhen gnashed her teeth in hatred. Zheng Junfeng, however, extended his hand and said, Auntie, calm down. No matter if it's the Su family or our Zheng family, we don't lack the money for this meal. Just treat it as a charity and treat this Yi Fan to a meal. It's not impossible. Since young Master Zheng said so, then we can only treat it as doing good deeds and letting this brat off easy, Tong Huizhen said venomously. When Qingxue heard this, her eyes were filled with uneasiness. She had a feeling that Zheng Junfeng was up to something. Sure enough, Zheng Junfeng immediately used French and said to the Caucasian waitress standing at the door, come and help this gentleman order, the service is more professional. Zheng Junfeng blinked and signaled to the waitress. The waitress in this kind of high-class restaurant was naturally someone with a sharp mind. She quickly understood what the young master of the Zheng family meant. The waitress with chestnut hair and blue eyes came forward and asked in French with a smile, Sir, what would you like to order? Qingxue immediately understood Zheng Junfeng's intentions. He was clearly trying to embarrass Yi Fan and tease him like an idiot, insulting him for entering such a high-class restaurant without knowing his identity. Unfortunately, Qingxue only knew English, so she could only quickly interrupt, Waiter, speaking of. Just at this moment, a string of fluent French suddenly came out of Yi Fan's mouth. The room instantly quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Whether it was Su Changping, Tong Huizhen, or Zheng Junfeng, they were all in a state of astonishment. The one who was most surprised was Qingxue. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared blankly at Yi Fan. After a brief moment of surprise, the waitress continued to speak in French. Sir, I'll bring you a menu right away. Sorry for my rudeness. The waitress clearly heard that Yi Fan was using the most standard French from the Paris area. This pronunciation was even better than hers, a Frenchman. How could she dare to show off in front of an expert? Very quickly, the menu was brought over. Yi Fan used skilled French to order some dishes and asked the woman beside him. Xiao Shui, what do you like to eat? I think you should like this moles Marriers with dessert clavati. As for wine, it's best to pair it with Belgian beer, but I'm afraid we don't have it here. It's also fine to pair it with white wine. Yi Fan spoke logically, sometimes in French, sometimes in Chinese, causing the people around him to be stunned. Oh my God, sir, you really know French cuisine. Do you eat it often? The waitress realized that she didn't know Yi Fan as well as she did. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. How can I afford it? I learned it when I was reading. Hearing this, everyone at the table understood a little. However, Su Qingxue didn't completely believe him. Even if she could learn about French cuisine from books, how could she explain her French? One had to know that learning a foreign language was not something that could be done by cramming at the last minute. In addition, when Yi Fan entered the restaurant, that kind of calmness didn't seem like the first time he had entered this kind of place. It was as if he was an old customer. Suddenly, Su Qingxue felt that this fake boyfriend was a little mysterious. Su Qingxue wasn't very picky, so she let Yi Fan casually order some. The dishes were served very quickly. Not long after, the sumptuous dishes were served on the table. Looking at the exquisite appetizers, main dishes, wine, and desserts, everyone was convinced that Yi Fan really did understand. Yi Fan, how did you learn French? Su Changping was also a little curious at this moment. Oh, uncle, I forgot to introduce you guys. I usually tutor and be a foreign language teacher. Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue blinked and asked doubtfully, do high school students still learn French? Ugh. Cram school, it's always good to learn one more. Yi Fan casually made up a story. I thought he was studying in France, but it turns out he was just a tutor. Tong Huizhen disdainfully said, I'm warning you, after this meal, stay far away from Qingxue. At most, I'll give you a sum of money, so don't get in the way. Yi Fan affectionately said, Auntie, I don't want money, I just want to be with Xiao Shui. Although I'm very poor right now, I will work hard to earn money and do my best to give Xiao Shui a happy future. Su Qingxue glanced at the man. She didn't know why, but although she knew that Yi Fan was acting, his acting was too realistic, causing her face to heat up a little. TSK, how much can you earn? Do you know how many billions the embroidery group earns a year? Do you know the assets of our Su family? This is not something you can climb up to. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Tong Huizhen said with disdain. Fan Xian smiled and suddenly reached out to hug Su Qingxue's shoulder. He leaned his head over and kissed Su Qingxue's right cheek with a "bo" sound. Su Qingxue was eating her dessert and was caught off guard. She had already been kissed by Yi Fan. Look, didn't you just eat swan meat? Yi Fan said with a smile. Su Qingxue suddenly turned her head, wanting to get angry, but after thinking about it, if she were to get angry now, wouldn't it be a waste of her acting? As a result, Su Qingxue could only huff and puff with her pretty face flushed red. She was clearly angry, but it made people think that she was shy. Pa! Zheng Junfeng placed his wine cup heavily on the table and stood up with a gloomy face. Good, very good. When Zheng Junfeng saw the scene of him kissing his face, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Not only did he not make Yi Fan lose face, his fiancée was also being teased. Of course, his pride couldn't accept it. Uncle, Auntie, I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you next time. Chapter 8 0008 Originally, Su Qingxue was still angry at Yi Fan, but when she saw Zheng Junfeng's expression, she started to worry about Yi Fan. During this meal, other than Yi Fan, the others didn't eat much. Although Su Changping and Tong Huizhen didn't want to admit it, Su Qingxue and Yi Fan had already bitten the bullet. Even Su Qingxue, who had never been intimate with a man, let Yi Fan kiss her. They could only temporarily believe that the two of them were boyfriend and girlfriend. After the meal, they parted on bad terms. Yi Fan held Su Qingxue's small hand and leisurely walked into the elevator, returning to the parking lot. After entering the elevator, Su Qingxue shook off Yi Fan's hand and raised her palm to slap Yi Fan. How could Yi Fan let a woman hit him like this? He directly grabbed her wrist. Hey, Xiao Shui, what do you mean by this? Who told you to kiss me? Su Qingxue's eyes reddened. Ever since she was young, she had always paid attention to the difference between men and women. She had never been bullied like this before. Give me a kiss on the face. It's not like I kissed you. There's no need to be so angry. Yi Fan thought that if it wasn't for the bad angle, he would have kissed her just now. The contract is very clear. Physical contact requires my consent. You are clearly breaking the contract. Su Qingxue said coldly. Yi Fan curled his lips. Then you didn't write it in the contract. You have a fiancé. Today, I came with you, which is equivalent to making others jealous. I was wronged. You. Su Qingxue was speechless. Indeed, she was also lacking in consideration. This was also because she was forced into a corner by her family and the Zheng family. She had nowhere to run and couldn't marry Zheng Junfeng, so she could only do this. You saw it too. That Zheng guy is not a good person. I can only declare my sovereignty as soon as possible and prove that you are my girlfriend. Only then can he give up on you. Yi Fan had a thoughtful expression. What a pity. It seems that because you are too beautiful, he still hasn't given up. When Su Qingxue heard this, she didn't think much of it. There are a lot of beautiful women in Huahai City. That guy, because he didn't manage the company well these past 3 years and couldn't compete with me in the market, he wanted to use despicable methods to marry me and swallow the brocade, so that's how it is. Then don't uncle and auntie know? Su Qingxue shook her head with a complicated gaze. Things aren't that simple, and this isn't something you should care about. Even if the woman didn't say anything, he could probably tell that Su Changping was a mediocre person, and that stepmother, Tong Huizhen, was most likely in cahoots with the Zheng family. After the two of them walked back to the parking lot, Su Qingxue's phone received a text message. The woman glanced at it and frowned. Can you drive? Su Qingxue asked. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He was already planning to leave, but it seemed that the woman had other arrangements. I can drive, but I don't have a driver's license. Qingxue handed the keys to the Lexus to Yi Fan. I drank, so I can't drive, but I'm in a hurry to go back to the company to take care of some things. You drive. Fan Xian didn't care. In any case, he had already sold himself to her for 3 months, and he didn't have any other part-time jobs in the afternoon. After getting on the car, Yi Fan stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out of the parking space like a ferocious lion. Zzz. The friction of the wheels on the plastic ground was quite harsh. Su Qingxue, who was sitting at the back, was shocked and exclaimed, What are you doing? Are you going to die so soon? Even a virtuous lady like her, the eldest miss of the Su family, the iceberg CEO, couldn't help but want to curse. Fan Xian stepped on the brakes and innocently turned his head and said, Xiao Shui, you were the one who said you were in a hurry, then there's no need to race in the underground parking lot. Su Qingxue's face was pale. What kind of fake boyfriend did she find? Oh, then I'll slow down. Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and slowed down the car. Along the way, Su Qingxue was using her phone to read the financial news. Yi Fan wanted to chat with her, but she ignored him. Fan Xian couldn't help but sigh. This woman was really cold. He didn't know what kind of man could fall in love with her. Just at this moment, Fan Xian glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye. A black Toyota business car caught his attention. Although the other party changed lanes from time to time, Fan Xian could still tell that it was a car that was following them. Interesting. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that some people couldn't hold it in anymore and were about to make a move so soon. He didn't care about himself, but if these people were targeting Su Qingxue, then this woman would be in danger. The car drove all the way to the brocade building. The entire building was designed in an avant-garde style and was filled with a modern feeling. It was a full 66 stories tall and was very eye-catching in the city center. It was enough to show the wealth of the brocade group. At the foot of the steps of the company's entrance, there were 30 to 40 men who looked unfriendly and were dressed like hooligans. Fan Xian saw the tattoos on their arms and narrowed his eyes. It seemed that these were all from the White Sharks gang. This was strange. Could it be that little Zhao hadn't explained the situation clearly? On the other side, Su Qingxue took a deep breath. With a serious expression, she got off the car and walked towards those people without any fear. Fan Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of approval. Most women would be so scared that they wouldn't dare to get out of the car when faced with this kind of situation. Su Qingxue was quite brave. He silently followed behind Su Qingxue, intending to see the situation first. Director Su. A woman in a black uniform with short hair, a height of 1.7 meters, and a face full of heroic spirit ran towards Su Qingxue. Seeing this short-haired woman, Fan Xian's eyes lit up. Looking at her footsteps and posture, it was obvious that she had undergone strict and professional special forces training. Judging from the coordination of her limbs, she must be quite skilled. The key was that this woman's appearance was also very pleasing to the eye. She had a healthy wheat complexion and generous facial features. Compared to ordinary Jiangnan women, she had a bit more of a wild sex appeal. From the woman's work permit on her chest, one could see the words Su Lingshan and Logistics Department Security Team Captain. Noticing that Fan Xian was staring at her, Su Lingshan unhappily glared at Fan Xian with a hint of warning. Lingshan, how is the situation? What do the people from the White Sharks gang mean? Su Qingxue asked worriedly. Director Su, it seems that we have all misunderstood. They are here to apologize to Director Feng. Su Lingshan brought up the serious matter with a face full of doubt. What? Su Qingxue didn't expect this either. Su Lingshan pointed at the front of the group of hoodlums. A middle-aged man with a string in his hand said anxiously and nervously, that is the head of the Green Bamboo Hall of the White Sharks gang, Wang Jiu. Yesterday, it was his people who tried to kidnap Director Feng. However, he came here today to apologize to Director Feng and wanted to give her a bunch of tonics and jewelry. However, Director Feng refused to take them, so they have been waiting here. Su Qingxue thought for a while and asked, why did they suddenly change their attitude? I think they are still afraid. After all, our splendid group is not a small company. If things get out of hand, the White Sharks gang won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Lingshan had a face full of pride. Su Qingxue could only think this way for the time being and said, let Director Feng come down, take the gifts, and accept their apology. Otherwise, with this group of people blocking the way, it won't be good for the outside world. Okay, I will immediately send someone to inform them. Su Lingshan nodded and picked up the walkie-talkie to give the order. Then, Su Qingxue looked at Fan Xian behind her and said, you will be moving to my place from today onwards. If there is anything you need to pack, I will let Lingshan accompany you to get it. Fan Xian was stunned and blinked, what? You want me to live with you? Su Lingshan, who was at the side, was also shocked. As a subordinate, she didn't dare to ask about the CEO's private life. However, it was hard to imagine that this goddess boss would be together with such a mediocre man. Who exactly was he? When Su Qingxue heard the two words, living together, her expression stiffened. She took a deep breath and said, the security at my place is good. You can move there temporarily. Don't think too much. Fan Xian listened to the woman's cold words and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It seemed that Su Qingshue's heart was not bad and she was really thinking about his safety. Without waiting for Fan Xian to agree, Su Qingxue had already said to Su Lingshan, he is in some trouble and might be plotted against. You protect him to get his luggage and then send him to my house. Aunt Jiang will take care of the rest. Yes, Director Su. Although Su Lingshan had some doubts and was unwilling, she could only obey. Fan Xian had a helpless look on his face. This woman was really strong, but since she was so considerate of him, he would treat it as repaying her and staying with her for a while. Fan Xian turned around and glanced at the Toyota business car that was still silently hiding by the side of the road. He couldn't let his girlfriend face these guys alone. Hey, stop spacing out. Get in the car. At this time, the impatient Su Lingshan had already sat in the driver's seat and shouted at Fan Xian. Fan Xian jogged into the car and said with a smile, Captain Su, my name is Fan Xian, not, hey. Where do you live? Su Lingshan didn't want to call his name at all. Long Gate Street in the old city. Fan Xian replied. Su Lingshan frowned and glanced at Fan Xian's branded clothes strangely, isn't that place about to be demolished? You live there. The rent is cheap, let's live there before it's demolished. Fan Xian noticed that the woman was staring at his clothes and explained, these were all bought by Xiao Shui, not my own clothes. Chapter 9. 0009. Although Su Lingshan was full of questions, she was still willing to believe in Su Qingxue. After all, in the eyes of her and many other employees, Su Qingxue was an intelligent woman. Even in terms of feelings, she shouldn't be deceived by a man. Therefore, Su Lingshan didn't ask any more questions and drove to Yi Fan's place. Yi Fan sat in the back seat of the car. Bored, he slanted his eyes and admired Su Lingshan's figure from behind. This woman's figure was not like that of an ordinary Eastern woman, but rather a Western woman. If the older generation saw it, they would most likely like it. If you keep looking, do you believe that I won't dig your eyeballs out? Su Lingshan had actually discovered it long ago, because Yi Fan was simply brazen. When Yi Fan heard these murderous words, he couldn't help but bitterly smile, Captain Su, I won't look. There's no need to be so scary, right? Whether I'm trying to scare you or not, you'll know once you try. Su Lingshan said coldly. Yi Fan silently turned his head to look out of the window. He had no interest in arguing with a woman over such a small matter. Su Lingshan only thought that Yi Fan was afraid and snorted in disdain. At the same time, she was especially puzzled. How could Su Qingxue know such a useless man? The car drove to Yi Fan's cheap apartment. It was broad daylight, and the people who lived here had all gone out to work, so the surroundings were empty. However, just as the two of them got out of the car, the black Toyota that had been following them stopped as well. At this moment, Su Lingshan also noticed something strange. When she saw 5 or 6 strong men wearing vests and holding steel rods walk out of the car with unfriendly expressions, the woman knew that something was wrong. Sure enough, Director Su guessed correctly. Someone wants to deal with you. Su Lingshan said with a frown. A bearded man in the lead said fiercely, little girl, if you don't want to be beaten up, then scram. We're here to find this stinking brat. Su Lingshan sneered, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yi Fan, stand behind me and don't run around. Yi Fan remained silent. He glanced at the second floor, the apartment he lived in, and a playful look flashed across his eyes. Captain Su, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to my room. Yi Fan laughed and ran into the corridor. Su Lingshan saw the man run away and couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger, coward. Why are you running? Captain Su. Come on, come on. Yi Fan's cheers could be heard from the corridor. The few bearded men laughed out loud and mocked, you are indeed a pretty boy. You are not as courageous as this little girl. Su Lingshan also despised Yi Fan 1,000 times in her heart. She was more and more sure that Su Qingxue was most likely deceived by this guy. Fortunately, Su Lingshan didn't put these thugs in her eyes. She snorted and clenched her fists. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up and fight. She couldn't wait to get rid of this group of people so that she could deal with the man who ran away. At the same time, Yi Fan went up to the second floor, looked at the lock on his door, and smiled. This kind of crude method of breaking in was not an expert at all. It was just a small fish. However, this fish was still a bit strenuous for Su Lingshan, so Yi Fan planned to personally take care of it. Yi Fan knew that the door was unlocked, so he directly pushed it open and entered. As soon as he entered, there was a military knife that pierced towards Yi Fan's head with a cold light. This was a dark-skinned, sturdy man wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt, camouflage shorts, and a cap. His attack speed was very fast and very decisive. The man originally thought that he was going to succeed, but he didn't expect that Yi Fan's figure had already disappeared from his original spot. How was this possible? The man was shocked. When he suddenly turned around, he found that Yi Fan was already leisurely sitting on the only chair in the room with his legs crossed. Why do you have such an expression? Don't tell me you think that you can stab me at such a slow speed? Yi Fan said with a smile, took out a cigarette, and lit it for himself. The man carefully took a few steps forward. He really couldn't see how Yi Fan dodged it. You are Yi Fan. He was very suspicious, because according to the employer, this Yi Fan was just a worker, so it was impossible for him to know any martial arts. Yi Fan nodded. You should have a picture of me. Could it be that I'm more handsome than the picture? The man had a complicated look in his eyes. He felt that the situation was a little out of his control, but since he had accepted the money, he could only bite the bullet and try to assassinate him again. Just as the man was about to charge forward and attack Yi Fan's neck, a playful light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Are all of Zak Ka's people so reckless? Yi Fan said in English this time. The man immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He stiffly swallowed his throat and muttered something. You want to ask me, why do I know your leader's name? Yi Fan exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said lightly, your military knife is the 35-centimeter hexagon that the ferocious tiger mercenary group usually uses. You also have the Indian tiger tattoo on your hand. In addition to your English accent, you are not a mercenary under Zak Ka, or you were once. The man finally confirmed that the man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary worker. The information was definitely wrong. I just retired from the organization this year. Do you know our leader? This time, the man changed to a respectful title. Zak Ka. Yi Fan chuckled, the leader of a C-rank mercenary group is not worthy to know me. When the man heard this, he became angry and said with a murderous aura, what did you say? You look down on us, the ferocious tiger. Although he had already withdrawn from the organization and started working alone, his feelings for the ferocious tiger would not change. Who would have thought that as soon as he put on a fierce expression, Yi Fan's entire temperament would change? Yi Fan's gaze focused. His expression didn't seem to change, but the pressure he emitted was like a purgatory demon that had descended to the human world, wanting to completely devour him. The ferocious tiger mercenary shivered and almost lost control of his bladder. He fell to his knees. I was wrong. Please spare me. The mercenary shivered, his face even paler than paper. He had been a mercenary for more than 10 years, but he had never met a man with such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, Yi Fan's aura only existed for a moment, and immediately, it was as if nothing had happened. Yi Fan once again put on a lazy smile on his face. Go back and tell your employer that if you want to compete, then come in an open and above-board manner. If you want to play dirty, then he is courting death. The mercenary felt as if he had been granted amnesty. His entire body trembled as he stood up and nodded vigorously. Thank you for not killing me, sir. I will leave now. Just as he was about to turn around and run, Yi Fan called out to him again. Hey, leave through the window, don't let the people below see you. Yi Fan instructed. He didn't want Su Lingshan to discover anything, so it would be troublesome to explain. The mercenary thought that Yi Fan was regretting it, but when he heard this, he didn't dare to complain at all. He dejectedly squeezed out of the narrow window. The second floor was nothing to a well-trained mercenary. After quickly jumping down, it didn't take long for them to disappear. Just as the mercenary left, Yi Fan saw Su Lingshan aggressively charging over. The woman's short hair was a bit messy, she was sweating profusely, her face was flushed red, and she was gasping for breath. It was obvious that defeating those thugs had cost her a lot of stamina. Captain Su, you really aren't inferior to a man. Yi Fan quickly flattered and laughed. When Su Lingshan saw that Yi Fan was actually sitting in the room smoking, she was so angry that she wanted to kick him. You coward. Are you that afraid of death? Captain Su, I'm not afraid of death. I just feel that since you can be the captain of the security team in the embroidery group, you must be very skilled. I don't need to worry about anything. Just come up and pack your bags. Yi Fan said with a smile. Quibble. You are a shameless coward. I really don't understand how Director Su knows a guy like you. I want to report what happened today to Director Su. Su Lingshan said with a face full of disdain. Yi Fan had an innocent face. Xiao Shui asked Captain Su to come with me so that you could protect me. You even want to report this? Little report. Su Lingshan really wanted to go up and punch the man, but when she thought of Su Qingxue, she held back and said, hurry up and pack up. Okay, Captain Su, please wait a moment. Yi Fan began to put the messy clothes and pants in the room into the old travel suitcase. Su Lingshan looked at the dirty clothes. They had all been worn for who knows how many years. They were wrinkled and old. Then, she looked around at the room that smelled of mold. She felt some sympathy for Yi Fan. Chapter 10. 0010. Although it was said that he was packing his luggage, Yi Fan actually didn't have much to pack. Other than a canvas bag with maintenance tools and some clothes, the room was emptied before he could even fill up a suitcase. Finally, Yi Fan seemed to have suddenly remembered something and found an old black jewelry box under the bed. When Su Lingshan saw it, she muttered, finally, there's something valuable. Yi Fan looked at the jewelry box with a complicated gaze, then turned around and grinned, yeah, it's quite valuable. Su Lingshan rolled her eyes at him. What are you laughing at? Pack up and leave quickly. Okay. Yi Fan hurriedly agreed. Not long after, Su Lingshan drove Yi Fan all the way to the rich residential area in Huahai City. Egret County was less than 10 kilometers away from the city center, but most of them were mansions. The distance between each building ranged from tens of meters to hundreds of meters. There were large amounts of greenery, parks, and various outdoor sports venues, causing the housing prices here to reach more than 30,000 yuan per square meter. Su Qingxue lived in mansion number 6. This house number also showed that even in such a rich area, Su Qingxue's wealth was not to be underestimated. When the cars stopped at the entrance, someone immediately opened the door. The person who walked out was a kind woman in her early 50s dressed in plain clothes. She had a ruddy face and a mole at the corner of her eyebrows. Captain Su, come in and have a seat. Have a cup of water. The woman warmly greeted Su Lingshan. Su Lingshan very politely greeted the woman, hello Auntie Jiang, I won't be drinking water. I still have to go back to work. So anxious. Auntie Jiang felt a little regretful. Then, she saw Yi Fan get off the car and said with a smile, you must be Mr. Yi. Miss told me that you will be staying here from today onwards. I have already prepared everything for you. The moment Yi Fan saw Auntie Jiang, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This old nanny is really not simple, Yi Fan muttered in his heart. Su Lingshan saw that Yi Fan was not replying and unhappily said, hey. Auntie Jiang is talking to you, why aren't you saying anything? You better respect Auntie Jiang. She watched Chief Su grow up and is an elder of the Su family. Don't think that just because she's a nanny, she can't be rude. Yi Fan grinned and said with a silly smile, I didn't expect Aunt Jiang to be so young, that's why I was stunned. Aunt Jiang thoughtfully sized Yi Fan up a few times, then lowered her head and laughed. Mr. Yi really knows how to joke. I'm almost 60 years old, I'm still young. Su Lingshan snorted, Aunt Jiang, if this guy dares to be disrespectful to you, then call me. I'll take care of him. No, I believe in Mrs. Judgment. Aunt Jiang waved her hands. Su Lingshan was still worried. She said a few more words to Aunt Jiang before driving away. Only Yi Fan and Auntie Jiang were left in front of the door. The two of them looked at each other for a while before Auntie Jiang respectfully said, Mr. Yi, please come in. I'll bring you to familiarize yourself with it first. Auntie Jiang, call me Yi Fan or Xiao Yi. It's weird to call me Mr. Yi Fan also had a natural look on his face. Then, I'll call you Yi Fan. You're Miss Boyfriend, it's not right to call you Xiao Yi, Aunt Jiang said with a smile. Hee, anything is fine. Yi Fan was not particular about it. After entering the mansion, Yi Fan admired the decorations inside. The simple and modern lines and the cold colors of gray and blue were very suitable for Su Qingshue's temperament. All the electronic devices were the latest and most fashionable. The floor was clean and there were some expensive Western paintings hanging on the walls. Although it looked very beautiful, this kind of house always lacked the taste of home. The only thing that was a little smoky was the spacious kitchen. There were 3 freezers and 3 refrigerators. Who knew how many ingredients were needed to store? Auntie Jiang, are you and Xiao Shui the only ones living here? Yi Fan asked. Auntie Jiang sighed, yes, Master and Madam don't live here. When Miss came out from the main house, I followed her out. All these years, I've been living here very lonely. It must be very boring for only 2 people to live in such a big house. Yi Fan shook his head. There's nothing I can do. Miss likes peace and quiet. Usually, when she comes home, other than eating and sleeping, she works in the study. She rarely socializes. I'm used to it. At this point, Auntie Jiang seemed to have thought of something and asked, oh right, Yi Fan, how many people are in your family? Do your parents know that you're living here? Yi Fan lowered his head and chuckled, my parents passed away when I was very young. Anyway, I've been alone for so many years, so I can live anywhere I want. Auntie Jiang was slightly stunned and blamed herself, sigh, poor child. I really shouldn't have asked this, Auntie Jiang, don't mind it too much. I'm already used to it. Haven't I been living well all these years by myself? Yi Fan grinned. The old woman sighed and didn't talk much about it. She led Yi Fan to the 2nd floor and prepared a room for him. Yi Fan, you'll stay in this room from now on. The room next to you is Mrs. Study and bedroom. I think you guys will be closer if you live closer. Auntie Jiang said with an expectant expression, this is Miss' first time in love. It must be fate that she met you. I really hope that you guys can have a good ending so that I can live up to the spirit of the great master in heaven. What? This is Xiao Shui's first time looking for a partner. Yi Fan was a little surprised. Although a woman's temperament was cold and it was hard to get close to her, such a beautiful woman should have a man chasing after her with a hot face. Could it be that all the men before had failed? Auntie Jiang smiled bitterly and sighed, no one would believe me if I told them, but I watched Miss grow up. Ever since she was in middle school, there were all kinds of rich men chasing after her, but she didn't have the heart to talk about feelings at all. I was worried that Miss would drag on until she was 30 or 40 years old and refuse to get married. Fortunately, you appeared, which made me feel relieved. Yi Fan, you have to work harder. I'm waiting for you guys to get married and call you son-in-law. Marriage? Son-in-law. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Auntie Jiang was really thinking too far ahead. He probably wouldn't be able to wait for this day. After all, he had only signed a 3-month contract. It seemed that Su Qingxue didn't tell Auntie Jiang that they were a contractual couple. Seeing Auntie Jiang reveal her true feelings, he was a little embarrassed. However, from Auntie Jiang's words, Yi Fan also heard some information. That was, the reason why Auntie Jiang was in this house was most likely related to Su Qingshue's deceased grandfather. After entering the room, Yi Fan simply arranged his luggage. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Auntie Jiang change her clothes and carry a cloth bag. She looked like she was about to go out. "Auntie Jiang, where are you going?" Yi Fan asked. "Oh, the freezer at home is full of seafood. I'm going out to order some fresh dishes so that I can give you a welcome dinner tonight. You can watch TV at home or go swimming outside," Auntie Jiang said. Yi Fan couldn't help but wonder, "Auntie Jiang, are you driving out?" I'm already so old, how can I drive?" "I'll go out and take the 3-stop bus," Auntie Jiang laughed. Yi Fan thought that he didn't have a part-time job today and blurted out, "Then I'll go with you. There should be other cars at home, I'll drive you there." Yi Fan remembered that Su Qingxue at least had a Maserati. When Auntie Jiang heard this, she was pleasantly surprised. "Great. As long as you don't mind accompanying an old woman like me to the supermarket." "Hee, why would I mind? I was still hoping that Auntie Jiang would buy me good food and cook a big meal for me," Yi Fan said with a smile. Auntie Jiang beamed and looked at Yi Fan with a gentler gaze. She waved her hand and said, "Come, let's take the elevator to the garage." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. Oh my god, this Su Qingxue is really a rich woman. She even needs an elevator to go down to the garage? After walking into the elevator, Yi Fan realized that there were actually B1 and B2 floors underground. This mansion actually had a total of 5 floors. "Yi Fan, what kind of car do you like? Go and pick one yourself." Basically, Miss only drives cars on the B1 floor. Every year, other than finding someone to maintain the B2 cars, she doesn't drive them, Auntie Jiang introduced. Yi Fan walked into B1 and found that there were a total of 10 cars parked here. The cheapest one was a BMW Z4, then there were Mercedes-Benz ML400, BMW X6, and the more expensive ones were Porsche 911. The Maserati that Su Qingxue drove before was also parked. In general, they were all high-end cars that could be seen on the road. However, when he walked to the B2 floor, Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The most ordinary one was actually a Lamborghini Huracan, followed by a Ferrari 430, Ferrari 458, Aston Martin DB9. The most frightening thing was that there was actually a silver-gray Bugatti Veyron parked there. This was a car that cost around 30 million yuan in the country. "Auntie Jiang, why did Xiao Shui buy so many cars?" Yi Fan felt sorry for these cars. It was too wasteful to put them all in the underground garage to eat dust. Auntie Jiang was also very helpless, Miss didn't buy them. They were all gifts from rich merchants and nobles who were chasing after Mississippi. However, Miss always followed the market price and transferred the money over, leaving the car behind. "Doesn't she find this money a waste?" Yi Fan asked. "Who says so? But the money is all earned by Mississippi. She doesn't feel bad when she spends it, so we can't do anything about it," Auntie Jiang said with a smile. Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, according to the market value of the embroidery group, Su Qingxue's annual salary and dividends were estimated to be hundreds of millions. These cars that were worth tens of millions were nothing in her eyes. Yi Fan considered the practicality and didn't choose those supercars in the end. He chose a relatively ordinary Mercedes-Benz ML400 and drove Auntie Jiang to the nearby Metro supermarket. Chapter 11. 0011 Huahai City. In a seaside mansion, Zheng Junfeng sat on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy face. Just a moment ago, not only was the bodyguard he sent beaten black and blue by Su Lingshan, even the assassin he hired at a high price actually returned the commission and liquidated damages. Furthermore, he even told him that Yi Fan told him not to play these little tricks anymore, and wanted him to compete fair and square. This was undoubtedly a blow to Zheng Junfeng's head. This kind of humiliation made him want to go crazy. "Junfeng, calm down. It's just a small obstacle, it's no big deal. A middle-aged man in a suit with an imposing appearance and a cold and arrogant expression walked down from the second floor. This person was the current head of the Zheng family, Zheng Hongji. Zheng Junfeng took a deep breath, turned around and said, "Father, are we just going to let it go like this? Let such a smelly bug step on his nose. I just received news that the brat surnamed Yi has moved to Su Qingshue's house." When Yi Fan was mentioned, Zheng Junfeng's eyes could eat people. "Don't keep calling him a stinking brat. This Yi Fan, I think he has some ability," Zheng Hongji said. "Him? I've already checked. A poor ghost who lives in a low-rent apartment and does all the hard work. He has no money and no background. What's the big deal?" Zheng Junfeng said disdainfully. Zheng Hongji snorted and said, "If he was really so useless, why would the assassin you hired return the penalty and refuse to complete the mission?" Zheng Junfeng was silent. He was also puzzled by this point. Zheng Hongji looked at the Vacheron Constantine watch in his hand. "It's about time. Elder Ma should be here soon. Come with me to welcome him." "Elder Ma?" Hearing this, Zheng Junfeng asked doubtfully, "Father, are you talking about the former #1 assassin of the White Sharks gang, Ma Jinkuan? Didn't he wash his hands in a gold basin?" Zheng Hongji sneered, "Who in the underworld can really wash their hands in a gold basin? It was just to raise his value so that he could earn more money. With our relationship with the White Sharks gang, how difficult would it be to ask Ma Jinkuan to come out? Besides, now that the underground gangs of Hua Hai City are in a tripartite balance, the White Sharks gang needs our Zheng family's financial support even more." Zheng Junfeng was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "That's great. I heard that Elder Ma's eagle claw technique can even pierce through iron plates. He has never failed in more than 30 years, and is on a completely different level from the killer I hired. This time, Su Qingxue and the Yi Fan are dead for sure. Son, listen carefully, Su Qingxue is a talent. Killing her will definitely give you a lot of benefits, but as long as you have the chance to get Su Qingxue, you can't give up. No matter what, we have to make that woman submit to us. As for the man she found, even if he has some ability, it's impossible for him to pose a threat to our Zheng family. Don't take it too seriously." Zheng Hongji's face was gloomy. "I understand, Father. I will think of a way to continue pressuring the embroidery group and the Su family. In the end, I'll definitely make that woman crawl into my bed crying and screaming. Then, I'll make her hover between life and death. Let's see if she can still pretend to be a high and mighty goddess in front of me," Zheng Junfeng said with a vicious smile. "Aunt Jiang, I'm back." At 6 in the evening, Su Qingxue pushed open the door and returned home. Her cold face carried a hint of tiredness. She habitually kicked off her high heels, took off her jacket, and fell onto the wide leather sofa like a collapsing building. After stretching lazily, Su Qingxue turned to the side, intending to grab the remote control of the TV. "Ah!" Su Qingxue cried out in alarm, because she suddenly saw a somewhat dirty face grinning at her. "Xiao Shui, you're back." Yi Fan held a screwdriver in his hand, his upper body bare as he squatted by the sofa, his gaze aimed at Su Qingxue. At this moment, Su Qingxue suddenly remembered that there was one more person in the house. Her face instantly became tender and beautiful, and her face burned red all the way to her ears. "Pervert." Su Qingxue turned around and ruthlessly kicked Yi Fan's face with her 2 jade feet. Yi Fan hurriedly dodged and rolled onto the carpet. He innocently said, "Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Can't I welcome you home? Where are your eyes looking at?" Su Qingxue tightly hugged her chest, her beautiful face turning pale, also. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Yi Fan explained in all seriousness, "When I talk to you, of course I have to keep my eyes on you. This is respect. As for me taking off my shirt, it's the same as you taking off your shoes when you get home. It's just a habit. This is my home. You're not allowed to take it off. Put it on." Su Qingxue had always been calm and rarely shouted like this. She was truly agitated. He hated himself for making such a mistake and actually believing that this was a good man. Yi Fan had no choice but to get up and put on his t-shirt. Su Qingxue turned her head away, not wanting to take another look. However, when she caught a glimpse of Yi Fan's muscles from the corner of her eyes, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. This was the first time she realized that a man's body could be so beautiful. The corners and curves were just right. It couldn't be said to be very strong, but it was very exquisite. Every muscle was arranged just right, as if it was a sculpture. Could it be that this guy still had a fitness routine? Su Qingxue muttered in her heart, but immediately shook her head. What was she thinking about? Seeing that Yi Fan had already put on his clothes, she went to get the remote control and planned to turn on the TV. But just as she was about to turn on the TV, Su Qingxue realized that something was wrong. Her mouth opened wide, and she was a little confused. You. What did you do to my TV set? Su Qingxue was astonished to see that the giant 3D HD TV in her living room had actually been taken apart. Yi Fan waved the screwdriver in his hand and smiled. Oh, when I was watching the TV just now, the picture quality was a bit blurry. I'm going to fix it. It's almost done. Wait a moment. Su Qingxue felt that she would lose control of her emotions. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and said, "Do you know how much this TV costs?" Ugh. 10,000. Yi Fan thought for a moment. Add 1. Su Qingxue said 11,000. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth. It's 110,000. Idiot. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and clicked his tongue. I say, this TV looks quite advanced, it's so expensive. Just a little blur, and you already took it apart. Can you still put it back? Do you understand the principle behind this? Su Qingxue continued to question. Yi Fan slowly smiled and said, this. Let's see how it goes, it won't take much time. Watch. Su Qingxue felt that her brain was about to explode. Aunt Jiang, who was in the kitchen, heard the shouts outside and slipped out to take a look. Miss, why are you arguing with Yi Fan? Why are you arguing the moment you get home? Aunt Jiang asked in puzzlement. Aunt Jiang. How can you let him do this? He took apart the TV set at home. Su Qingxue complained. Hey, I thought it was something else. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, Miss, just let Yi Fan try. If it doesn't work, then let the manufacturer's maintenance workers come. After saying that, Aunt Jiang smiled and said, Yi Fan, hurry up, it's almost time to eat. Yi Fan nodded and said cheerfully, okay, it'll be done in 5 minutes at most. Su Qingxue looked at the old and young, the peaceful scene and was a little confused. Didn't Aunt Jiang just get to know Yi Fan? How could they be so intimate? Seeing Yi Fan holding the screwdriver and turning it around on the TV, Su Qingxue wanted to throw the remote over. Don't do it. Are you going to pay for it if it's broken? No, you have to believe in your man. Yi Fan was very confident. You're shameless. Su Qingxue felt helpless, but when she looked at Aunt Jiang in the kitchen, the old woman had a happy expression on her face, as if she was enjoying listening to their noise. Aunt Jiang, say something. This guy is here to cause trouble. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and giggled. I, an old woman, can't care about the two of you. I'll go cook some more dishes, you guys do what you need to do, we're not little. Seeing Aunt Jiang run into the kitchen, Su Qingxue blushed, but she couldn't say that they were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. She gloomily untied the hair clip on her head and messed up her hair, as if this was the only way to vent some of her negative emotions. When Auntie Jiang brought out the dishes one by one, Yi Fan also put the TV back. Su Qingxue quickly picked up the remote control and planned to turn it on, but after pressing it a few times, the TV didn't respond at all. Yi Fan. Look at what you've done. Chapter 12. 0012 Yi Fan was confused as he looked at the woman. Xiao Shui, do you have a fever? Saying that, Yi Fan reached out and touched Su Qingshua's forehead. Su Qingxua quickly retreated and said angrily, "What fever? Don't change the topic. Didn't you pretend to be very powerful? You want to compensate me for this TV?" Yi Fan sighed, turned around and walked to the power outlet beside the TV. He picked up the plug and waved it at Su Qingxua. "Beauty, can your TV be turned on without plugging it in?" Aunt Jiang happened to walk out of the kitchen. When she saw this scene, she burst out laughing. Su Qingshua's almond eyes widened. After a while, she said as if nothing had happened, "That doesn't mean it's fixed." After saying that, she pressed the remote control, only to find that the TV smoothly turned on and began to play. It's true. Those little blurs from before are all gone. Yi Fan, you really have some skills. Aunt Jiang praised happily. Su Qingxua was stunned for a while. She stroked her messy hair and resentfully glanced at Yi Fan. "It's just good luck. Besides, what's there to be proud of about fixing a TV?" Yi Fan had a helpless look on his face and said with a smile, "I'm not proud of myself. I've always said to look at show. Don't slander me." Su Qingxua pretended not to hear and walked to the dining table. Seeing the dozen dishes on the table, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "Aunt Jiang, why did you make so much?" "Miss brought her boyfriend home, so of course I have to make more to celebrate," Aunt Jiang said matter-of-factly. "What's there to celebrate? If I knew he was this kind of person, I wouldn't have let him move here," Su Qingxua said. Aunt Jiang covered her mouth and laughed. "There's no medicine for regret in this world. I think Yi Fan is pretty good. Miss has good taste." Yi Fan nodded vigorously. Aunt Jiang still understood him. "That's because Auntie Jiang doesn't know how cunning he is. What's more, there's no way we can finish it all, what a waste." Su Qingxua frowned. "Just follow our previous 4 dishes and 1 soup, there's no need to add anything extra for him." Yi Fan didn't care what the woman said. He first scooped a bowl of rice from the rice cooker and handed it to Aunt Jiang. "Auntie Jiang, you've worked hard." Aunt Jiang was caught off guard. She had been in the Su family for decades and had always served others with their meals. No one had ever scooped rice for her. The old woman's eyes revealed a touch of emotion as she took the bowl of rice. This is too much. Why are you embarrassed? I am a junior, so it is only right and proper for me to serve food to my elders. Could it be that Xiao Shui has never served you food before? Auntie Jiang had taken care of her for more than 10 years, but she really didn't seem to have done so. It wasn't that she was arrogant. It was just that Aunt Jiang would usually prepare the food and she would just come over to eat, so she didn't think about these things. Xiao Shui, although Auntie Jiang is a nanny, you still have to be a little filial. Furthermore, Auntie Jiang usually goes to the supermarket to buy groceries by bus. You have so many cars, why don't you take Auntie Jiang there and accompany her to the supermarket? The more Su Qingxua listened, the more upset she felt. Although she felt very guilty, when she thought about how Yi Fan was teaching her a lesson, she felt very uncomfortable. It's none of your business. How many years have I been with Auntie Jiang? Do I need you to teach me? Didn't I just help Auntie Jiang scoop some rice? You speak as if you are so amazing, Su Qingxua said unconvinced. Auntie Jiang quickly advised, Miss, don't be angry. Yi Fan just casually said that. I watched Miss grow up. I know that Miss has a good heart. Su Qingxua said apologetically, Auntie Jiang, if you want to buy groceries in the future, you can wait for me to come back. I didn't notice this before, I'll wait for you to come back from work before going to buy groceries. How would I have time to do it? It's fine, my old bones are still strong. Auntie Jiang smiled and waved her hand. I was worried that Auntie Jiang would be tricked by this guy. He is the best at pretending to be honest, but in fact, he is bad. He is flattering you with bad intentions. Su Qingxua didn't forget that she let Yi Fan take advantage of her during the day. Xiao Shui, you can't speak carelessly. How can I pretend? How can I lie? Yi Fan had a face of righteousness. You are a liar. Su Qingxue snorted. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling, Auntie Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the past, the house was cold and cheerless. Today, when Yi Fan came, even Miss is so excited. It's too lively, I'm not used to it. I'm not excited. Su Qingxue said to herself, but she didn't have enough confidence. She didn't know why, but when she saw Yi Fan, she got angry. Alright, let's eat first. If this goes on, the food will get cold. Auntie Jiang called out and the three of them sat down to eat. Su Qingxue, who had a gloomy expression, seemed to be affected by Yi Fan's words. She didn't ask Auntie Jiang to help her scoop the rice. After scooping it up herself, she silently ate. The woman ate very carefully. She didn't show her teeth when she chewed, nor did she randomly pick up the food. She was very refined. Yi Fan was different. He ate in big mouthfuls and ate half a bowl of rice in one mouthful. Auntie Jiang, who was watching from the side, advised him to eat slowly. Not long after, Su Qingxue realized that 7 or 8 of the dozen dishes on the table were already empty. The reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Su Qingxue was convinced. She had never seen someone who could eat so much. Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything. After cleaning up the table, he praised Auntie Jiang's cooking. He took out a cigarette and put one in his mouth, planning to compete with a living immortal. You're not allowed to smoke. If you want to smoke, go out and smoke. Su Qingxue had a look of disdain. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly. He remembered that this was not his cheap rental house, so he got up and walked out of the house. Outside the house, the scorching heat hit him in the face. Yi Fan didn't mind. He sat on the steps with a cigarette in his mouth and enjoyed the smoke. Unexpectedly, just as he took 2 puffs, a black Mercedes-Benz Maybach drove up to the door. A man and a woman walked out of the car. It was Su Changping and Tong Huizhen. The driver behind them was less than 1.7 meters tall, but he had a strong body. His face was as sharp as a knife, and there was a small scar at the corner of his eyebrows. He was full of spirit and was obviously not an ordinary driver. Seeing Yi Fan at the door, Su Changping and Tong Huizhen frowned and were very dissatisfied. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and quickly waved at them. Uncle and Auntie are here. Why aren't you here for dinner? Why are you here? Su Changping asked seriously. Yi Fan said, Xiao Shui asked me to move in. After all, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Look, I already said that this girl is crazy. Bringing this kind of man into the house, how can she face others when this gets out? Tong Huizhen said angrily. Suddenly, the door opened. Su Qingxue stood there with a cold face and said, I brought my boyfriend home. He's not a lover. Why can't I see him? You little girl. You still dare to talk back. Is this how you talk to your parents? Tong Huizhen screamed. Su Qingxue's face was frosty. She didn't move an inch and coldly stared at Tong Huizhen. Seeing the tense atmosphere at the door, Auntie Jiang didn't bother to clean up the dishes and went to the door to welcome them. Is it master and madam? Please come in, it's hot outside. That's right, wife, let's talk inside. Su Changping's face was also ugly. Let's go in and have a good talk with Qingxue. Tong Huizhen coldly glanced at Yi Fan and said in a strange tone, we have to talk, but this is an internal matter of our Su family. An outsider like him can't be present. He's my boyfriend, the man I'm going to marry. He's not an outsider. Su Qingxue retorted. Married? Yi Fan almost choked on his cigarette. This woman really dared to say anything. Tong Huizhen glared at her with her phoenix eyes. Stupid girl, you really can say anything. I'm just stating the facts. Su Qingxue said indifferently. Tong Huizhen was so angry that she trembled. Her eyes reddened and she looked like she was about to cry. Did you see that? She looks down on me, her adoptive mother. She doesn't take me seriously as her mother. Su Changping frowned and sighed. Stop arguing. Qingxue, we are worried about you. That's why we came to find you in such a hurry. There are some things that we didn't explain during the day and we have to explain to you. You can't let your parents stand at the door and talk to you, right? Miss, let Master and Madam come in first. Auntie Jiang also advised. Hearing Auntie Jiang's words, Su Qingxue turned around and walked back into the house. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry to go in. To him, it would be better to smoke a few cigarettes outside so that they wouldn't have to sit together and be in a mess. Tong Huizhen wiped the corners of her eyes. When she entered, she gave the driver a look and said, Zhang Dong, wait at the door and keep an eye on this brat. When we're talking, don't let him disturb us. Chapter 13. 0013. When everyone returned to the house, only Yi Fan and Zhang Dong were left standing outside. Yi Fan took out a cigarette and handed it over, smiling as he said, Want one? Zhang Dong shook his head, Thank you, but Madam doesn't allow us servants to smoke. Is that so? That's a pity. Yi Fan saw that the other party didn't want to smoke, so he lit another one for himself. Zhang Dong gave a strange smile, Mr. Yi, it's boring to just stand here. Why don't we have some fun? Oh. What's the fun? Yi Fan asked with interest. Zhang Dong looked Yi Fan up and down. I see that Mr. Yi has a strong body, so he must have trained a lot. I don't have any other hobbies, I just like to arm wrestle. I want to spar with Mr. Yi. Arm wrestling? That's not very good, I look young after all. Yi Fan waved his hand. Zhang Dong put on a fake smile and said, It doesn't matter. He may be young, but he may not be strong. As a man, Mr. Yi shouldn't refuse such a small competition, right? The boyfriend that Miss found can't be a coward. Yi Fan seemed unwilling, since you've already said so much, then. Alright, let's do it once. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Ha! Zhang Dong couldn't help but laugh. A cold light flashed in his eyes, I'm looking forward to it. The two of them came to a stone bench in front of the courtyard, squatted down, and extended their right arms to each other. Yi Fan held a cigarette in his mouth and vaguely said, You said let's begin. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Dong's face, Mr. Yi, do you know what I used to do? Yi Fan was puzzled, aren't you the driver? That's right, I'm the driver now, but in the past, I was a member of the Northwest Military Region Special Commando Team, so. If I hurt you, don't blame me. Who told you to make our madam angry? After saying this, Zhang Dong yelled, begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the muscles on Zhang Dong's right arm tightened. In an instant, his strength exploded, and he fiercely pressed down on Yi Fan's right arm. Yi Fan's right arm was immediately pressed down, and was about to hit the stone bench. With this fierce attack, even if it wasn't a fracture, it would still severely strain his muscles. However, just as Zhang Dong thought that he had successfully taught Yi Fan a lesson, he discovered that Yi Fan didn't have any reaction. Zhang Dong was surprised to find that when Yi Fan's arm was close to touching the bottom, it suddenly couldn't press down anymore. No matter how much strength Zhang Dong exerted, Yi Fan's hand was only a centimeter away from the stone bench, not moving at all. Hiss, huff, Fan Xian took a deep breath of smoke, and the white smoke sprayed onto Zhang Dong's face. As a driver, you're pretty good at arm wrestling. Fan Xian smiled evilly. His right hand suddenly exerted a force, instantly pushing Zhang Dong's arm back. Ka 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 ka, the sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed closely by Zhang Dong's miserable shriek. Ah! My hand! Yi Fan let go of Zhang Dong's trembling, soft and powerless hand, stood up, and looked down at him from above. If I tell you, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Do you want me to call for an ambulance? Zhang Dong was sweating profusely as he looked at Yi Fan with a trace of fear in his eyes. You. Why are you so strong? It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're malnourished and lack calcium. Yi Fan grinned, turned around and walked back into the house. At this moment, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely anxious. Su Changping and Tong Huizhen once again advised Su Qingxue not to be willful, but Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't compromise. Qingxue, Daddy really doesn't understand. Which part of Zheng Junfeng isn't better than that Yi Fan? Background, family, appearance, talent, and after chasing you for so long, it's obvious that he's sincere. Why do you have to see the Zheng family as evil people? Su Changping was very confused. Do you still need to ask? She's the one who purposely goes against us. No matter what we say, she has to oppose so that the entire Su family will listen to her and show off her identity as the CEO, Tong Huizhen said sarcastically. You guys are afraid of the Zheng family, but I'm not. When Grandpa left, he told me to take care of the embroidery group, not to give away everything. If you guys mention Zheng Junfeng again, then we have nothing to talk about. Aunt Jiang, send the guest off. Su Qingxue stood up from the sofa and said coldly. As soon as Yi Fan entered, he heard Su Qingxue sending off the guest. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. This conversation was really fast. When Tong Huizhen saw Yi Fan enter, she frowned. Where's Zhang Dong? How did you come in? Oh, that driver. He was bored and wanted to arm wrestle with me. In the end, he accidentally fractured his wrist. Do you want to send him to the hospital? Yi Fan had an innocent look on his face. What? How is that possible? Tong Huizhen's face was filled with astonishment. Su Qingxue also frowned. According to what she knew, that Zhang Dong was Tong Huizhen's trusted driver and bodyguard. He shouldn't be that useless. Su Changping's face was filled with displeasure. This Zhang Dong, did he lose his mind from the heat? Why would he arm wrestle for no reason? He even said that he was a retired Special Forces soldier. I already told you not to find such a braggart as a bodyguard. It's better to go back and find a new security company. Tong Huizhen's face alternated between red and white. She felt extremely embarrassed and cursed Zhang Dong thousands of times in her heart. She stomped her feet and hurriedly ran out of the door. Seeing his wife run out, Su Changping could only follow her. However, he seemed to be unable to let go of his daughter. He turned around and asked, "Oh right, Qingxue, you said during the day that the Zheng family was secretly trying to trip our company. What exactly happened at the company? You should take care of your wife and son first." You don't need to worry about the company, Su Qingxue said indifferently. You child, father is worried about you. You are also my daughter, Su Changping patted his chest and said. Su Qingxue turned her head and coldly snorted, I don't need you to worry about me. Just don't be used as a gun. Su Changping was exasperated. In your eyes, am I really that useless? When Aunt Jiang saw this, she hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Master, Miss is just saying it out of anger. Don't get angry. Su Changping's eyes reddened. He let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the door. His back was filled with helplessness. Because Zhang Dong, the driver, had a fracture, Su Changping had to drive the car himself, which made things even more awkward. After such a commotion, the atmosphere in the house was somewhat stifling. Su Qingxue went upstairs without a word. Only Yi Fan and Aunt Jiang were left in the living room. Yi Fan asked, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have a brother? Aunt Jiang nodded, yes, she has a 3-year younger brother called Su Weiming who is still in university. However, the two siblings have different mothers and weren't very close since they were young. When the old master passed away, he gave the shares of the company to Miss, allowing her to sit firmly in the position of CEO. That's why young master is even more unconvinced. Yi Fan nodded in realization. Most of the rich and powerful families passed it down to males and not females. However, old master Su gave the embroidery group to his granddaughter. It was either Su Qingxue who was too outstanding or Su Weiming who was too weak. Yi Fan suddenly thought of the big sister fairy, and asked, Aunt Jiang, does Xiao Shui have any sisters? Sisters? No, when Miss was 7 years old, her mother passed away. leaving Miss alone. She stayed in the orphanage until she was 10 years old, when the old master brought her back to the Su family. "I've never heard of Miss having any sisters," Aunt Jiang said. Yi Fan sighed regretfully. It seemed that he was thinking too much. It should only be because he looked like her. Aunt Jiang said with a sad face, "Ever since old master passed the company to Miss, Madam and young master have been very unhappy. Old master is caught in the middle, so it's difficult for him to be a human being. What should this family do?" Right at this moment, Su Qingshua's vexed voice came from the second floor. "Yi Fan. What are those things of yours? It stinks to death." Yi Fan was stunned and quickly ran upstairs. Only then did he realize that Su Qingxue was standing in front of his room, covering her nose. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. "Xiao Shui, are you talking about my clothes?" Yi Fan pointed at the clothes scattered around the room and smiled embarrassedly. "I think it's quite troublesome to put them in the closet, so I put them outside. It's more convenient when I want to wear them." Looking at those dirty, smelly, and old clothes, Su Qingxue frowned. "Don't you smell anything?" Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and said in all seriousness, "Indeed, my manly smell is quite strong." Su Qingshue's eyes became colder and colder. She wanted nothing more than to kick this guy down from the second floor. Seeing that the woman's expression wasn't right, Yi Fan smiled and said, "I did forget to wash a few things, I'm sorry." Su Qingxue ordered, "Hurry up and throw away all these clothes. I'll give you the money, go out and buy some new ones." When Yi Fan heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. "How can this be? These clothes can be worn after washing, it would be such a waste to throw them away. If you find it smelly, I'll go wash it immediately. I'll give you the money, you don't have to pay it back. It's not a matter of money. Clothes that have been worn for a long time have feelings for each other. Some of them were even given to me by my old friends, so I can't just throw them away." After saying that, Yi Fan ran into the house, put the clothes into the box, and ran downstairs with the box. "Aunt Jiang, where is the washing machine? I'll wash the clothes." Su Qingxue was speechless. She had seen stingy people before, but she had never seen such a stingy person. She didn't even want to give him new clothes and insisted on wearing such a pile of rags. On the other hand, Aunt Jiang was downstairs and said with a smile, "Miss, you found a good man. Even his clothes are so old, so he definitely won't change his mind about his wife." Chapter 14. 0014. After dealing with his dirty clothes, Yi Fan went upstairs and arrived at Su Qingshue's study. Su Qingshue's study was very simple. 2 rows of bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books, but if one looked carefully, the books were arranged according to category and alphabetical order. On a large desk, there was not a single speck of dust. The documents and office utensils were neatly arranged, and even the length and color of the pen were clearly classified. It could be seen that the woman's attitude towards work was very strict, and every detail was in pursuit of perfection. Su Qingxue, who was sitting behind the desk, was seriously reading a document. The woman's expression was serious, and her temperament was intellectual and elegant. When Yi Fan entered, Su Qingxue didn't say anything. She obviously planned to finish reading the information first. Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely picked up a book from the bookshelf and looked at it. However, these books were all about management and economics, so Yi Fan found them boring. After more than 10 minutes, Su Qingxue raised her head and saw that Yi Fan was reading. She asked, "Do you like these books? Being a businessman is not suitable for me." Yi Fan shook his head. "Oh right, Xiao Shui, why are you looking for me?" Su Qingxue was expressionless, but her beautiful eyes carried a trace of coldness that was like a cold pond. "Yi Fan, there are a few things that I hope you can figure out." "What is it?" Yi Fan felt that the woman in front of him was emitting an unapproachable aura. The two of them were clearly only 2 to 3 meters apart, but it was as if they were on opposite ends of the earth. "First, we are only in a contractual relationship. I am your employer, and you are my contract worker. When there is no one else, you can call me by my name, or you can call me boss or director Su, but you can't call me Xiao Shui, because we are not that close. Second, the reason you are in my house today is because I am considering your safety and also need to act for others to see. It is not because I want to develop a further relationship with you. Men and women are different, you can't just take off your clothes like you did today. Third, the contract will end in 3 months at the latest, and it might even be terminated early. Don't think that just because you flatter Aunt Jiang and please the old man, I will be soft-hearted. Your performance in my house today has already crossed the boundary of a contract boyfriend. I hope you can behave yourself. After Fan Xian heard this, he was slightly stunned. It was undeniable that he was a little disappointed in his heart. So, do you think I'm flattering Aunt Jiang? Yi Fan laughed at himself, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I don't have that many tricks up my sleeve. You and I don't belong to the same world. It's very difficult for us to come to a conclusion. I know this better than anyone else." Su Qingxue frowned slightly. When she heard the words, "not the same world," she deeply felt it. It's good that you know. I hope you can know your limits. Don't leave when the time comes and make Aunt Jiang very sad. Su Qingxue said. Yi Fan nodded. He put his hands in his pockets and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little. Qingxue, there's something I think you need to consider." "What is it?" Su Qingxue asked lightly. Fan Xian said sincerely, "I can see that your father really cares about you. It's just that he's kept in the dark about a lot of things, which is why he made the wrong judgment. After all, he's your biological father. You should tell him about the company's matters and some of the things that the Zheng family did behind his back." "You shouldn't." "Shut up." Su Qingxue suddenly interrupted Yi Fan's words coldly. The woman suddenly stood up and stared at him coldly. "Do you know what happened in the past? Do you know how I grew up in this family? Who do you think you are? Why do you care about my family's matters? This is my personal matter, there's no need for an outsider like you to interfere." After saying that, Su Qingxue pointed outside the door and shouted, "Get out of my house. I don't want to see you." Coincidentally, Aunt Jiang came up with a plate of fruits and walked to the door of the study. When she saw Su Qingxue loudly reprimanding her, Aunt Jiang was also stunned as she stood at the door. What's going on? Did you quarrel?" Aunt Jiang asked worriedly. Su Qingxue seemed to have been touched and was unable to restrain her anger. "Aunt Jiang, don't worry about it. Tell this guy to bring his luggage and get the hell out of here." Yi Fan also didn't expect that talking about their father and daughter would make Su Qingxue so angry. He felt depressed and couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman. He walked to the door and smiled embarrassedly at Aunt Jiang before going downstairs and leaving the mansion. He couldn't take his luggage with him because his clothes were all in the washing machine. However, Yi Fan didn't care. He couldn't beg a woman to let him stay there. If it was his temper a few years ago, he would have already rushed up to teach a woman a lesson. Although he had a big heart, he would still be annoyed after being messed around like this. After all, he only had good intentions. Yi Fan simply walked out of the residential area and took the subway to the bar street where the nightlife was lively. He hadn't been to the bar for a long time. Firstly, he wanted to save some money, and secondly, he was busy with all kinds of part-time jobs. His days were quite happy. But today, he wanted to drink to his heart's content. If he could find a beautiful woman, that would be for the best. The Pink Beauty Bar was a bar with a high style. Most of the people it attracted were white-collar workers. They could drink quietly and also find some excitement. After Yi Fan walked into the bar, he came to the bar counter and asked for a glass of whiskey. Just as he was about to look for a beauty in the bar that was worth flirting with, he heard someone call his name. "Yi Fan? Is that you? Sister Yuing?" Yi Fan turned around and found Feng Yuing sitting at a round table with a few other women who were also dressed in OL attire. "Why are you here to drink? I've never seen you before." Feng Yuing seemed to have drunk a little. Her cheeks were pink and she had a charming smile on her face. Seeing an acquaintance, who was even an eye-catching beauty, Yi Fan's mood improved a little. He walked over and said with a smile, "This is my first time here." A petite white-collar lady wearing a black uniform giggled, "Minister, could this be your boyfriend? He's quite manly." So the minister likes this type of person. "Xiao Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? He's a younger brother of mine," Feng Yuing said vaguely. Another white-collar man, Xiao Ying, who was wearing a white shirt and had short hair, said, "Minister Feng is shy. Just tell us about your relationship, and we won't go to the company to leak the secret." Sigh, I didn't expect Minister Feng to have a master. If those suitors knew, they would probably cry to death. Another white-collar worker said mischievously. Feng Yuing rolled her eyes and said angrily, "You guys keep teasing me. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you guys when I get to work." Saying that, Feng Yuing moved her body and vacated a seat on the sofa, saying, "Yi Fan, come with us. You're alone anyway." Yi Fan originally wanted to find a woman to indulge in, but with so many beauties accompanying him to drink, it wasn't bad. Thus, he readily agreed. As they drank and chatted, they found out that these women were all from Feng Yuying's department. They were basically her trusted subordinates and had a good relationship with each other in private. They would often get together after work. In order to confirm, Yi Fan asked, "Sister Yuing, is the White Sharks gang still harassing you?" Feng Yuing revealed a brilliant smile, "You might not believe me, but did you know that today, the hall master of the White Sharks gang actually came to the company to apologize to me? I don't even know what happened, but no matter what, it's over." "That's good." Yi Fan nodded. Xiao Yan rushed to say, "Minister Feng, believe me. It must be some tall, rich, and handsome guy who secretly likes you who helped you subdue those people." "Idiot, do you think this is an idle drama? How could there be such a good thing?" Xiao Ying shook her head. Feng Yuing also had a trace of doubt in her eyes, but no matter how she thought about it, she didn't seem to know such a person, so she could only give up. Feng Yuing clinked her cup with Yi Fan, "Come, no matter what, sister respects you. It's all thanks to you that I was able to be safe yesterday." As soon as these words were spoken, the group of white-collar workers smelled the scent of gossip and rushed to ask what happened yesterday. Feng Yuing naturally wouldn't go into details and simply explained it. "Oh. So it was a hero saving the beauty. Minister Feng, you still say that Yi Fan is just a little brother, we don't believe you." Xiao Yan giggled. Feng Yuying's pretty face turned even redder from their words. Just as she was about to explain, she suddenly saw a group of people walking over. Seeing the person who had arrived, Feng Yuying's face instantly turned ugly and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Everyone present could feel the change in the woman and couldn't help but look over curiously. A slender, fair-skinned young man wearing a Givenchy t-shirt and a Rolex walked over with 3 or 4 other men who were also wearing branded clothes. He had a lazy and arrogant smile on his face. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. So it's my dear Ying. How have you been recently?" Feng Yuing suppressed her emotions and pretended not to hear anything as she drank her wine. Xiao Yan and the other subordinates were all filled with righteous indignation, but they didn't dare to say anything. Just as Yi Fan was wondering what was going on, this young man had already pointed his spear at him. Chapter 15. 0015. Of course, Yi Fan wouldn't move aside. He shook the whiskey in his cup, "You can come and snatch it. Stinking brat, do you know who I am? Those who dare to mess with me in this area have already lost their arms and legs." The man laughed in disdain. "Is that so?" Yi Fan didn't take it seriously and continued to drink. Seeing that Yi Fan really didn't want to move, the man slammed the table, "I'm warning you one last time, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit." Feng Yuing, who was at the side, finally couldn't take it anymore. Her eyes reddened as she raised her head and scolded, "Zhou Can. Have you had enough? I don't want to see you. Take your scoundrel friends and leave." Zhou Can laughed evilly, "Ying, you're finally willing to call me by my name? Don't be so fierce, I'm just here to express my concern for an old friend. No need. And we've never been friends. Feng Yuing retorted. Zhou Can said frivolously, so heartless. I originally wanted to give you some money to spend, but I heard that your vegetative brother's medical fees are quite expensive. Hearing this, Feng Yuying's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Zhou Can in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, You still have the face to mention my brother. You beast, bastard. You will die a horrible death. Feng Yuing lost control of her emotions and directly splashed the wine in the cup onto Zhou Can's face and body. Stinking woman. Are you crazy? Zhou Can was covered in wine. He immediately flew into a rage and slapped Feng Yuing. Feng Yuing cried out in alarm. She thought that she was going to be hit, but she didn't expect that her hand would be blocked in midair. Yi Fan's left hand firmly held onto Zhou Can's right wrist. Hitting a woman is not a skill. Yi Fan's voice became somewhat low and deep. Let go. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Zhou Can's liver flared up as he punched towards Yi Fan's face with his other hand. But before he could hit him, Yi Fan's right hand had already pushed him in the chest, pushing Zhou Can to the ground. Zhou Can didn't know what was going on. A huge force caused him to flip over. His entire body felt as if it was falling apart, and the pain was unbearable. Boss! Boss, how are you? A group of subordinates helped Zhou Can up. Feng Yuing and the other female white-collar workers all had panicked looks on their faces. Many customers in the bar also looked over. Yi Fan, hurry up and leave. You can't afford to offend this person. Feng Yuing worriedly pushed Yi Fan, telling the man to hurry up and run. However, Fan Xian was calm and composed as he asked, If I leave, what will you do? Me? Feng Yuing was stunned, and a strange warmth surfaced in her heart. Was this man trying to protect her? At this moment, Zhou Can stood up and said with a sinister expression, You still want to leave? No way. How dare you hit me? I'm going to call my dad right now and ask him to send someone to kill you. When Feng Yuing heard this, she hurriedly stood up and said, Zhou Can, I was the one who splashed the wine on you. If you have a problem, come at me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Zhou Can chuckled, Feng Yuing, you're still scared, right? There were surveillance cameras here, so this guy couldn't escape even if he wanted to. If you want to protect him, you have to accompany me to the hotel tonight to have some fun. Hee hee. Hearing the man's lustful laughter, Feng Yuying's face turned red and she said, Shameless. Despicable. If you don't want to sleep with me, then I can only call my dad and tell him. Zhou Can said as he took out his phone. Feng Yuying's delicate body trembled, her face full of helplessness. She was very clear that if Yi Fan was really targeted by the Zhou family, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin and be tortured. And Yi Fan only made a move to protect her, so how could she just watch as Yi Fan was hurt? Wait. I. Feng Yuing wanted to say, agree, but this humiliation made her unable to say it. You? My patience is limited. Zhou Can's finger moved on the screen of his phone, his face full of ridicule. Just as Feng Yuing gritted her teeth and was about to agree, she saw Yi Fan beside her like a fierce tiger, standing up and punching Zhou Can in the stomach. Oh! Zhou Can felt his stomach churning and his internal organs were about to explode. He immediately vomited out all the acid in his stomach. However, Yi Fan followed up with another kick, kicking him 3 meters away. His entire body crashed into a table, and it was so painful that it felt as if his bones were broken. Waves of exclamations came from the bar. No one expected that the seemingly gentle Yi Fan would be so tyrannical when he made a move. When those lackeys saw that Zhou Can was beaten up, they hurriedly came forward to punch and kick Yi Fan. However, Yi Fan didn't even look at them. With a punch from the left and a kick from the right, he knocked these guys to the ground in a few moments, complaining incessantly. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Can, who was already curled up on the ground, trembling and vomiting. He calmly took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Huff. Yi Fan exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and said indifferently, forcing a woman to go to bed with you is no different from a rapist. People like you are the most despised in prison. Zhou Can vomited all over the floor. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears as he shouted, I want to get my dad to catch you. You're dead for sure. After saying that, Zhou Can led a group of lackeys and ran out of the bar dejectedly. Yi Fan sighed and sat back in his seat. Facing the table full of dumbstruck women, he said, Don't worry about them, let's continue drinking. Feng Yuing and the others all smiled bitterly. Things had already turned out like this, how could they dare to stay and drink? Let's go back first today. Xiao Yan and the other white-collar workers all took their bags and left. Everyone had left, and the table was empty. Yi Fan and Feng Yuing sat there, which was not suitable. Thus, the two of them also paid the bill and walked out of the bar, heading towards the subway station. A warm wind blew through the hazy streets in the night. The two of them walked side by side, looking like a couple. Feng Yuing sighed with a face full of worry, Yi Fan, you are too reckless. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked. That Zhou Can, his father is Zhou Haiyang, the hall master of the Purple Bamboo Forest, one of the 3 big gangs in Huahai City. Although the Purple Bamboo Forest is very low-key, its strength is on par with the White Shark Gang. We can't beat him. Is that so? I just don't want you to be bullied. Yi Fan smiled, not taking it seriously at all. When Feng Yuing heard this, a strange feeling surfaced in her heart. She looked at the man with a complicated gaze and stopped in her tracks. Yi Fan walked a few steps forward and found that the woman had stopped behind him. He curiously turned around and asked, What's wrong, Sister Yuing? Feng Yuing pursed her plump red lips and said faintly, Can you accompany me to the riverside? Under the night sky, the quiet and enchanting spring river ran through the entire city and flowed into the sea. After buying a bag of cold beer at a 24-hour convenience store, the two of them sat on the slope by the river, watching the river flow and boats pass by as they drank beer. Through Feng Yuying's narration, Yi Fan also knew that the woman had some grudges with that Zhou Can chased after me for a long time 2 years ago, but I knew that he wasn't a good person, so I kept rejecting him. Later on, there was one time when he came to my house and wanted to force me. Coincidentally, my brother came back and had an argument with him. He pushed my brother down the stairs, causing him to suffer a severe brain injury and become a vegetable. Feng Yuying's eyes had a trace of tears as she whispered, because of Zhou Can's family, Zhou Can was only detained for a few weeks before being released. As for my brother, he had already been lying in the sanatorium for more than 2 years. Because of this, my parents have aged a lot. They blame me for not taking good care of my brother. I also don't have the face to go back to my hometown and see them. Although Yi Fan had roughly guessed what had happened, he still sighed after hearing it. Behind the woman's beautiful appearance, the pressure she had to bear alone could be imagined. Perhaps it was because of the bitterness in her heart that Feng Yuing lived in the company's apartment and immersed herself in her work. The whiskey in the bar and a few cans of beer, when the wind blew by the riverside, made the alcohol particularly strong. Feng Yuying's delicate face was exceptionally rosy, and her pair of almond-shaped eyes shone with light, charming and seductive. Yi Fan, why are you so good to me? Feng Yuing hugged her knees, leaned her head on them, and looked at the man beside her in a daze. Yi Fan burped and said truthfully, I only did what I had to do. Besides, I am a man, so when I see a beauty, I will be more or less attentive. Puchi. Feng Yuing smiled sweetly and glared at him, you are really frank, but I still have to thank you. Yi Fan took out another can of beer, opened it and handed it over, another one. Feng Yuing pouted, I want to go to the toilet. I drank too much. Then I'll drink. Yi Fan wanted to take it back. No. I still want to drink. Feng Yuing snatched the beer and gulped down 2 more mouthfuls. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh, a woman's mind was indeed hard to guess. Seeing that the beer was gone, he took out a cigarette and started smoking. When the last can of beer was finished, the alcohol was fermenting more and more. Feng Yuing was obviously a little dizzy as well. She leaned her head on Yi Fan's shoulder and mumbled something in her mouth. Yi Fan turned his head and smelled the delicate fragrance of the woman's hair. Sister Yuing, should I send you back to the apartment? After a dozen seconds, Feng Yuing slowly raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with hazy eyes. Chapter 16. 0016. Of course Yi Fan dared. Where would Yi Fan not dare to go? Besides, the place Feng Yuing was talking about was just a commercial house she bought herself. In the Crescent Moon Bay district, Feng Yuing bought a house with a mortgage. It was 150 square meters, and in the third ring of Huahai City, it was considered a pretty good location. However, Feng Yuing usually stayed in her apartment and rarely returned to her home. To Feng Yuing, the desolation here reminded her of her younger brother in the sanatorium. She took the elevator up to the 20th floor, and when she reached the door, Feng Yuing took out her keys, but her hand was slightly trembling as she opened the door. Perhaps it was the cold air in the subway that made Feng Yuing sober up a little. The woman realized that this invitation was so ambiguous. What was she thinking? To actually bring a man here, one must know that the two of them had only been close for 2 days, but since she was already here, she couldn't just drive Yi Fan away. They were all adults, and inviting Yi Fan to her private house in the middle of the night was already very obvious. If she drove Yi Fan away, wouldn't she be fooling around with him for no reason? Thinking of the scene where Yi Fan stood up for her, Feng Yuing made up her mind. Sister Yuing, what's wrong with you? Did you take the wrong key? Yi Fan saw the woman's nervousness and felt that it was quite interesting. Feng Yuing took a deep breath, opened the door, and said softly like a mosquito, "Come in." Walking into the house, the decorations were very warm, the sofa, tables and chairs were warm, and there were some landscape paintings hanging on the beige walls. However, because no one lived here usually, the air lacked the smell of home. After throwing away her bag and taking off her coat, Feng Yuing was only left with a thin white shirt. Under the light, it was especially moving. The alcohol made the woman's fragrance especially strong. Feng Yuing turned around, her beautiful eyes blinked, and her long eyelashes trembled, indescribably charming. Yi Fan. Are you single? She felt that there was a need to ask clearly. Yi Fan almost wanted to laugh. It seemed that Feng Yuing was really awake. She actually considered these questions. I do have a girlfriend, but it's fake. Does that count? Yi Fan said. Feng Yuing only thought that he was joking, and rolled her eyes at him. Yes is yes, what does it matter if it's real or fake? Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. Really? Then no. After Feng Yuing heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She walked in front of Yi Fan, raised her head, closed her eyes, and looked a little nervous. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the woman's innocent appearance, but she was clearly very nervous. Sister Yueying, what are you doing? Yi Fan asked playfully. Feng Yuing opened her eyes and blushed. She said with some annoyance, You bully me. You clearly know it. Know what? Feng Yuing bit her red lips and said angrily, Forget it if you don't know. With that, the woman turned to leave. Ugh, before Feng Yuing could even cry out in alarm, she discovered that she had already been kissed by Yi Fan. A pair of bright eyes blinked as she looked at the man up close. Her delicate body trembled slightly. Wait a minute. When Feng Yuing was touched by Yi Fan's hand, she suddenly quivered. Yi Fan stopped moving and asked with a heavy breath, What's wrong? Feng Yuying's face was tender and beautiful as she stammered, I want to go to the toilet first. Yi Fan smiled, You can't hold it in anymore. Feng Yuing wished she could crawl under the sofa. This was too embarrassing. Yi Fan didn't waste his breath and got up from the woman. Go. Feng Yuing quickly got up and ran into the bathroom as if she was fleeing, closing the door behind her. When she ran into the bathroom, Feng Yuing leaned against the door and slowly fell down. Her heart was beating like a deer as she subconsciously touched her two red lips. It seemed that there was still the scent of a man left behind. This Yi Fan looked honest, but his skills were so powerful. Feng Yuing muttered in her heart, becoming more and more curious as to where this man came from. However, as her mind became calmer and calmer, Feng Yuing also began to feel apprehensive. After she went out, how should she continue? To put it bluntly, she was still a traditional and conservative woman. If she hadn't been provoked tonight, and Yi Fan had helped her twice, giving her a great sense of security, she wouldn't have invited Yi Fan to her house in a hot-headed manner. Of course, it wasn't that she hated Yi Fan, it was just that she felt that the relationship between the two had not reached that point yet. 5 minutes later, Feng Yuing hesitated and walked back to the living room. Just as her heart was beating like a drum, she saw that Yi Fan had already taken off his clothes and was lying on the sofa, snoring. Feng Yuing was startled for a moment, then she heaved a sigh of relief. Since the man was asleep, then there was nothing to worry about. Idiot, aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Feng Yuing smiled and shook her head. She took out an air conditioner blanket from the bedroom and covered Yi Fan with it. She was very careful, afraid that she would wake the man up. After a day of torment, she was also sleepy. Tomorrow was the weekend, so she didn't have to go to work. Feng Yuing planned to take a bath tomorrow morning, so she laid on the big bed in the bedroom and fell asleep not long after. What the woman didn't know was that after she fell asleep, Yi Fan, who was in the living room, helplessly opened his eyes. Yi Fan was naturally pretending to be asleep, because he discovered that Feng Yuing seemed to still be a virgin. Whether it was the woman's skills or reaction, she was clearly inexperienced. Fortunately, Feng Yuing went to the washroom. In this way, Yi Fan also found an opportunity to calm down, so he simply pretended to be asleep and ended everything. The next morning, the sun shone into the living room. Yi Fan smelled an alluring fragrance. When he opened his eyes, he found a graceful figure wearing a loose white t-shirt, an apron, and black hair, making breakfast in the kitchen. The woman was wearing a pair of orange hot pants. She stood there with her legs crossed. As her body swayed, it was especially seductive. Yi Fan's gaze slightly froze. A beautiful family woman, a warm little nest, this kind of faint feeling of home, made him yearn for it. Coincidentally, Feng Yuing turned around to take the plate and saw Yi Fan looking at her. Feng Yuying's bare face revealed a trace of shyness and joy. Why didn't you say anything when you woke up? Why are you secretly staring at me? Ying, you're so beautiful. Yi Fan blurted out. Feng Yuying's face instantly turned red. What did you call me just now? Yi Fan grinned. I've already kissed you, touched you, so calling you Ying isn't too much, right? Chapter 17. 0017 Yi Fan entered the bathroom and found that she had already prepared a towel and a toothbrush for him. He secretly sighed at how good it was to have a woman to take care of him. After washing up, he came to the dining table in the living room. There was a large plate of egg fried rice and a bowl of seaweed soup. Yi Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Yuing thought that the man found the breakfast too simple, so she smiled embarrassedly and said, I don't live here often, so there aren't many ingredients. Next time, I'll buy some ingredients and make some delicious food for you to try. I really know how to cook. Yi Fan hurriedly shook his head. I didn't mean that, it's just I haven't eaten breakfast alone in a long time, it feels weird. Feng Yuing was silent for a while, feeling very uncomfortable in her heart. Then she smiled gently, you can come find me, I'll cook for you. When Yi Fan heard this, he couldn't help but smile playfully. Ying, are you saying that you want to live with me? That's not what I meant. Feng Yuing blushed and scolded herself in her heart for being so stupid. Why did she suddenly say such words? Just as the two of them sat down and were about to eat breakfast, they heard the doorbell ring. Feng Yuing was puzzled. Why would someone come so early in the morning? She walked to the door and looked through the peephole, but her pretty face turned pale. Open the door. King open the door. We know Yi Fan is inside. A loud voice shouted from outside. Feng Yuying's face was filled with anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. She turned around and asked, "What should we do?" "It's the hooligans from the purple bamboo forest who came looking for you." Zhou Ken must have said something to his father. Yi Fan ate 2 mouthfuls of food, then unhurriedly took out his phone and sent a text message. After sending the text message, Yi Fan stood up and said, "Don't worry, open the door. It won't be a big deal to go there. You don't know, they are very ruthless, and they have something to do with the Defense Department. If you are taken away by them, you will definitely suffer a lot." Feng Yuing was so anxious that her eyes were filled with tears. She blamed herself and said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so impulsive yesterday." Yi Fan walked to the woman's side. "Idiot, you didn't do anything wrong, why are you blaming yourself?" After Yi Fan finished speaking, he didn't care about Feng Yuing, who was staring at him blankly, and directly opened the door. At the door stood 4 tall and burly men in black shirts. The leader had dyed purple hair and wore earrings. "Do you think we can't find you just because you're hiding in a woman's nest? You've got guts, you even dared to hit our young master." Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. "Hitting him doesn't require much courage." "Hee, stinking brat, you're quite stubborn. Since you have the guts, why don't you go out and play with us brothers?" The purple-haired man slanted his mouth and said. Fan Xian already had a plan. He didn't want to cause any bloody scenes in front of Feng Yuing, so he nodded. "No problem, where are we going?" "Ha, you really don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die so much, then come with us." After saying that, the 2 hoodlums came up and pushed Yi Fan to the elevator. The purple-haired man turned around and threatened Feng Yuing, "Smelly B***tch, if you dare to call the police, you know the consequences." Feng Yuing stood helplessly at the door. She suddenly realized that she was really too useless. 2 streams of tears fell silently. When Yi Fan was pushed into the elevator, Feng Yuing clenched her teeth. She knew that calling the police was probably useless, and that she would also be in danger. However, she couldn't just watch Yi Fan be taken away, so she took out her phone and called the police. Half an hour later, Yi Fan was brought to a nightclub by a van. Because it was morning, the shop was empty. There was no one at all. Yi Fan entered the dance hall on the first floor and found that there were already more than 20 elite thugs surrounding the place. A fat middle-aged man was standing together with Zhou Ken. When Zhou Ken saw Yi Fan, he immediately revealed an excited and sinister smile. "Dad. This is the guy who hit me last night. He called me a rapist." "Rapist?" Zhou Haiyang's skin was dark. He wore a jade thumb ring on his hand and had a cigar in his mouth. Although he was short, he had a fierce aura. "Do you know me?" Zhou Haiyang asked as he puffed out his smoke. Yi Fan shook his head. "No." "Which gang are you from, or which family?" Zhou Haiyang asked again. No sect, no family." Yi Fan thought of the words in the martial arts novel. Zhou Haiyang smiled. "Then do you have any enmity with our purple bamboo forest, or with our Zhou family?" Yi Fan said, "I just met your son yesterday, where did the enmity come from?" Zhou Haiyang's face immediately darkened. "So you're saying that you're King courting death?" Zhou Ken, who was standing at the side, couldn't wait any longer and shouted, "What are you guys still standing there for? Press him to the ground and beat him up. Keep his eggs, I'm going to kick his eggs until they explode." "Yes. Young master." A group of thugs aggressively stepped forward, eager to be the first to please their boss. But at this moment, a throwing knife flew towards the center of the dance hall like lightning, bringing with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air. A roller lamp was cut down by the throwing knife, falling from the sky and smashing into pieces. Clang clang. An explosion rang out, shocking the group of thugs to the point that they were dumbstruck, not knowing what had happened. Zhou Haiyang, who recognized the owner of the throwing knife, instantly changed his expression and turned his head to look in the direction of the door. "President." "What?" The president is here. The group of subordinates were also shocked as they respectfully went over to greet him. Ning Zmo simply stood on the steps at the entrance, as if the entire spacious hall had become centered around her. She was the queen here, and no one could resist. However, it was clear that the queen was in a hurry when she set out today, so she was dressed very casually. She wore a loose, gray, sleeveless dress with black, open-toed cold slippers. Her beautiful hair was casually draped over her shoulders, but her graceful temperament made her appear astonishingly cold and elegant even in her simple clothes. Behind Ning Zmo, only Zhao Zhong followed. Zhao Zhong's expression was incomparably grim. President, why did you suddenly come over? Why didn't you inform us in advance? Zhou Haiyang grinned, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. Ning Zmo coldly glanced at the father and son, then walked directly to the middle of the dance floor in front of Yi Fan. A deep sense of self-blame and shame flashed through the woman's eyes. Her voice lacked confidence as she lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen." The group of Purple Bamboo Forest gang members present were all completely dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. The dignified president of the Purple Bamboo Forest, the underground queen of Huahai, with a deep background and a mysterious noble bloodline, actually lowered her head and admitted her mistake to a poor brat from who knows where. However, the following scene made everyone even more flabbergasted. Yi Fan extended a finger and gently lifted Ning Zmo's chin, as if he was an emperor who was doting on his concubine. "Sister Ning, why are you apologizing to me? I was the one who beat up your hall master Zhou's son, and they didn't do anything to me." Ning Zmo nervously asked, Are you really not angry with me?" Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. "Do you think that if I were really angry, I would still send you a message?" Hearing this, Ning Zmo heaved a sigh of relief. However, she immediately turned her head and stared at the Zhou father and son duo with an ice-cold gaze. It was these guys who had caused her image to be damaged in Yi Fan's heart. "How many times have I said it? If the people of the Purple Bamboo Forest dare to commit crimes behind my back, I will severely punish them." Ning Zmo's words were filled with dignity. Zhou Haiyang looked at his trembling son and stiffly smiled as he stepped forward and said, "President, I really didn't know." "You know this brother Yi? If I had known earlier that you were family, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding." "Ha! Who's your brother?" Yi Fan indifferently replied. Zhou Haiyang could only smile and ask, "President, I really didn't know that you knew this Mr. Yi. Why don't you introduce him?" Ning Zmo expressionlessly said, "You are not worthy to know." In fact, even Ning Zmo herself didn't know Yi Fan's background. She only knew very well that this man was definitely not someone that could be placed in a small place like Huahai. Chapter 18. 0018 Yi Fan casually said, "There's no need to go through too much trouble. Just don't let me see this father and son pair in the future." When Ning Zmo heard this, she immediately frowned and nodded as she muttered, "So it's like that." Zhou Haiyang had an awkward expression as he sullenly said, "President, Mr. Yi, if I offended you, please forgive me. I'll treat you to a good meal and treat it as an apology. How about it?" Suddenly, Ning Zmo smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful flower-like smiling face. "Uncle Zhou, you've been in the association for a long time. When my maternal grandfather was still alive, you were already a hall master. Originally, with your qualifications, even if you betrayed me, I would still have given you a way out." Hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's hair stood on end as he turned pale with fright and said, "President. You. What do you mean? You want to kill me?" The other Zhou family members also panicked. They couldn't believe that just because Zhou Haiyang and his son provoked Yi Fan, they were going to kill Zhou Haiyang, a senior member of the association. Ning Zmo sighed, "There's no other way. I don't dare to let Yi Fan do it himself. That would be even more disrespectful to you. I will let little Zhao make his move faster, there won't be any pain." Zhou Haiyang staggered back, his head was covered in sweat and his face was ashen as he said, "No. Impossible." "Why?" I have worked hard for the purple bamboo forest. Why do you want to kill me just because of this stinking brat who came out of nowhere? Ning Zimo, are you crazy? I am your elder. Dad. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Woo woo. Zhou Ken ran over in fright, hugged Zhou Haiyang and started crying. Zhou Haiyang's face was fierce as he said, "Don't be afraid, son. This place is full of our people, they can't do anything to us. When we get out, gather the other gang members and tell them that this woman is crazy. Let's see what she can do." Saying that, Zhou Haiyang shouted, "Someone come quickly. Block them all and protect our retreat." The group of Zhou family's thugs hesitated for a moment, but a few of them ran out, wanting to cover their master's retreat. But at this moment, there were only two rustling sounds as two throwing knives pierced the foreheads of the two thugs. The two thugs immediately fell to the ground and died with their eyes wide open. In Ning Zimo's hand, there were a few willow leaf flying daggers that she had taken out of nowhere. She said coldly, "This is the purple bamboo forest. Just who is the one you are loyal to?" This domineering attack completely shocked everyone. The group of thugs all knelt on the ground and shouted, "President, spare us." You guys," Zhou Haiyang's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that his subordinates had all submitted to Ning Zimo. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind Zhou Haiyang, "Hallmaster Zhou, please excuse me." A blood-colored hand pierced through Zhou Haiyang's chest. Unknowingly, little Zhao had already arrived behind Zhou Haiyang. On his right hand, he wore 5 metal finger sheaths. They were incomparably sharp. As he pierced through Zhou Haiyang's body, he also crushed his heart. "Dad!" Zhou Ken screamed and fainted from fright. When Xiao Zhao was about to kill Zhou Ken as well, Yi Fan interrupted him. "Xiao Zhao, don't kill this guy. Kick his balls to pieces, then strip him naked and throw him on the streets," Yi Fan said. When Xiao Zhao heard that, he shook off the flesh on his hand and nodded with a smile, "No problem, Fan Ji, you have the final say." The group of thugs at the side all looked at Zhou Ken with sorrowful eyes. They even said that they wanted to break Yi Fan's balls, but in the end, their own balls were going to explode. At this moment, the dead Zhou Haiyang's phone rang. Ning Zimo picked up his phone and turned on the hands-free mode. "Hello, is this Hallmaster Zhou? A woman named Feng Yuan called the police and said that she wanted to arrest you guys. I've already suppressed the matter for you, deal with that woman yourself." "Hello? Did you hear that?" Ning Zimo directly smashed the phone into pieces and said with hidden bitterness, "So, you're doing this for that woman again?" Yi Fan was stunned. He came back to his senses and smiled, "Coincidence, it's just a coincidence. I understand, you don't have to explain." Ning Zimo had a disappointed and sad look on her face as she turned around and walked out. Yi Fan was speechless. What kind of show was this? Regardless of whether a woman was really sad or putting on an act, he still had to coax her. Yi Fan hurriedly followed her out and arrived at a Mercedes-Benz S600 that Ning Zimo was sitting in. This car was equipped with bulletproof glass and the engine had been adjusted. "Sister Ning, don't be like this. Ying and I aren't as complicated as you think," Yi Fan said. "Ying? You're already calling her Ying?" Ning Zimo leaned her head against the window and said sadly, "So there's someone else in your heart all this while. No wonder I can't enter your heart no matter what." Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh and said, "You can't enter my heart because you're already in my heart." Ning Zimo finally raised her head and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I send you a message? I took care of these guys myself. Didn't I do it to give face to you, the president? If I single-handedly clean up a hall in your purple bamboo forest, how can you still have any dignity in the association? And how are you going to explain it to the gang?" Yi Fan said. Ning Zimo thought about it and felt that it made sense, but she was still not satisfied. She asked expectantly, "Between me and that Feng Yuing, who's prettier?" Yi Fan replied without hesitation, "Of course it's you, Sister Ning. You're a goddess." Ning Zimo was even happier, but she said, "You only know how to brush me off. I'm prettier than her, why don't you call my name? I'm the same age as her." "What? You've even investigated my age? Sister Ning, is there a need for you to do this?" Yi Fan was almost convinced by this woman. Ning Zimo also felt a little embarrassed and muttered, "Who asked you to always ignore me? I want to see which vixen can take you away." "I'm not ignoring you. It's just what?" Ning Zimo asked anxiously. "It's just that I don't have much of a goal. I just want to work, earn some money, and live a stable life. It's not suitable for me to be with you," Yi Fan said honestly. Ning Zimo's expression instantly changed. Her anxious look turned cold and angry. She pointed at the car door and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" Yi Fan was shocked and scratched his head. He didn't know how he made the woman angry. "Sister Ning, did I say something wrong? Get out of the car!" Ning Zimo shouted again. Yi Fan had no choice but to get out of the car. However, he was still puzzled. "Sister Ning, why are you angry?" "So in your eyes, I, Ning Zimo, am the kind of woman who gets close to you for benefits. Yi Fan, you disappoint me." Ning Zimo's eyes were filled with tears as she slammed the car door shut. Yi Fan stood outside the car door and couldn't say a word for a long time. Of course, he didn't mean it that way. But his actions seemed to mean it that way. Xiao Zhao washed his hands from somewhere and quickly ran into the car. When he realized that his boss quarreled with Yi Fan, he didn't dare to make a sound. He smiled apologetically at Yi Fan and hurriedly drove away. Yi Fan stood by the side of the road and scratched his head in frustration. Ning Zimo was angry, so he didn't want to be unlucky. He took out his phone and wanted to call Feng Yuing to tell the woman that he was safe, but then he remembered that he didn't leave Feng Yuying's number. He could only walk to the nearby subway station and prepare to return to Feng Yuying's place. However, the moment Yi Fan walked into the underground station, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him from behind. Yi Fan squinted his eyes. His actions didn't change and he continued to take the subway with a normal expression. However, when he was one stop away from the Crescent Bay district, Yi Fan left the station ahead of time. After walking to a small and cold street, Yi Fan turned a corner and arrived at a dark alley with no one around. After confirming that there was no one around, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. "Come out. Don't you feel bored following me like a coward?" Yi Fan said helplessly as he took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Chapter 19. 0019 in the mansion of Egret County. Because it was the weekend, Su Qingxue did not go to work. She sat in the dining room downstairs, eating a fruit platter for breakfast while watching the morning news. Aunt Jiang took out some dry clothes. Looking at the clothes that Yi Fan had left at home, the old woman sighed. "Miss, Yi Fan was chased out by you last night and didn't come back for the whole night. He didn't even bring his luggage with him. Could he be sleeping on the streets?" Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then said with a frown, "He really didn't come back?" "That's right, I saw that the room was empty in the morning. Could something have happened?" "Miss, why don't you give him a call and ask? He's such a big person, and it's not winter outside, so nothing will happen. He might have gone back to his place to sleep." Su Qingxue didn't want to take the initiative to call him. Aunt Jiang hesitated for a moment, then said with a sigh, "Miss, don't think that I, an old woman, am talkative. Yi Fan mentioned the matter of the master to you last night, and it actually has something to do with his own experience." Su Qingxue looked at Aunt Jiang doubtfully. "What do you mean?" "Miss, think about it, Yi Fan's parents both passed away when he was young. He grew up alone and lived alone, so he must be very eager to have his own parents. When he saw that you and the master were arguing, he definitely didn't feel good. He wanted to have a father, but he didn't even have the chance to argue." Aunt Jiang said sadly. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened, and after a moment of absent-mindedness, she said, "Aunt Jiang, you said that he's an orphan. This time, it was Aunt Jiang's turn to be puzzled. What, miss, you don't know? Su Qingxue bit her lower lip and a complicated expression flashed across her eyes. She recalled what Yi Fan said last night and suddenly understood something. I'll make a call and ask. Su Qingxue picked up her phone and added, let me make it clear first, Aunt Jiang asked me to call, it has nothing to do with me. When Aunt Jiang heard this, she covered her mouth and smiled. She squinted her eyes and said, yes, that's what I meant. Miss, you are really magnanimous. Only then did Su Qingxue clear her throat and make the call. Not long after, the call connected. Su Qingxue tried her best to make her tone gentle as she asked, where are you? Outside. Yi Fan's reply was very cold. Of course I know you're outside. Su Qingxue snappily said, where are you now? Yi Fan asked, what's the matter? She originally wanted to care about where the man slept last night, but Yi Fan's cold tone made her give up on this idea. Nothing much. I'm just asking, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Without waiting for Su Qingxue to say anything, Yi Fan had already hung up the phone. The woman's pretty face slowly turned cold. She slammed her phone on the table, picked up her fork, and stabbed it into a piece of honeydew melon as if she had a grudge against that piece of melon. Aunt Jiang, don't worry about him, let him be, the old lady had a helpless look on her face. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have made the call. In the alley, Yi Fan put his phone back into his pants pocket, took a drag of his cigarette, and swept his gaze across the dark-skinned, thin man in front of him. The man was dressed in ordinary street clothes, with a braid and a cap. From his facial features, one could tell that he was not from China. How did Mr. Yi find me? The man spoke in English. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He believed that his tracking skills were top-notch, but he had been seen through after such a short period of time. Yi Fan puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said expressionlessly, you? It's you guys, right? You changed your stalkers 3 times in total. Including you, 1 woman and 2 men, your accent is from the Samar region of country F. If I'm not mistaken, the tattoo on the back of your hand and the eagle head ring on your finger, you are the bounty hunters of the B-rank organization, Monkey-Eating Eagle. The braided man opened his mouth and was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled with a tense expression and said, it seems that Mr. Yi is indeed not ordinary. No wonder he became friends with Dr. Ganesha. Hearing the name Ganesha, Yi Fan basically guessed the other party's intentions. He said in a deep voice, I don't care what you, monkey-eating eagle, want to do, you shouldn't have come to me. Mendo smiled and said, our organization is searching the world for Dr. Ganesha. In the laboratory of the elephant head god, there is a piece of information about the address of Huahai City. That's the apartment you live in. To be able to make the elephant head god specially record the address, it must be someone he cares about. Mr. Yi, do you know where the elephant head god is? Yi Fan frowned. This elephant's nose actually left behind such a clue. He hoped that the monkey-eating eagle didn't spread this information. He's already dead, this is not a secret. Yi Fan said. Mendo was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, that's true, but he's the elephant head god, so everything is possible. I'll say it again, Ganesha is dead. Yi Fan's tone became heavier, and his gaze became colder. Mendo subconsciously swallowed his throat. An invisible pressure made him feel his body begin to stiffen. Who the hell was this guy? Mendo's heart began to pound. After all, bounty hunters who walked the line between life and death were very sensitive to danger. Then may I ask, does Mr. Yi know where Dr. Xiang left the ANKH before he died? Mendo gathered his courage and asked tentatively. Yi Fan lightly said, something that no one has ever seen before, it's just an illusory rumor. Is that so? Some rumors say that Dr. Xiang gave his inheritance to a mysterious friend for safekeeping. Mendo carefully looked at Yi Fan's eyes and expression, trying to see something. However, Yi Fan's face was calm, and he was just a little impatient. I've already said it clearly. I'll only give you 5 seconds to scram. 5. 4. Mendo was scared out of his wits. His heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and immediately ran away. In the blink of an eye, Mendo, who was walking like the wind, had already run far away from this block. Yi Fan finished smoking a cigarette and stepped on the cigarette butt. His eyes flashed with a hint of vicissitudes and helplessness as he muttered to himself, "Elephant nose, you said you're already dead, yet you still left me such a mess." Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. Although he had thought that he would be found sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so fast. It was all because someone else had left an address there. Originally, he wanted to be a peaceful little fart, earn some money, and live a comfortable life. But now, it seemed that this wish was going to fail. Keeping a low profile can't solve the problem. Could it be that I'm a firefly in the night? Yi Fan thought self-deprecatingly. He wasn't afraid of getting involved in some disputes, but he was afraid that some unscrupulous fugitives would target the people around him. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Thinking about all sorts of things, Yi Fan continued to walk towards Feng Yuying's house. 2 blocks away, in a small white car, Mendo and the other 2 monkey-eating eagle bounty hunters were discussing with frowns on their faces. "What did you say?" "He already discovered us." A woman dressed in fancy clothes asked. "This person looks very ordinary. Could it be that he's deliberately bragging to scare you?" Another fat man guessed. Mendo shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Impossible, this person is definitely an expert. Standing in front of him, I don't even dare to breathe loudly. I'm almost tongue-tied when I speak." He was clearly standing there with flaws all over his body, but I felt that I couldn't defeat him at all. I have a premonition that as long as I dare to make a move, I won't be able to come back. The 2 companions sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman didn't quite believe it. "It can't be, how can it be so terrifying? Your strength can be considered to be in the top 5 in our organization." However, the fatty snorted and said, "So what if we're in the top 5? Although we, the monkey-eating eagle, are a B-rank organization and have some status in the underground world, this is China, a land of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's better to be cautious." Mendo and the woman nodded. Indeed, it would be more difficult for them to sneak into China. They couldn't be too careless. The fatty continued, "I believe that if there are many doors, then those who can be friends with the elephant head god will definitely not be ordinary. They should be experts. Are we just going to give up like this? It wasn't easy for us to find the information about ANKH first. The guild leader trusted us, so he let us carry out this mission. If we let others deal with it, where would our face be? We are bounty hunters, licking blood from the edge of the blade and fishing for money from the frying pan. We can't just give up on such a big cake just because the other party might be an expert, right?" The woman was unwilling. Mendo rubbed his chin and muttered, "Although he might be stronger than us, he is still a person of the society after all. He might have a lot of restraints around him. Just now, I heard him talking to a woman on the phone. Maybe we can investigate the people around him." Chapter 20. 0020 Yi Fan returned to Crescent Bay's Feng Yuying's residence and pressed the doorbell. Very quickly, Feng Yuying opened the door. Seeing Yi Fan standing there safely, the woman was both happy and surprised. "Yi Fan, they didn't do anything to you, did they? Are you hurt?" Yi Fan turned around, spread out his hands and smiled. "Do I look like I'm injured?" Feng Yuying let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. "Come in quickly and tell me what happened. I was worried to death at home. I don't know if I'll end up making a fool of myself after calling the police." Yi Fan felt a wave of warmth in his heart. Feng Yuying calling the police was actually a risk. No matter what, this was also a heart. Entering the living room and sitting on the sofa, Yi Fan casually made up an excuse. He said that the people from the Defense Bureau helped him and warned the Zhou father and son before letting him go. If he really told her about those bloody things, Feng Yuying would probably be afraid, so Yi Fan felt that there was no need. "Really? I thought it was useless to call the police." It seems like the public security in Huahai is pretty good. Feng Yuing said with concern, Yi Fan, don't be so impulsive in the future. I know you have some skills and are good at fighting, but there are some things that you can endure for a while. There are many outlaws in society, there is no need to clash with them. Yi Fan looked at the woman with a smile, Ying Ying, you care so much about me, have you fallen in love with me? Feng Ying's face immediately turned red. She picked up a pillow from the sofa and threw it at him, saying angrily, what are you thinking? You were in danger to protect me, isn't it normal for me to care about you? Looking at the woman's shy look and charming face, Yi Fan's heart itched. He hadn't touched a woman for so long, and it was rare for him to meet such a mature woman, which was exactly what he wanted. Yi Fan grabbed Feng Ying's hand and pulled her from the other side of the sofa to his chest, crashing into her. Yeah! Feng Ying exclaimed. She raised her head and realized that Yi Fan was looking at her with a fiery gaze. You! Ugh! Without waiting for the woman to speak, Yi Fan had already kissed her heavily. Ing! Thanks to Yi Fan's skilled technique, Feng Ying's delicate body quickly heated up. She felt that she was already strange and found it hard to control. However, deep down in her heart, her conservative personality allowed her to maintain her last shred of sobriety. She gently pushed Yi Fan away, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she softly said, Yi Fan, don't be like this for now. We've known each other for a while. But we don't know much about each other, so we should at least have a proper relationship. Yi Fan also stopped what he was doing, feeling a little apologetic in his heart. That's right, Feng Ying isn't like those women he played with when he was overseas. To those women, the matters between men and women are entertainment, the same as singing and dancing. But Feng Ying was different. She felt that this was a very sacred and solemn ceremony, so she couldn't easily give up her first time. I'm sorry, Ying Ying, I was too reckless. I won't do it again. Yi Fan let go of the woman and suppressed his own flame. Seeing that Yi Fan respected her thoughts, Feng Ying felt very satisfied. After all, this meant that Yi Fan cared about her. Feng Ying's beautiful eyes twinkled as she hugged Yi Fan's neck and took the initiative to give him a kiss. As long as you treat me well, I'll be yours sooner or later. Can you give us some time? Hiss. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. This sudden sweet response hit his heart and he felt his entire body go limp. This woman looked like she was intellectual and dignified, but she had the potential to be a vixen in her bones. After Feng Ying said this, she became shy again. She quickly stood up and tidied up her clothes, saying, all right, you're back safely, so I'm at ease. Next time when I have time, I'll go buy some delicious dishes and make some specialties for you to try. Yi Fan still wanted to cuddle with the woman, so he was puzzled, why do we have to do it next time? Isn't it the weekend today? We can eat together at noon. Feng Ying said apologetically, it's the weekend, but my boss has something to talk to me about. I was originally worried about you, but now that you're fine, I have to hurry out. Is that so? Alright then, I'll be leaving too. Yi Fan remembered that Su Qingxue had called him. Coincidentally, his tool bag was also at Egret County, so he should go back and tidy it up. Even if he was kicked out of the house, he couldn't lose the tool to eat. Feng Ying had a red Audi S3, which happened to be parked at the Crescent Bay. This car was exquisite and petite, and the price was moderate. It was in line with Feng Ying's temperament as an executive of a company. It was just that she usually lived in an apartment, which was very close to the company, so she didn't drive much. The woman originally wanted to give Yi Fan a ride, but it was very convenient for Yi Fan to take the subway, so she didn't force him. She just left each other's phone numbers so that they could contact each other another day. After sitting on the subway for half an hour and walking for a while, Yi Fan once again arrived at Egret County 6. After pressing the doorbell, Aunt Jiang immediately opened the door. The old woman's face revealed a happy smile, Yi Fan, you're finally back. I'm really worried about you, come in quickly. Yi Fan looked at Aunt Jiang, who was sincerely happy, and felt a little ashamed in his heart. It seemed that the old man treated him as one of his own, so he really should give her a call to reassure her. But just as he was about to enter, he heard a familiar female voice from inside, asking a question, "Yi Fan? Why are you here?" Yi Fan was startled. He raised his head and looked towards the living room, only to discover that Feng Yuing was sitting on the sofa. Yi Fan's head was a little muddled. He thought back to what the woman said before, that her superior was looking for her to discuss something. So this superior was Su Qingxue. Su Qingxue, who had a cold expression on her face, quietly sat there, drinking black tea. A few thoughts flashed through her limpid eyes, and she calmly asked, "Department head Feng, do you know Yi Fan?" Although Feng Yuing was puzzled, she answered truthfully, "Yeah, we've known each other for a while. Previously, I was almost kidnapped by the White Shark gang at the apartment, and it was Yi Fan who helped me." Feng Yuing didn't dare to say that they had just come out of her residence. After all, the relationship between the two of them was quite ambiguous, so it wasn't convenient for her to say it. Oh. Su Qingxue didn't expect that Yi Fan was the man who saved Feng Yuing. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. "How did you guys meet?" "Director Su, you don't know? He's the water and electricity repairman hired by our splendid apartment. His repair skills are really good." Feng Yuing didn't forget to praise the man. But when these words fell into Su Qingxue's ears, the woman instantly felt that she had been tricked again. No wonder this guy had a toolkit at home, no wonder he knew how to repair the TV, so his identity wasn't just a home tutor. Yi Fan, on the other hand, had a simple and honest smile on his face, pretending that nothing had happened. Feng Yuing turned around and asked curiously, "Director Su, are you asking Yi Fan to repair some electrical appliances?" Actually, Yi Fan was thinking about how to explain, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. Actually, she didn't want too many people to know about this because she only signed a contract with Yi Fan for 3 months. After this special period, they had nothing to do with each other anymore. So, this level of relationship between a man and a woman only needed to be known by the necessary people. Many of the subordinates in the company actually didn't need to know about it. To put it bluntly, it would be embarrassing to find a man to pretend to be her boyfriend. It might even become a joke and a stain on her reputation. Su Qingxue maintained her composure, thought for a while and said, "Department head Feng, let's go to my study room first. There are some information that you need to take a look at." Feng Yuing was a strong woman in the workplace after all, so her job was still her priority. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go upstairs then." After the two women went upstairs, Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He ran to the kitchen and asked Auntie Jiang for 2 cups of ice water. He gulped it down and felt a little better. Chapter 21. 0021. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang quickly smiled and asked, "Yi Fan, you're finally back. Miss is concerned about you and called you. Why didn't you say anything before hanging up?" Hearing that, the sale blinked. "What? Qingxue cares about me? Auntie Jiang, don't tease me, she just chased me out last night." "It's true, Miss didn't know about your background, so after I told her, she naturally understood your good intentions." Aunt Jiang couldn't wait for the two of them to reconcile. Only then did Fan Xian understand. He thought to himself, "This girl has a sharp mouth and a tofu heart. If that's the case, I don't have to move out anymore." After more than an hour, Feng Yuing came downstairs and said goodbye to Auntie Jiang, who was in the kitchen. Yi Fan was watching TV. Seeing that the woman was about to leave, he quickly followed her. Ying, listen to my explanation." Yi Fan stopped Feng Yuing and didn't let her go to the garage. Feng Yuing had a cold look on her face as she sighed. "What do you have to say?" "It's not what you think, Qingxue and I are just..." Yi Fan wanted to tell the truth, but after thinking about it, he realized that it wasn't right. Wasn't this just leaking the contents of the contract? How could he explain this to Su Qingxue? Feng Yuing remained silent, but a mischievous smile slowly surfaced on her face. Fan Xian felt that something was wrong and asked in bewilderment, "Ying, do you already know?" Feng Yuing rolled her eyes at Yi Fan. you want to surprise me, right? What's there to hide? The whole company knows that you're working on Monday. How long do you plan to hide it? Ah. Yi Fan had a dumbfounded expression on his face. What exactly happened? Right at this moment, Su Qingxue came down from upstairs and coldly shouted, Yi Fan. Come to my study. Feng Yuing patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Go quickly, Assistant Yi, the boss is calling you. Special assistant? Yi Fan was about to cry in his heart. What the hell was this? Feng Yuing looked at the lady's watch in her hand and said anxiously, I have to hurry to the high-speed rail station. CEO Su asked me to go on a business trip immediately. That's all for now, see you at the company. Bye-bye. After Feng Yuing finished speaking, she smiled sweetly and went to the garage. Fan Xian was confused. He silently walked upstairs and entered the study. Closing the door of the study, Yi Fan scratched his head. Qingxue, what did you say to Sister Yuing? Su Qingxue sat behind the desk and was printing some materials. She lightly replied, I told her that you and I met in the orphanage. We only met recently. Seeing that you don't have a job, I recruited you to be my special assistant. Su Qingxue sat behind the desk, printing some materials. Because the place you live in is too bad, and the family lacks a man to help Aunt Jiang, so I let you live here. The corner of Fan Xian's mouth twitched, these words. She believed it. Feng Yuing was my senior back in university. There's no doubt about her work ability and loyalty. Other than being more shrewd at work, her life is rather simple. As long as what I say isn't too outrageous, she'll believe it. Su Qingxue obviously understood Feng Yuying's personality very well. Yi Fan felt upset in his heart, aren't you using her trust in you to deceive her? So what if I lied to her? Do you want the whole company to know that we are a fake couple? Do you want this relationship to be real? Besides, what does it have to do with you if I lie to her? What can she lose? Su Qingxue asked in return. Yi Fan Xian was speechless. Just now, he felt that this woman was cold on the outside and warm on the inside, but now, he felt that she was cold and heartless. Rather than caring about others, sign this contract yourself. Su Qingxue handed a document to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took a look, it was actually a temporary contract. Do you really want me to be a special assistant? I've already said it to my senior, so I naturally have to keep my promise. Besides, you might be in danger wherever you go right now, so coming to our company is the safest. Also, you lied to me that you were a tutor, but now you're a plumber. God knows what kind of part-time job you'll do. When I called you just now, you were so unwilling to answer it. You might as well stay in the company obediently, so that if there's a problem, I won't have to look for you all over the world. Su Qingxue's cold eyes were still filled with strong dissatisfaction. Yi Fan embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head and smiled, Qingxue, I really had something to do this morning. It's not convenient to pick it up. Su Qingxue slammed the table and pointed at the contract, I don't want to hear your explanation, and I don't care what you're doing. Sign the contract, immediately, right now. Being intimidated by the woman's icy aura, Yi Fan quickly picked up the pen, but after thinking about it, he shook his head and said, no, I don't even know what I can do in the company. If I don't go in, I'll be exposed. Monthly salary of 50,000, I'll sign it. Yi Fan's pen moved like lightning, he quickly signed every piece of paper and handed the contract to Su Qingxue with a smile. 1 month 50,000, 3 months 150,000. The key was that he would be free after 3 months, so it would be a waste if he didn't earn this money. Su Qingxue's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. This man's conditions were actually not bad, his mind was nimble, and he even knew French. If he were to be nurtured, he might be a talent. Director Su, from today onwards, I will be your special assistant, a part-time boyfriend in private. Yi Fan even saluted happily. The corner of Su Qingxue's mouth curled up into a strange smile, I forgot to tell you, my assistant's salary is 100,000 a month, ah? Aren't you trying to trick me? Yi Fan immediately felt his heart bleeding. Su Qingxue snorted lightly, put away the contract, and looked at him with a bit of contempt. To deal with a man like you who doesn't speak a single word of truth, this is called a tooth for a tooth. In the future, be more honest. The penalty for breach of contract is 1 million. Yi Fan felt that his eyes were filled with darkness. He had really underestimated this woman's methods. The next day, Yi Fan originally wanted to go to a small district to repair the air conditioner, but he was directly stopped by Su Qingxue. He was forced to read the company's information at home, so that he could familiarize himself with the company's basic operations and situation. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had already signed 2 copies of the contract. In these 3 months, he could only listen to the commands of this superior girlfriend. In the evening, Yi Fan remembered that the bicycle was still at the old apartment, so he brought it to Egret County. Unexpectedly, because the car looked too old-fashioned and rusty in many places, even if it was thrown on the street, no one would want it. When it entered the gate, it was even stopped by the security guards. Fortunately, Aunt Jiang went over and saw that it really was an acquaintance of the residents, so she let him bring the car home. After knowing about this, Su Qingxue was filled with anger. She didn't know what this man's brain was made of. Was there a need to be so stingy with something that was sold as scrap metal? Yi Fan didn't care so much. After riding for more than a year, he had even personally bought it from the old goods market. He already had feelings for it, so how could he just throw it away like that? Monday morning, Yi Fan officially went to work for the first time. He put on the shirt and trousers that Su Qingxue gave him, put on a tie, and stepped on leather shoes. He really did look like that. Su Qingxue didn't know where she got her driver's license from, but she directly let Yi Fan be the driver. Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Money can make the devil push the millstone. Now that the driver's license was so difficult to get, Su Qingxue was actually able to casually get one for him. Driving the black Lexus LX 570, Yi Fan held the steering wheel and couldn't help but yawn. This speed wasn't even as fast as his little broken bicycle. From the rearview mirror, Su Qingxue was sitting in the back with an Apple laptop. It seemed that there was no formal meeting, so Su Qingxue was wearing a rather casual light blue off-shoulder dress. Her black hair that draped over her shoulders made her skin look especially white and rosy. The white pleated skirt below just reached her knees, revealing a pair of white, jade-like calves. There was not a single flaw. How could this woman's body be so perfectly proportioned? How could her skin be so exquisite? Honk, the sound of a car horn came from behind. Su Qingxue frowned and raised her head. Coincidentally, she saw a pair of colored eyes staring at her from the rearview mirror. Yi Fan. What are you looking at? The green light. Yi Fan hurriedly started the car. His old face turned red. The 2-minute red light actually passed in the blink of an eye. He was too fascinated by it. Chapter 22. 0022 I didn't see anything. I woke up early and was taking a nap. Yi Fan pretended that nothing had happened. Su Qingxue felt a burst of disdain, clenched her teeth, and read, "A liar full of lies, a stingy iron cock, greedy and lustful, at least you're a man, can't you be a bit more promising?" Yi Fan was said to be useless, so of course he wouldn't agree. He argued, "Who said that? I did lie to you about something, but how am I a cheapskate? Who doesn't like money? And it's precisely because I'm a man that I like to see beauties. You still dare to quibble? I won't mention your bicycle yesterday. Take a look at what this is." As Su Qingxue spoke, she took a bag from the last row of the car. Inside was the clothes that Yi Fan had changed out of in the garage a few days ago. She had kept it in the car and forgot to take it down. "You can't even bear to throw away these trashy clothes, and you even let Aunt Jiang wash and iron them for you. Are you stingy? Even your work clothes were prepared by me, and you have the face to refute me?" Su Qingxue threw the bag back into the back seat, afraid that the old clothes would emit a strange smell. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Yi Fan muttered in his heart, such a beautiful girl, her words really don't give me any face. I don't mind wearing those old clothes to work, isn't it you who requested to wear these new clothes? But he didn't dare to say anything. After all, there was no reason to talk to a woman. Arriving at the embroidery building, Yi Fan drove the car into the underground garage and parked it at the CEO's special parking spot. Before getting off the car, Su Qingxue warned, remember the 2 requirements in the company. Got it, I'll call you CEO Su. I can't reveal our relationship. Yi Fan made an okay gesture. After confirming, the 2 got out of the car. After a few steps, they arrived at a VIP elevator used by the upper echelons of the company. A white-collar woman had been waiting there for a long time. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a black OL uniform, a white shirt, and silver round glasses. She looked delicate and pretty, but her expression was very steady. The white-collar woman was carrying a briefcase. When she saw Su Qingxue walking over, she immediately lowered her head respectfully. Good morning, Director Su. Su Qingxue nodded her head and glanced at Yi Fan. She is Qinya, my #1 assistant. You should learn from her. Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and extended his hand towards Qinya. Hello, my name is Yi Fan, please take care of me. Qinya hesitated for a moment, but still shook hands with Yi Fan. However, she didn't look at him directly, obviously not taking him seriously. Yi Fan thought to himself, no wonder he could become Su Qingxue's #1 assistant. He was really cold. Qinya quickly turned on a tablet computer in her hand, opened a document, and reported, Director Su, today is 7, 9, 13, 18, 26, 34. Hearing Qinya report a dozen or so numbers, Yi Fan was confused, not knowing what she was talking about. Su Qingxue remained silent. She walked to the elevator, opened the door, and walked in. The moment she walked into the elevator, Su Qingxue's expression and temperament clearly became even more serious and cold. A strong sense of oppression from a superior arose involuntarily. Yi Fan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When this woman entered the working state, why did it seem like she had changed into a different person? She was completely different from the Su Qingxue who was lying on the sofa, eating fruits and watching TV. Next, Su Qingxue pressed a series of numbers on the buttons in the elevator, 7, 9, 13. Yi Fan discovered that these numbers were all reported by Qinya, and they were actually all floors. The key was that Su Qingxue had only listened to it once, and she had already memorized all the numbers. Director Su, isn't your office on the top floor of the 66th floor? Why did you stop on so many floors? Yi Fan had already read the information about the embroidery group, so he knew what each floor was for. Qinya, who was at the side, answered him on behalf of Su Qingxue. This is CEO Su's routine morning meeting. Solving some problems on the way to the office can save a lot of time for the company's employees to run up and down, and speed up the office efficiency. Just as Qinya finished her explanation, the elevator reached the 7th floor. After Qinya pressed the button on the elevator door remained open. At the entrance of the elevator, there was already a manager of the investment department in a suit. He was already prepared and handed a document to Su Qingxue. Director Su, the latest raw materials developed by the DL Chemical Company can replace the old synthetic rubber technology in many fields, greatly reducing the production cost of rubber products on the market by 45%. We unanimously agreed that we should increase the DL company's stock to 4.3%, the manager quickly reported. Su Qingxue used a few seconds to flip through the report, but directly threw it out of the elevator and coldly said, sell all the DL company's shares in our hands. The manager was stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly. Director Su, why? Sell it when it's about to rise? Their raw materials will be unsaleable, so their stocks will soon fall. They should take advantage of this opportunity to sell them. Seeing that the manager still had a puzzled look on his face, Su Qingxue frowned and said, didn't you guys see the recent personnel changes in DL? The logistics department sent more and more people to manage the warehouse. What do you think is the reason? The manager suddenly realized, because their production line has overproduced, it caused the warehouse pressure to increase? Director Su is wise. Why didn't I think of it? Without waiting for the manager to flatter her, Su Qingxue had already signaled Chinya with her eyes. Chinya understood and immediately closed the elevator. Continuing to the 9th floor, the elevator opened. This time, it was a middle-aged female supervisor who handed over a document. Director Su, the Tai Hong Group is unwilling to transfer that piece of land in the west of the city. They said that they have to add an additional 20 million, what do you think? Su Qingxue didn't say anything further. She took a red pen and wrote a few words on the document, add another 50 million. When the female supervisor saw this, she immediately thought that Su Qingxue had seen wrongly. Director Su, they only need to add 20 million. Do as I say, wait for the other party to agree, then come to me for the final approval. Su Qingxue said. The female supervisor opened her mouth with a blank expression, but she could only nod her head. The elevator closed again, and Yi Fan, who was standing behind the woman, was dumbfounded. Director Su, did you hear wrongly? He only wanted to add 20 million, why did you give him 50 million more? Is this 30 million for nothing? Su Qingxue simply ignored him, because the elevator had already reached the 13th floor. Another document was handed over, and Su Qingxue signed it with a few words. Just like that, level after level, Su Qingxue stopped at each level for no more than 2 minutes. Every decision was incomparably decisive, and these executives, even if they didn't quite understand, obediently nodded their heads to carry it out. It was as if they firmly believed that as long as they followed Su Qingxue's instructions, they would definitely not make a mistake. For this young woman in her 20s, the upper echelons of the company, who were in their 30s to 50s, showed absolute trust. Yi Fan, who was standing at the back, couldn't help but be puzzled. Was this girl really that powerful? As one of the top 10 companies in Huahai, the embroidery group was a well-known company in China. It had a wide range of businesses. Other than venture capital, luxury goods, fashion, real estate, high-end hotels, and other main businesses, there were also education, e-commerce, wine, auto parts, advertising, engineering design, and other industries. In other words, as the CEO, Su Qingxue had to have a certain level of research in all industries in order to be able to plan the overall situation. After dealing with more than 10 jobs in a row, it took about half an hour for the three of them to finally arrive at the 66th floor. They entered a huge CEO's office. 3 of the windows were made of reinforced glass, and there were even bulletproof glass reinforced. From here, they could overlook the scenery of Huahai City, as if the entire city was under their feet. As for the other decorations, other than some simple green potted plants, there was nothing special. The simple and neat cold colors perfectly combined with Su Qingxue's temperament. Su Qingxue sat on the CEO's seat, while Chinya, who was beside her, took out some of the information that she needed to read in the morning and handed some of the organized documents to her superior. Yi Fan stood at the side, feeling a little bored. He could only sit on the sofa and use his old phone to play gluttonous snake. Su Qingxue looked up at him and said, Chinya, show him the information about the Tai Hong Group. After Chinya heard this, she was stunned for a moment, but she still immediately took out the information from her tablet and handed it to Yi Fan. Chapter 23 0023 Su Qingxue lightly said, aren't you curious why I spent 30 million more to buy that piece of land? Yi Fan nodded. This really puzzled him. I'll give you half an hour to find the reason from the Tai Hong Corporation's investigation. If you can find it, I'll arrange an independent office for you. Su Qingxue said. Hearing that, Yi Fan blinked. Independent office? Is there a computer in there? With a computer, he could play games, and when he played games, he could earn money. Of course. Su Qingxue said with certainty. Yi Fan grinned happily, took the tablet computer, and quickly flipped through it. Su Qingxue didn't care about him anymore. In her opinion, being able to find a far-fetched reason in 20 minutes was already not bad. Even Chinya, who had followed her for 3 years, would probably only be able to figure out the reason after entering the office. However, he didn't expect that in less than 5 minutes, Yi Fan would let out an "oh" sound. Su Qingxue raised her head in surprise. What's wrong? Chenya frowned as she looked over. Don't disturb CEO Su's work. No, no. Yi Fan waved his hand and smiled. I just found a reason. So fast? Su Qingxue warned. I'll only give you one chance. Think about it and say it. Chenya, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. In such a short amount of time, she couldn't even finish reading the information. How could she find out the key reason? Yi Fan stood up, returned the tablet computer to Chenya, and said slowly, Tai Hung Corporation seems to be very stable, but their capital chain is actually already in danger. If that land can't be sold quickly and get that money, they will probably go bankrupt. As soon as these words came out, Su Qingxue couldn't help but narrow her eyes, and a sharp glint flashed across her eyes. In such a short period of time, this man was actually able to see the hidden information about the capital chain from the information. Just this reading speed alone was extremely shocking, not to mention his ability to understand. Chenya was also astonished. She couldn't imagine that this guy had really finished reading the information. Yi Fan continued to speak smoothly. Director Su, I have to say that this move of yours is very clever. If you add another 20 million, they will definitely sell it immediately. However, if you add another 50 million, they will be suspicious. Why did you buy it with such a blood capital? Could it be that there is really some huge benefit to this land? In that case, they must be hesitating, wondering if they had overlooked something or missed out on some important information. Other companies would not buy such an outrageous price. In this way, they would delay the crucial selling time. When they really intended to sell the land to you at an additional price of 50 million, as long as you rejected them, they would be at their wits' end. In the end, they could only accept the original price. They couldn't even earn the extra 20 million because they didn't have time to find another buyer. When Yi Fan said this string of deductions, Su Qingxue's bright eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. She was right. Although this man was a little perverted and stingy, his mind was still very flexible. He should be a fast learner. With proper training, he might really be able to do something. Chenya, who was at the side, was already dumbfounded. She seemed to have underestimated the new assistant that the boss had found. That's right, how could Su Qingxue really find an idiot to be her assistant? Chenya naturally gave the credit to the boss. Yi Fan, on the other hand, clicked his tongue and sighed. Director Su, if this move of yours really succeeds, the people from the Tai Hung Corporation will hate you to death. This is too damaging. To them, it's a blood loss. There's nothing too deceitful in war, and the business world is like a battlefield. Since they were greedy first, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Moreover, if they were smart enough, they should have immediately found me and agreed to sell this land. They have a guilty conscience in their hearts and are insatiably greedy, so they fell into my trap. Su Qingxue said with a calm face. Yi Fan shrugged. He had to admit this. Director Su, you are indeed very smart. Most people would not be able to think of a way to do the opposite. I think you're not bad either. At least you can decipher it in 5 minutes. Su Qingxue gave a rare compliment. Hearing the praise, Yi Fan laughed happily, but he still had to be polite. Of course not, it's just so. Ha. Don't be too arrogant. Our director Su is a member of the Pars Society. Don't think that just because you're a little smart, you're amazing. Chenya said proudly. She held her head high and puffed out her chest, as if it was her own glory. When Yi Fan heard this, he was a little surprised. He blinked and said, Director Su is a member of the Intelligence Society. Chenya exclaimed, you know quite a bit, and you even know about the Intelligence Society. That's right, our Director Su's IQ is 180, and she's a genius through and through. Otherwise, why do you think everyone in the company trusts her so much? The Intelligence Society was one of the world's top organizations with high IQ. It was said that there were less than 50 members, and the threshold to join was at least 175 IQ. Every single one of them was a genius amongst geniuses, and it wasn't something that you could enter just because you had money and status. And what Yi Fan thought of was not just this. As far as he knew, most of the geniuses with an IQ of 180 were usually outstanding in certain areas, such as scientific research, creation, and business. But at the same time, their brains were often mediocre in other aspects, and they might even be weaker than ordinary people. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that these geniuses would be eccentric in life, which was what ordinary people would call anomalies. Thinking of Su Qingshue's cold personality in life, her relationship with her family, and the blank space in her love life, Yi Fan couldn't help but understand a lot. Su Qingshue's expression was incomparably cold. She glared at Qinya and said in an ice-cold voice, "You are not allowed to talk about the intelligence society in the future." Qinya's face paled. She realized that she had spoken too much and quickly lowered her head in agreement. Her expression was still very nervous. In fact, many of the company's upper echelons knew that Su Qingxue was a rare member of the intelligence society, but no one dared to mention this. Because it was said that when the old chairman chose to bring Su Qingxue, such a dishonorable illegitimate granddaughter, home, other than the fact that this granddaughter was a direct descendant, there was another point, and that was the level of intelligence that Su Qingxue had displayed when she was young. Many people believed that if it wasn't for Su Qingshue's good brain and that she was a rare genius, she might not have been able to return to the Su family to recognize her, let alone become the CEO. This kind of thing was somewhat cruel to a girl. Even the glorious title of being a member of the intelligence society was filled with sadness for her. "You can go out now. Qinya, take him to the office." Su Qingxue was obviously in a bad mood. Yi Fan couldn't wait to play with the computer, so he ran out first. Following Qinya, they arrived at an independent office on the same floor. There was indeed a computer inside. Yi Fan was very happy, and at the same time, he asked curiously, "Assistant Chen, if I didn't answer the question, where would you arrange for me to go?" There was a trace of playfulness in Qinya's eyes. "From the beginning, I arranged for you to be in this office. Whether or not you can answer correctly, it's still this office." Yi Fan's smile froze. F***ck, he was tricked by Su Qingxue again. Could it be that she had an IQ of 180 when it came to tricking people? If he was tricked, then so be it. Yi Fan was also very broad-minded. Previously, when he played games, he would enter the internet cafe or go to Moo Moo Moo's house to play as a tutor. This time, he actually had an office and a computer with good performance. Yi Fan couldn't wait to display his skills. Just as Yi Fan was turning on the computer, Qinya placed a thick stack of information on Yi Fan's desk. "What is it?" Yi Fan glanced at it. The cover was filled with French. "Director Su said that you know French, so this is the work you have to complete in the next 3 days. After translating it according to the format, print it out and give it to me. My office is right next to yours." Qinya's tone was very formulaic. Yi Fan blinked his eyes and discovered that this was the evaluation data of a French company. It recorded the company's business situation last year. However, it was clear that he had spent a lot of effort to obtain this information. He didn't want it to be leaked, so he didn't find another translation company. "So I really do have work to do." Yi Fan couldn't help but mutter to himself. It seemed that Su Qingxue had already thought of this. "Nonsense, could it be that I called you here to be in a daze? Our company doesn't raise idlers." After Qinya finished speaking, she coldly snorted and turned around to leave. "Yes, yes." Yi Fan nodded with a smile, but when Qinya left, he immediately locked the office door. Chapter 24. 0024 inches expected of a big company, the internet speed is really fast. Yi Fan pushed the stack of documents that needed to be translated to the side and busied himself with QQ again. As soon as he logged into QQ, just as he was about to see if there was any high-paying job, a good friend called Princess Mu began to shake the window. "Woo-woo. Teacher, you're finally online. Come to my house and help me rush to the King realm." This Princess Mu was Yi Fan's student, Mu Mu Mu. Yi Fan leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and typed, "Student, teacher is at work. You still have a month before school starts, so you should revise your lessons first. $500. Help me get back to the diamond first. I have pocket money." Mu 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 immediately sent a message. Seeing the word, pocket money, a smile appeared on Yi Fan's face, and he quickly typed out a line of words, "Since you are so motivated, teacher will help you. Hee, teacher Yi, when are you coming to my house?" Mu 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 asked happily. Yi Fan replied, "I'm at the company right now. There's a computer here, so I don't need to go to your house to help you practice." "What? Have you found a job? Which company?" Mu 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 quickly asked. "Embroidery group," Yi Fan said proudly. Bragging. The threshold for the embroidery group is to graduate from a key university, and they have to be screened layer by layer. "Don't you not even have a primary school diploma?" Yi Fan flicked the cigarette butt. He found that there was no ashtray beside him, so he flicked the ash onto the table. "Your teacher, I am handsome. I conquered the boss of the brocade and directly became a special assistant," Yi Fan said. Mu 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 sent a few laughing emojis. "Crazy, delusional, did you see that Su Qingshue's photo is beautiful, so you rubbed it too much and started hallucinating? Let me tell you a cruel reality. Many people in Hua Hai call her a female devil behind her back. She is a famous iceberg woman, unscrupulous in order to achieve her goal. Many people call her an emotionless money-making machine." Yi Fan frowned and replied, "Is there a need to be so exaggerated? The machine is already here. Besides, how did you know?" This princess is after all a small socialite in the upper class of Hua Hai, and Su Qingxue is an influential figure in the business world. I've heard this kind of news a lot." Although she brought huge profits to the company, he didn't know how many people were jealous and scolded him. Although she had brought huge profits to the company, he didn't know how many people were jealous and cursed at him. In the end, after Yi Fan's repeated reiteration, Mu 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 helplessly accepted reality and agreed to let Yi Fan practice online. Yi Fan's salary was not low, but earning money while playing games had always been something he liked to do, so he was happy to accept a job that cost 500 yuan. However, before playing the game, Yi Fan planned to finish translating the information for the next 3 days so that Su Qingxue wouldn't deduct his salary. He flipped through the thick document and glanced at it. It was not difficult to translate in French. It was all common business words, and there were no unfamiliar scientific terms. It was not difficult at all to translate. Yi Fan looked at the French document while typing blindly on the keyboard with both hands at the same time, inputting the translated information into the file. It only took Yi Fan 2 hours to complete the 3-day mission. He even made a cup of coffee and went to the toilet. After completing the mission given by Su Qingxue, Yi Fan started to play the game. Unknowingly, it was already 11 in the afternoon. Yi Fan had just played a round when Chinya's shout came from outside the office. "Yi Fan! Open the door. What are you locking it for?" Yi Fan quickly closed the game and ran over to open the door. "Hee, Assistant Chen, is there something you need from me?" Chinya walked into the office and smelled the thick smell of smoke. Seeing the table full of cigarette butts and ash, her face darkened. "Who allowed you to smoke in the office?" Yi Fan scratched his head. "No one told me I couldn't." "You." Chinya glared at him. "Next time, go to the smoking room on the 55th floor. Yi Fan agreed, but he didn't take it seriously. He had to run more than 10 floors to smoke a few cigarettes. How could he still live? Chinya glanced at the computer screen and sneered, "Where are your games? Why aren't you playing anymore? Continue playing." Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. He should have hidden the game icon well. How did Chinya know about it? As if seeing Yi Fan's shock, Chinya disdainfully said, "What do you think the technical department of our brocade is doing? The employee's computer generated abnormal traffic, and there were game files downloaded. We are all aware of it. Don't think that we really don't know when you're playing games in the office." Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This was too ruthless. He was actually monitoring the employee's computer. He had never been a white-collar worker before, so he had no idea that there was such a thing. I will report this matter to CEO Su. Instead of working hard, you play games. According to the company's rules, 20% of your salary will be deducted. After Chinya finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave. When Yi Fan heard 20%, wouldn't that be 10,000 yuan? How could this work? He hurriedly shouted, "Wait. I've already finished my work, you can't deduct my salary, it's not like I have anything else to do." Chinya turned her head and sneered, "What are you talking about? You completed the translation task for those 3 days?" "Yeah." Yi Fan picked up a document that had already been printed and handed it to Chinya. "If you don't believe me, look, I just haven't had the time to give it to you yet." At first, Chinya felt that Yi Fan was talking nonsense, but when she thought about how Yi Fan had passed Su Qingshua's test in the morning, her heart started to beat like a drum. This was according to the requirements of a professional translator. He had been given 3 days of work. Could it be that he had really finished it in just one morning? Chinya hesitantly took the document and flipped through it. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Why does it seem like it's really finished translating? However, this was really inconceivable, so Chinya still ran to the computer and opened a French translation software. She began to randomly pick out some words and confirm the translation. After picking out more than 20 words and discovering that all of them had been translated accurately, Chinya's expression stiffened. She pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise as she carefully sized up Yi Fan. "How did you do it?" Chinya felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be that when this guy translated, he didn't even need to look up information and think? This would only be possible if he could turn French into his mother tongue, right? Logically speaking, even if it was a commercial document in Chinese, one would have to spend a lot of effort to think about it. Li Fan Xian said with a relaxed expression, "Is this very difficult? I'll just look at it and translate it." "Oh right, there's a word in this document that the French company might have written wrongly. I marked it out and directly changed it. You can confirm it." Chinya felt that her brain couldn't wrap around it. This guy even found the wrong words used by the French. He couldn't help but ask in a daze, "Where? Where?" On the 7th page, it's written that the color of the camel's fur is brown. Châtain is brown, and they want to use yellowish brown. It should be jaune brun. These two are not the same color, do you think so? Yi Fan said. Chinya took a deep breath and looked at Li Fan with a complicated gaze. After a long silence, she said, "It's already lunchtime. You can go down and eat. I'll give the materials to Director Su." Yi Fan was indeed hungry, but he still asked nervously, "Assistant Chen, then my salary, forget it this time. If you play games again, I'll still deduct it for you." Chinya coldly snorted and walked out like a gust of wind. When Yi Fan heard that he wouldn't deduct the money, he was in a good mood. "Assistant Chen, it's already noon. Aren't you and Director Su going to eat? Let's go together." Chinya said without turning her head, "I'm on a diet. Director Su doesn't eat lunch at the company, you just take care of yourself." Yi Fan thought to himself, "You're already at the airport, yet you're still trying to lose weight. If you lose any more, you'll become a basin." However, he didn't care about Chinya. It was just that Su Qingxua actually didn't even eat lunch while working, which made his heart ache a little. Especially after hearing what Mu 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 said before, he felt that women were even more pitiful. It was one thing for this woman to work hard, but how could she not even eat? Aunt Jiang definitely didn't know about this, otherwise she would be worried to death. While thinking about these things, Yi Fan took the elevator downstairs and arrived at the Brocade staff cafeteria. As a listed company, there was naturally no need to talk about the treatment of its employees. The restaurant was also an elegant environment. It was a combination of Chinese and Western buffets, allowing the employees to choose what they wanted to eat. After Yi Fan filled a plate with food, he looked around. Almost all of the embroidery group were female employees. Although there were many beauties, he also wanted to find a place where beautiful girls gathered. Since he was already here, it would be a waste if he didn't take a look. At this moment, a female voice suddenly called out to him from behind. Chapter 25. 0025. Yi Fan turned around and discovered that it was Lu Xiaoyan and Yu Yingying, whom he had met at the bar before. The two white-collar workers from the sales department were also looking for a seat with a plate in their hands. Seeing someone he knew, Yi Fan was naturally happy to greet them. Hello, is Sister Yuing not here? TCH, you only have your big sister Yuing in your eyes, right? Lu Xiaoyan pretended to be jealous. Yi Fan nodded seriously, yes. The two girls were stunned for a moment before they started giggling. Department head Feng hasn't returned from his business trip yet, but we heard from the department head that you actually became our CEO's second assistant. You're so amazing, we'll need you to take care of us in the future. Yu Yingying said with a smile. Yi Fan smiled bitterly in his heart. He was only a temporary worker for 3 months, so who would he take care of? Thus, he said, I don't even know how long I can work for, maybe I'll be fired after a while. To be able to catch CEO Su's eye, you must have quite a bit of ability. CEO Su is very strict with people, Yu Yingying said very seriously. Let's not talk about this for now. In the future, we will all be in the same company, so there will be plenty of opportunities to chat. Let's find a seat first, it's almost full, Lu Xiaoyan said. Yi Fan glanced around and discovered that there was an empty table near the window. There was only a woman sitting there eating. The key point was that he knew this woman. She was the captain of the security team, Su Lingshan. Let's go there. Yi Fan felt that Su Lingshan's looks were quite good. Compared to the other beauties in the restaurant, she had a different kind of wild charm. However, the two women's faces stiffened. Lu Xiaoyan whispered, Captain Su is sitting there. Let's not go. Yi Fan felt strange, why? It's not like she'll eat us. I heard that Captain Su is a soldier and is very strict. You can't talk too much when eating with her, and you can't say the wrong thing. If you make her even the slightest bit dissatisfied, you will be taught a lesson. She is very fierce to female employees, let alone male employees. The key point was that she was CEO Su's trusted aide, so normal higher-ups didn't dare to provoke her. In the past, there were many young talents from the company who wanted to pursue her, but they were all humiliated by her. A few of them even took the initiative to resign, Yu Yingying explained in a low voice. Yi Fan suddenly understood. No wonder, the other places were all filled, leaving only 2 empty tables besides Su Lingshan. So everyone was afraid of her. Firstly, it was indeed crowded elsewhere, and secondly, he wasn't afraid at all, so he said, then you guys continue searching, I'll go and sit first. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 girls, Yi Fan walked straight to Su Lingshan's table and sat across from the female security captain. This scene fell into the eyes of many people in the restaurant, and many people immediately guessed that another guy was going to be unlucky. This is a rose with thorns, the crowd thought. Su Lingshan also frowned, as if she didn't expect someone to sit over. When she raised her head and saw that it was Yi Fan, she was even more surprised. It's you. Hello Captain Su, we meet again. Yi Fan said as he started to eat the fried rice on his plate. Go to another table, I don't want to see you. Su Lingshan's eyes were filled with disgust. She only found out this morning that Su Qingxue had found a new assistant, Yi Fan. This also resolved some of her previous doubts. After all, if Su Qingxue and Yi Fan were dating, she wouldn't admit it even if she was beaten to death. However, this man's cowardly and shameless manner made her dislike him. She still didn't understand why Su Qingxue would find such a man to be her assistant. Captain Su, you have to be reasonable. There's no rule that no one can sit at this table, right? Yi Fan said. Then go to the next table, that table is also empty, Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan shook his head, I'm not going. Why? Su Lingshan frowned. Yi Fan replied, because I want to watch a beauty eat, and you're the prettiest here. Su Lingshan's face wasn't very white, but at this moment, it was obvious that it was already rosy. She had many suitors, but no one dared to talk about her appearance so straightforwardly and crudely. Usually, they would be more tactful. She gritted her teeth and scolded in a low voice, "Scoundrel. Say that again." Yi Fan said innocently, "I said that you're the prettiest here, can't you do that? If you say that again, I'll beat you up." Su Lingshan glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. Yi Fan silently picked up a glass of orange juice and drank a mouthful. "Then I won't say any more, don't hit me." When the man suddenly admitted defeat, Su Lingshan had no place to use her strength. She felt that she was being played by Yi Fan, which made her very unhappy. She lowered her head and ate a few mouthfuls of rice. Su Lingshan felt uncomfortable all over because the moment she raised her head, she would realize that Yi Fan was staring at her. At this moment, Yi Fan was enjoying himself because he discovered that from this angle, he could see a beautiful scenery from Su Lingshan's collar. Ugh! I didn't think that she was actually quite sexy, Yi Fan sighed in his heart. What are you looking at? Su Lingshan questioned. Yi Fan blinked. Do you want to hear the truth? Nonsense. The eggs on your plate, Yi Fan said very seriously. There are no eggs on my plate. You're lying. Su Lingshan was furious and slammed the table. This gave the surrounding people a shock. They thought to themselves that this brat must be crazy, he even dared to tease a tigress. Yi Fan picked up a fried chicken leg, took a bite and said, Captain Su, you really had an egg just now, did you forget to eat it yourself? Go to hell. Pervert. Wolf. Do you think I don't know? If you don't tell the truth, I'll stab your dog eyes blind today. Su Lingshan picked up the fork in her hand and said aggressively. How could Yi Fan admit it? He sighed and said, I'm such an honest person, why don't you believe me? Then what do you think I'm looking at? You still dare to quibble. Do you really think I'm just scaring you? Su Lingshan felt that she had to teach this man a lesson, so the fork in her hand suddenly pierced towards Yi Fan's eyes. When many people saw this scene, they immediately turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to look any longer, it was too scary. However, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He sat there with a smile and watched as the silver fork was less than a centimeter in front of his eyes, but he didn't even blink. Of course, Su Lingshan couldn't stab the fork into the man's eyes, but an ordinary person would definitely not be able to dodge in time when they were threatened by such a sudden action. They should be in a rather sorry state. Even the people watching at the side felt their hearts jump to their throats, they felt that it was too dangerous. Yi Fan wasn't scared, he looked at her calmly, but it became Su Lingshan who felt very awkward. Captain Su, everyone is watching, it's not good to play so excitedly, Yi Fan snickered in his heart. Even if this woman pointed a gun at his head, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. What's a fork? However, Su Lingshan's frightening actions made Yi Fan more or less dissatisfied. It was just admiring a beauty, was there a need for such hatred? Su Lingshan's hand that was holding the fork trembled for a while, she was puzzled, why did this guy suddenly become so daring? Although she was very unconvinced, Su Lingshan could only retract her hand resentfully, at least you have some guts, I'll let you go today, if you dare to look around again, I'll beat you to death. Yi Fan seemed to have an honest look on his face as he smiled and said, Captain Su, can I ask you something? What? Su Lingshan said unhappily. Are you a D or F? After realizing what the question was, Su Lingshan's eyes were filled with murderous intent and she shouted, Bastard! You really were peeping at me. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lingshan realized that the situation wasn't looking good, how could she shout this in public? As expected, dozens of pairs of eyes in the restaurant looked over with a strange expression. Su Lingshan's face was burning red, her ears were burning and she was so angry that she stomped her feet. She had never been so embarrassed in the company. Yi Fan, come out with me. Su Lingshan didn't want to be rough in the restaurant. I haven't finished eating yet, Yi Fan shook his head. Su Lingshan realized that a lot of people were snickering and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She used one of her hands to capture Yi Fan's collar. However, Yi Fan suddenly leaned back, just in time to avoid this attack. Chapter 26. 0026 Yi Fan calmly kicked the stool beside him a few centimeters away. Just as Su Lingshan was about to exert her strength, her knee was hit like this. Her hamstrings went numb, and she fell straight down. Ah! Su Lingshan cried out in surprise. She didn't notice Yi Fan's actions at all. The moment she fell, she thought that she was too careless and bumped into a stool. Just when Su Lingshan was worried that she would fall in an ugly manner, a strong arm hugged her. Yi Fan's arm seemed to be very natural. First, it moved horizontally across Su Lingshan's chest, then it straightened the woman. When Su Lingshan was touched, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her delicate body trembled violently. She hugged her chest and cursed, "Pervert. You touched me." Tell me, Captain Su, what should I touch you for?" Yi Fan asked mischievously. I. How could Su Lingshan say it out loud? Yi Fan said innocently, "Captain Su, you came to hit me, but you almost tripped. I helped you up, but you still scolded me. This is unjust. Why do I feel like it's snowing outside?" Su Lingshan realized that more and more people were looking at her. She didn't want to stay any longer and glared at Yi Fan fiercely. "Just you wait, Yi. I'll make you regret everything you've done today sooner or later." Su Lingshan angrily said these words, turned around, and quickly ran out of the restaurant. The group of people in the company all looked at Yi Fan in shock. This was the first time they had seen Su Lingshan being restrained by a man. At this moment, 4 men in security uniforms walked to Yi Fan's side. The man in the lead had a flat top, a mole on his chin, and a dark smile on his face. He patted Yi Fan's shoulder and said, "Bro, you're amazing. You even subdued the female yaksha. You are Director Su's newly recruited special assistant, Yi Fan, right?" Yi Fan was not interested in men, so he casually replied, "It's me, what's the matter?" "Hee, I'm the captain of the security team. My name is Jiang Chao, and the 3 behind me are my brothers from the security team." Jiang Chao was very familiar with him. He grabbed Yi Fan's hand and shook it. "Captain of the security team? Isn't that Captain Su? Why are you also the captain?" Yi Fan was curious. A few female employees in the cafeteria giggled. "Ha, they are the water carriers. Isn't it the toilet cleaning team?" Hee. Hearing these discussions, the male security guards couldn't help but lower their heads in embarrassment. Jiang Chao rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. "Our company's security team is divided into the male team and the female team. The female team is led by Captain Su and is mainly responsible for security. As for our male team, we are responsible for taking care of the working environment of our employees." Yi Fan listened to the discussions of the people around him for a while, then thought about it and finally understood what was going on. Su Lingshan had even trained a group of female security guards with extraordinary skills. They were proficient in Taekwondo and Sanda, and their combat strength had firmly suppressed Jiang Chao and the other male security guards. In this way, Jiang Chao and the other male security guards had no status. They couldn't train, patrol, or protect the CEO. They could only help the company move the water dispenser buckets, take out the trash, and even clean the men's toilets. The most respectable job they could do was to be a doorman. Yi Fan quite admired this group of male compatriots. For the sake of the outstanding benefits of the embroidery group, they were really able to bend and stretch out. "Captain Jiang, is there something you need from me?" Yi Fan was almost done eating and was about to leave. Jiang Chao hurriedly pulled him back and asked with some anticipation, "Special Assistant Yi, there aren't many men in our company, and there are even fewer young men. We should unite and fight for our own interests together, right?" "What are you trying to say?" Yi Fan blinked. Hee, then I'll get straight to the point. I saw that you were fearless in the face of danger and dared to fight Captain Su head-on. You have a lot of potential. So, I want to find you to join our company's basketball team and compete in the Hua High Industrial and Commercial Basketball Competition. Jiang Chao clenched his fists. Yi Fan frowned. Basketball team? The company still has such a thing. That's right, all the reputable companies in Hua High basically have a basketball team, but our company is special. Women are in charge of the house, there are very few men, and the higher-ups don't pay much attention to it, so we're basically at the bottom every year. But this year was different, it was the year of the Olympics. The government was also engaged in national sports, so they attached great importance to this business basketball match. Director Su had already spoken, asking us to show some results. If we were to be at the bottom again and lose face in front of the provincial and municipal leaders, we would directly disband the basketball team and not let us participate in the competition. Although this task is difficult, this is the only chance for us, the brocade man, to be able to hold our heads high. If we get the results, we'll become heroes. Yi Fan curled his lips. He wasn't interested in playing basketball, so he waved his hand and said, I'm an assistant, not a security guard. As long as it's a male employee of the company. Jiang Chao quickly said. Yi Fan could only pretend and said, I don't know how to play, forget it. No. It doesn't matter if you don't know, we'll teach you. Jiang Chao grabbed Yi Fan's hand and pleaded, just join us first, basketball isn't hard to learn. Yi Fan was puzzled, are you guys that short of people? How many people are on the basketball team now? Jiang Chao's face stiffened as he glanced at the 3 security guards behind him. Don't tell me, it's just 4 people. I remember there are 5 people playing basketball. Yi Fan felt sad. Last month, one of my brothers couldn't stand the oppression of the female yiksha and cleaned the toilet for 3 months. He was humiliated and resigned. I'm looking for people all over the company, but no one dares to join. They're all afraid of being humiliated by the female yiksha. Only Brother Yi, you have the guts to not be afraid of the female yiksha. Stop, stop, stop. Yi Fan stopped him and said, I'm really not interested in playing basketball. You can find someone else. With that, Yi Fan turned around and left. Behind him, Jiang Chao and the other 3 male security guards were listlessly mocked by the female employees who passed by. Brother Chao, just give up. I really can't find anyone. A security guard said. It's a pity about the prize money. In the past, I could at least get 1,000 yuan or so. Another security guard said regretfully. Sigh. He let out a long sigh. Just when Jiang Chao and the other 3 felt that their position in the company was about to drop and that they would never be able to make a comeback, Yi Fan, who had just walked away, suddenly returned in front of them. Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and with a friendly smile on his face, he asked, you guys said. Is there a prize for that competition? Jiang Chao and the other 3 were stunned and quickly nodded their heads. That's right. There was a bonus. The Chamber of Commerce and the government organized it together, and the lowest participating team would have a participation prize of 5,000 to 6,000. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. What about the champion? Last year it was 500,000, and this year I heard it was 600,000. It seems. Jiang Chao thought for a moment and said. You don't need to hand over the bonus to the company? Yi Fan asked. Jiang Chao shook his head, why would we need it? Other companies don't know, but our company definitely won't. Director Su is very generous, he will only reward, and won't deduct the bonus. It's a pity that we're not up to standard, and we're at the bottom every year. Yi Fan's smile became even more brilliant, and he patted Jiang Chao's shoulder. Captain Jiang, for the sake of the dignity of the men in the company, I have decided to abandon myself. For the sake of the big me, I will fight together with you guys. Jiang Chao and the other 3 were so moved that tears almost fell. They immediately hugged each other and started to high-five each other. Yi Fan left his cell phone number with them, and after discussing the schedule for practice and competition, he planned to return to the office first. However, before that, Yi Fan also took a lunchbox and filled it with some fresh fruits. He didn't forget that Su Qingxue hadn't eaten lunch yet. Even if a woman didn't eat, she still had to eat some fruits. Returning to the top floor, Yi Fan directly walked to the CEO's office. He knocked on the door, and Su Qingxue's cold voice came from inside. "Come in." Yi Fan pushed open the door and entered. He found that the woman was sitting in front of the computer, looking at the screen while recording something in her hands. There was even a large pile of information spread out on the table, making her seem quite busy. "Put the report on the table, let's go out first." Su Qingxue thought it was Qinya, so she didn't even raise her head. It wasn't until Yi Fan placed a box of fruits on the table that the woman frowned and raised her head. "Why is it you? I heard from Qinya that you don't eat lunch." "That's not good, eat some fruits." Yi Fan grinned. Su Qingxue's face was full of displeasure. "I've already eaten, and what I eat is none of your business." "Have you eaten?" Chapter 27. 0027-inch gum syrup. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment, and said in astonishment, "This is gum syrup? You're using this as lunch?" Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She put down the pen in her hand and asked, "You even know the English word for gum syrup? It seems like your English is also not bad. Have you passed the professional level 8 exam?" Yi Fan was not interested in talking about foreign languages. He sighed, "Are you crazy? Even if it's to replenish the sugar your brain needs, you still have to eat proper food. What's the point of drinking syrup? Food affects the blood and oxygen supply to the brain. My working time is very precious, I can't waste it on dozing off. Also, you don't have the right to care about me. Figure out your identity." Su Qingxue replied coldly. Yi Fan suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was not only a workaholic, but also a masochist. He suddenly remembered what Mu 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 had said, a money-making machine. It wasn't scary for others to think of Su Qingxue as a machine, but Su Qingxue herself seemed to think of herself as a machine. She gets energy like a machine, not like a human to enjoy food. A complicated expression flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a period of time in the past. He was once a machine, and that feeling was not good. Shaking his head, Yi Fan pushed the fruit lunchbox in front of Su Qingxue. His tone became especially gentle as he said, "Eat some fruit, don't let your stomach be empty." Su Qingxue's gaze froze for a moment. She didn't know why, but listening to the man's voice and looking at the man's expression made her feel especially unfamiliar. It was as if for a moment, Yi Fan was not the Yi Fan she knew. "If you don't want to eat, take it away." Su Qingxue was very stubborn. Yi Fan chuckled, took out his phone and started to make a call. "What are you doing?" Su Qingxue frowned, she had a bad premonition. "I want to call Auntie Jiang and tell her that you don't even eat lunch at the company. It's like a car with gasoline, you only drink sugar water." Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue became anxious. Auntie Jiang was an old nanny who had watched her grow up. She was one of the few elders that she cared about a lot. If Auntie Jiang knew about this, the old man would definitely be very sad. "You're not allowed to hit. Put down the phone." Su Qingxue slammed the table and stopped him. He knew that this woman wasn't really cold-hearted, so he continued to threaten her, "Unless you finish eating this box of fruit, I'll beat you up. If Aunt Jiang finds out about this, I'm afraid you won't be able to make me compensate you, right? You, shameless. Despicable." Su Qingxue was very angry, her beautiful face was a little puffy. Yi Fan shrugged, "A dead pig was not afraid of boiling water, whatever you say. What does it matter to you whether I eat or not? Why do you care about this?" Su Qingxue didn't understand. Yi Fan didn't think too much about it and blurted out, "Seeing you hungry, my heart feels bad." There was a moment of silence in the office. Su Qingxue's bright eyes looked at the man, as if she had never expected such an answer. After a full 10 seconds, the woman snorted and pursed her pink lips. Her eyes darted left and right as she said, "Who would believe you, a liar with no integrity?" Yi Fan also laughed and touched his neck in a self-deprecating manner. "Isn't it you? Why are you asking so many questions? It's so embarrassing. Speaking of which, are you going to eat or not?" Su Qingxue exhaled and took the lunch box. "I'll just eat, it's so annoying." "Hee hee, that's more like it. I'll go to the sofa and watch you eat." Yi Fan was about to turn around and sit, but he heard Su Qingxue's distressed expression again. "What's wrong?" Su Qingxue pointed at the grapes in the lunch box. "I don't like grapes." "Why? How good are grapes?" "With glucose and amino acids, they can help you fight fatigue and strengthen your stomach." Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue's eyes dodged, and she seemed to be very embarrassed as she said, I'm too lazy to peel the skin." Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he muttered, "So you're actually this lazy?" Su Qingxue refused and frowned. "What are you talking about? I just don't eat grapes, you want to care about that?" Yi Fan also didn't want to argue with a woman about such trivial matters. He walked to her side, picked up a grape and said, "Look, this grape doesn't need to be peeled. Just squeeze it and suck it." After saying that, Yi Fan even demonstrated and squeezed a grape into his mouth, leaving only a layer of skin. Su Qingxue said in disdain, "This way of eating is too ugly, I don't want it." "You still care about eating grapes? Is there a need, young miss?" This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of such a thing. Su Qingxue did not retreat in the slightest. "I don't care, I won't eat it anyway." Yi Fan had no choice but to sigh and take out a small bunch of grapes from the lunchbox. Only then did Su Qingxue pick up the toothpick and start to eat the remaining fruits and vegetables such as hami melon, watermelon, and small tomato. Yi Fan took a cup of water from the water dispenser and sat down on the sofa. He peeled the grapes one by one and put them into the cup. His hand speed was very fast. After a while, a small bunch of grapes had already been peeled. The green and lustrous color was quite alluring. Su Qingxue was engrossed in eating the fruit. She wanted to finish it quickly so that she could continue working, but she didn't expect that there would suddenly be a cup of grapes on the table in front of her. The woman raised her head and looked at Yi Fan with a surprised expression. "What are you doing? Aren't you too lazy to peel it? I'll peel it for you and you can just eat it. You can't be too lazy to even spit out the grape seeds, right?" Yi Fan asked. Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. "What is your goal? Why do you have to let me eat grapes?" Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Great beauty Su, do you have a persecutory delusion? I just feel that today's grapes are quite fresh, so it's a pity that you don't eat them. Why are you thinking so complicated? Do I have to say that I added medicine to the grapes, and that if you eat them, you will be in lust? Will you believe me?" "Of course not, but you are very suspicious." Su Qingxue wanted to see something from Yi Fan. Yi Fan couldn't do anything to this woman. "Do whatever you want, I just think that eating some grapes is good for your body. If you don't want to eat it, then forget it." After saying that, Yi Fan went to the tea table and wiped his hands with a tissue. Su Qingxue looked at the round and jade-like grapes in the cup, then looked at Yi Fan, who was wiping his hands, and a strange feeling spread in his heart. It seemed like, after her mother passed away, she had never eaten grapes again. Even Aunt Jiang had never thought of helping her peel grapes. He picked up a peeled grape and put it in his mouth. A little sour, a little sweet. Yi Fan turned around to look at the woman and found that she was already eating. The corner of his mouth raised slightly as he sat on the sofa and silently watched the woman finish eating bit by bit. After Su Qingxue was almost done eating, she seemed to have thought of something and said, "I've seen the document you translated from the French company. It's even more accurate than the translation company we found before, and the grammar is also very smooth. Your French should have reached C2, right?" Yi Fan was puzzled. "What is C2? You don't know?" Su Qingxue asked curiously. "Didn't you take the DLF certificate?" C2 is usually the highest level of French. French is generally considered to be very difficult to learn, so it's not easy to reach C2. Yi Fan shook his head. I learned it from the wild. When I was abroad, I chatted with some French guys, so I naturally learned it. I didn't learn it professionally. You've even been abroad? Studying abroad? Su Qingxue felt that it was necessary to get to know Yi Fan again. This guy's situation was completely different from when he submitted his resume on the internet. When I was young, I was adopted abroad. I didn't like to go to school and fought all the time. Later on, I worked everywhere and came back when I couldn't earn any money. However, if you insist on saying that I'm a turtle, then I guess that counts as well. Su Qingxue looked at the man suspiciously. She always felt that Yi Fan was fooling her. How could a man who was proficient in French and English go to work repairing electrical appliances? If it wasn't on purpose, then he had other plans. However, Su Qingxue couldn't find any evidence at the moment, so there was no point in asking any further. After eating most of the fruits, they were so sweet that they were a little greasy. Su Qingxue got up and walked to the water dispenser, wanting to drink a cup of warm water. Seeing this, Yi Fan stood up and said, "You want water? I'll help you pour it." "No need, I'll do it myself." Su Qingxue didn't want to be taken care of by this man. Yi Fan didn't care and sat back on the sofa. Chapter 28. 0028 Yi Fan was very curious. What would the scenery under the skirt of such an iceberg female CEO be like? Involuntarily, Yi Fan fell to the side and looked up from afar. From a slanted angle, he could see the scene in the office. As the three sides of the office were covered with floor-to-ceiling windows, and the water dispenser was also in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the scene in the office could be reflected on the windows. Although it wasn't very clear, Su Qingxue had been keeping an eye out. She subconsciously looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and happened to see that the man behind her was tilting his body, opening his mouth and staring at her. Yeah. Su Qingxue let out a delicate cry, straightened her body, used her hands to press down on the corner of her skirt, and turned around. A pair of cold eyes stared straight at the man. She even had the heart to kill this guy. Pervert. Su Qingxue cursed loudly. What virtuous lady, what iceberg beauty, she couldn't care less about her demeanor at all. Yi Fan had already returned to his usual sitting position at lightning speed. With an innocent expression, he asked, "Director Su, what's wrong? Why are you scolding me?" At this moment, Yi Fan felt that he could win an Oscar. Have you never seen a woman in your previous life? Are you crazy? Su Qingxue was so angry that her eyes turned red. She had never seen such a shameless man before. Yi Fan pitifully said, "Director Su, if you want to scold me, you have to tell me the reason. I didn't do anything. I've never seen a man as shameless as you. You were just peeping at me." Peeping at me. At this point, Su Qingxue couldn't continue. Yi Fan continued to play dumb. What did I peep at? I was just enjoying the scenery of Hua Hai City, you might have misunderstood. You're still quibbling. Su Qingxue turned around and poured a cup of steaming hot water into the cup, then turned around and rushed in front of Yi Fan. Director Su, what are you doing? Yi Fan was bewildered. Do you believe that I won't pour hot water into your eyes right now? I'll turn you into a blind man. Su Qingxue raised a cup of hot water, wanting to ruthlessly cure this scoundrel. Yi Fan unswervingly said, Director Su, you really misunderstood me. If you want me to be blind to satisfy you, then I can only run. You still want to escape. Su Qingxue was agitated. Her hand trembled and she accidentally spilled the hot water. Seeing that the hot water was about to spill onto Su Qingxue's white and tender arm, Yi Fan suddenly stretched out his hand. In a split second, Yi Fan's hand blocked all of the hot water. Su Qingxue was alarmed and stared blankly at the man. When she came back to her senses, she quickly put down the cup of water. How are you? Yi Fan grinned, shook off the water on his arm, and said, My skin is rough and my flesh is thick, this little bit of water is fine. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan's arm. It didn't seem to be scalded, so she felt a little more at ease. She didn't expect that Yi Fan would help her block the hot water at such a critical moment. She felt a little touched in her heart, and it was very difficult for her to be angry at a man again. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," Su Qingxue said softly, not daring to look at the man. Yi Fan, on the other hand, gave a simple and honest smile. "What's wrong with that? I can't let a beauty get burned. As long as you don't misunderstand me, it's fine." Seeing Yi Fan's calm and honest appearance, even Su Qingxue herself wondered if she had wronged the man. "Are you really not peeping?" Su Qingxue hesitated and asked with a frown. Yi Fan sighed. "Director Su, since you don't believe me, I can't explain anything. I'll go back to the office first." After saying that, Yi Fan walked out of the office, leaving Su Qingxue in deep thought. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, he cleared his throat and said, "Director Su, before I leave, I want to ask you something." Su Qingxue was stunned. She thought it was a problem at work, so she nodded. "Ask away." Yi Fan asked in all seriousness, "Do you like the pink fabric, or do you like the little strawberries on it?" After asking this, Yi Fan immediately closed the door and slipped away. Su Qingxue, who was in the office, picked up the cup of water and smashed it towards the office door at the same time. Clang! A loud sound rang out. "Yi Fan!" Su Qingxue screamed, her entire pretty face was fiery red. She felt that her previous idea of being able to nurture this man was too stupid. The little good impression she had of Yi Fan just now was definitely an illusion. This guy was a pervert. Pervert. Wolf. Beast. At the same time, Yi Fan, who had slipped back to his office, happily lit a cigarette, knocked on his legs, and smiled beautifully on his chair. If the people in the company knew that the female CEO of the iceberg in their eyes was wearing a little girl's pink cotton underwear with strawberries all over it, who knew what they would think? They would probably be shocked. While humming a little tune, Yi Fan started to go to the computer and fiddle with the program inside. If he wanted to play games, he had to avoid the company's network surveillance, so he had to set something up. While he was busy, his assistant, Chinya, walked in again. At the same time, she brought over a large pile of information. It was like a small mountain. All of this information has been translated into French and English. "It will be done today," Chinya said coldly. Yi Fan's chin almost dropped to the ground. "It can't be, Assistant Chen, so many. One day." Director Su said that since your ability is so outstanding, you can't let your talent go to waste. Chinya pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose with a trace of complacency. She could roughly guess that Yi Fan had offended Su Qingxue. She had heard Su Qingxue's shout in the office from next door. Of course, she didn't just think that it was a problem at work. Little did she know that her boss had let a man see a panda cub. Revenge, it was a complete and utter revenge. Yi Fan felt bitter in his heart, but he was under the eaves, so he had no choice but to lower his head. He was worried that his salary would be deducted, so he could only work. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything and just pretended not to see it. Yi Fan regretted it too late. After working until evening, with Yi Fan's efficiency, he was still barely able to translate half of the information. Yi Fan's entire face turned green. How was this work? This was torture. He had to think of a way to escape from the sea of suffering, but when he thought of being deducted his salary, he was unwilling. When it was finally time to get off work, Chinya pushed open the office door and said, "You can get off work now. You need to go to the underground garage first, start the car, turn on the air conditioner, and wait for Director Su." Yi Fan couldn't wait to leave this damned place and take the elevator to the underground garage. Just as he was about to turn on the air conditioner in the car, he discovered that Su Lingshan, who was dressed in uniform, was staring at him with her phoenix eyes and her hands in front of her chest, looking majestic. "You scum, you've finally come down." Su Lingshan sneered. Yi Fan pretended to be stupid and smiled. "Captain Su, you're off work too." "Hee hee, Bye-bye. Who's going to say goodbye to you? Su Lingshan walked up and stopped Yi Fan, saying, You can't be thinking that this morning's matter is over just like that, right? Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, What happened in the morning? I don't remember what happened. Perverted and despicable stinky man, you still won't admit it after doing it. You made me lose face in front of so many people. If I don't beat you to tears today, I won't be called Su Lingshan. As she said that, Su Lingshan suddenly swung her long leg, as fast as lightning, towards the bend of Yi Fan's leg. Yi Fan retreated and quietly dodged. Captain Su, if you continue like this, I'll get angry. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. I'm a good man. You're a good man. You're just a coward. Scoundrel. If you have the guts, then come and hit me, coward. Su Lingshan said and was about to attack again. Coincidentally, the elevator door opened and Su Qingxue walked out. Seeing this scene, Su Qingxue was stunned and frowned. Lingshan, what's going on? Director Su Lingshan didn't back down and said boldly, I seriously suspect that there's something wrong with this man's character. He was in the dining room at noon, and he was staring at me with a lecherous look, causing me to make a fool of myself. I was about to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, it would ruin the atmosphere of the company. Yi Fan thought that it was over. This woman really dared to say it, so he quickly explained, I didn't, Director Su, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm just sitting opposite her to eat. I said she's beautiful and she got angry. Who am I going to reason with? Unfortunately, at this moment, Su Qingxue and Su Lingshan were in the same boat. She was gnashing her teeth in hatred towards Yi Fan, but she didn't expect that not only did this man peep at her, he even didn't let the female security guards in the company go. For a moment, Su Qingxue had the thought of fighting against a common enemy. This kind of bad man should be punished and told to take care of his thieving eyes. Thinking of this, Su Qingxue immediately nodded, since that's the case, then I won't interfere with your personal grudges. Just don't let him enter the hospital, he still has to work tomorrow. Chapter 29 0029 Su Lingshan was already rubbing her palms together. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Fan playfully, Don't worry, CEO Su, I know what I'm doing. Su Qingxue thought about it again. Although there was no one here for the time being, it wouldn't be good if an employee passed by and saw the security captain beating up the CEO's assistant. Thus, she said, Wait a minute, let's go to the security training room on the second floor. I'll let you guys spar. Spar? Yi Fan had a bitter face, is there a need for that? CEO Su, what grudge do you have? Su Qingxue thought that the man was afraid and felt proud of himself. She said expressionlessly, I heard from Department Head Feng that you helped her chase away the White Sharks gang members at the splendid apartment. I think you should have some skills, so it's a good opportunity to experience it. Him. Chase away the White Sharks gang members. Su Lingshan mocked. That day when he went back to his rented house to get his luggage, he was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw a group of hoodlums. If it wasn't for me, he would have been beaten half to death. I don't believe it. When Su Qingxue heard that there was such a thing, she looked at Yi Fan with even more disdain, no matter what, you'll know after you practice. Yi Fan had no choice, he couldn't run away first, so he followed the two women up to the second floor unwillingly. Because the majority of the splendid group was female, they needed protection, so the security training was very strict. Although the majority of the female security guards were female, they were all retired soldiers or special police officers, or had a foundation in martial arts. With so many strong women training here, the facilities were naturally very complete. There were all kinds of things needed for sanda, taekwondo, boxing, and traditional martial arts. Half of the entire second floor was provided for the daily training of the security guards. It was time to get off work, so there weren't many people around. Su Lingshan forced Yi Fan to stand on the stage and assumed a military fighting posture. This posture made her figure appear exquisite and well-proportioned. Her upper body was ample, but she was also valiant and awe-inspiring. She was full of vigor. You really want to fight? Yi Fan looked troubled. Humph, don't worry, I will help you loosen all the bones in your body, but I won't take your life, Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan grinned, all right then, fists and legs have no eyes. Captain Su, let's be careful. Coward, you should worry about yourself. As soon as Su Lingshan finished speaking, she rushed forward with a single whip-straight punch, chopping towards Yi Fan's shoulder joint. But at this moment, Yi Fan, with a speed that was just that fast, squatted down and passed through Su Lingshan's fist path. At the same time, Yi Fan's left hand turned around without anyone noticing. Ah! Su Lingshan let out a delicate cry. She felt a hand touch the front left side of her body. Stinking rogue. Su Lingshan scolded, looking at Yi Fan with a murderous look. Yi Fan hid in the corner of the arena with an innocent look on his face. Captain Su, why are you scolding me again? You touched me. Touch. Hey, you can hit me, but I can't even touch you. You might as well let me eat arsenic and die on the stage. Nonsense, I mean you touched me there. Su Lingshan's face turned red. Where is that? Yi Fan pretended not to understand, but he was secretly pleased in his heart. Of course, he couldn't really touch it, that would be too much. It was enough to punish this swift and fierce female security guard a little. Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, didn't understand what was going on at all. Because Yi Fan was too fast and the angle was hidden, she couldn't see it clearly. Su Lingshan found it hard to speak, so she could only continue to rush over. This time, she used her long legs and kicked towards Yi Fan. F***ck, didn't I just touch it a little, and this woman wants me to die without descendants. Isn't this too ruthless? Yi Fan muttered in his heart, but his body wasn't slow. Seeing that he was about to be kicked, he moved to the side at just the right time, then bent over and rushed forward. Su Lingshan kicked out, only to realize that he had disappeared. When she turned her head, she realized that Yi Fan was already behind her. How did this guy escape so quickly? Su Lingshan was astonished. But at this moment, she was so angry that she couldn't be bothered to care too much. She turned around and made a few consecutive fighting moves. Her fists were like a tiger, and her attacks were even more ferocious. Yi Fan pretended to be very nervous and ran around the stage. He seemed to be in a very sorry state, but in reality, it was like he was taking a stroll in the park. He wasn't touched at all. Su Lingshan chased him back and forth dozens of times, but she was the one who got tired first. Surnamed Yi, do you have to be so cowardly? Running around, are you born in the year of the mouse? If you're a man, let's fight fair and square. Su Lingshan clenched her teeth. Yi Fan spread out his hands and laughed, Captain Su, aren't you making things difficult for me? How would I know any formal martial arts? I only know how to run. Don't you have any pride as a man? Su Lingshan shouted. Even Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was too good at hiding. She said, Yi Fan. Can't you be a little braver? Yi Fan shook his head, no, bravery can't be eaten. I'm afraid that if something unexpected happens, it'll be terrible if I die without descendants. You coward, I'll fight it out with you. Su Lingshan was unable to restrain her anger. She rushed up and threw another round of military punches. Unfortunately, in Yi Fan's eyes, not only was the woman's fist not powerful, it was also very slow. Yi Fan dodged in advance every time. He was like a slippery loach that couldn't be caught no matter what. Su Lingshan gradually realized that this guy was definitely hiding something. Otherwise, how could a normal person have this kind of stamina? After running for so long, he didn't even pant. What was even more despicable was that this guy was just putting on an act and wasn't willing to show his strength at all. This made Su Lingshan feel even more humiliated. After she missed again, Su Lingshan came up with a plan. She suddenly knelt on the stage, covered her pretty face with her hands, and started sobbing. The woman's cry was filled with grievance and helplessness. It was as if she was a little wife who had been abandoned by a man. Anyone who saw it would feel sad and anyone who heard it would cry. In this way, Yi Fan became embarrassed. He thought gloomily, sparring with women is really boring. If you can't beat them, you'll cry. How can you play? When Su Qingxue saw this, she was incomparably shocked. This was the first time she saw Su Lingshan being beaten to tears. The key was that Su Qingxue didn't see Yi Fan hit Su Lingshan. On the contrary, Su Lingshan had always been very brave. Yi Fan was just hiding here and there. However, as a woman, Su Qingxue naturally helped Su Lingshan and loudly reprimanded Yi Fan. Why aren't you apologizing to Lingshan? You're a man, don't you know when to stop? Yi Fan felt very wronged. He didn't even hit her once. However, Yi Fan was also afraid that women would cry. He could only walk in front of Su Lingshan, squat down, and comfort her, Captain Su, don't cry. I was wrong, okay? Without waiting for Yi Fan to finish, Su Lingshan suddenly slapped Yi Fan's left cheek. Pa! After a crisp sound, Su Lingshan punched Yi Fan's stomach again. Yi Fan let out an, oh, cry in pain. He hugged his stomach and started rolling on the stage. It hurts, it hurts. Captain Su, spare me. Su Lingshan coldly snorted and stood up. She finally let out a sigh of relief. Lowly bastard, coward, I told you to hide. Su Qingxue, who was below the stage, frowned. So Su Lingshan was purposely showing weakness and looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yi Fan. These two hits seemed to have hurt Yi Fan quite a bit. She didn't know how the man was and if he was injured. Thinking about it, Su Qingxue immediately shook her head and scolded herself for thinking for that guy's sake. Who told him to be lecherous? Squinting at women. Finally, she successfully defeated Yi Fan, but Su Lingshan didn't feel the slightest bit of joy or accomplishment. She knew very well that she had actually lost. This man, the more she looked at him, the more extraordinary he became. Maybe Su Qingxue also realized this, that's why she hired him as an assistant. Su Lingshan thought to herself as she walked down the stage, Director Su, I'll get off work first. Goodbye. Su Qingxue nodded, and, it's been hard on you. Very quickly, Su Lingshan left the training room, while Yi Fan was still lying on the stage, looking half dead. Su Qingxue coldly looked at him for a while and said, are you done? If you're not dead, quickly get up. Yi Fan weakly said, Xiao Shui, I seem to have internal injuries, stop pretending, if you don't get up, I'll drive back myself. Su Qingxue snappily said. Yi Fan turned his head and looked at the woman eagerly, I need my girlfriend to kiss me before I can get up. Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, then she bit her lips and a captivating red appeared on her face. Chapter 30. 0030 Yi Fan was overjoyed, thinking to himself, is there really a benefit? He hurriedly used his finger to point at his lips. Here, Su Qingxue took a deep breath and her gaze turned even colder. She looked left and right and directly picked up a dumbbell that weighed over 10 kilograms and was about to smash it towards Yi Fan's mouth. I'll kiss your big head. Yi Fan was so frightened that he hurriedly jumped up. Naturally, he didn't have anything to do. Just now, he purposely let Su Lingshan hit him a few times. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wrap things up today. Don't be agitated. I'm just joking. Su Qingxue had a look of anticipation on her face. She raised the dumbbell and lectured, if you continue to gossip, I'll deduct your salary. Yi Fan hurriedly came down from the ring and smiled, please calm down, CEO Su, I'll go and drive now. He didn't want to lose a sum of money for no reason because of such a small matter. It was hard to translate the information and it wasn't easy to go to work. There was a bit of traffic on the way home from work. An hour later, the two of them returned home in Egret County. Aunt Jiang had already prepared a table full of dishes. After seeing Yi Fan's appetite, she didn't have much to worry about. With a glance, there were 7 to 8 plates. Yi Fan, how do you feel on your first day at work? At the dining table, Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Yi Fan was about to say that he had been abused for an entire day when Su Qingxue gave him a kick under the table and warned him with her eyes not to speak nonsense. Yi Fan could only chuckle, pretty good. Let's not talk about anything else, it's really a feast for the eyes. This sentence had a double meaning and made Su Qingxue, who was sitting opposite, so angry that she wanted to face her bowl. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a phone call came in. Aunt Jiang hurriedly picked it up and realized that it was Su Changping who called. She then passed it to Su Qingxue. Miss, master's call. Su Qingxue frowned but still took the phone and asked coldly, Dad, what's the matter? Xiao Shui, after thinking about it, I don't think it's appropriate for you to buy the flying guest software company in Huahai City. The company's stock price has been rising and it would cost at least 4 billion to buy it. With such a huge sum, how can you make a decision on your own without asking the uncles in the company? Your Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang are worried sick, Su Changping said worriedly. When Su Qingxue heard this, her face immediately darkened. This plan has already been approved by the shareholders. The shareholders meeting approved it, but that's because a lot of people have blind faith in you, and they aren't familiar with the industry. You have to know that the directors haven't even given their approval yet. Su Changping said. Su Qingxue lightly snorted, why didn't they oppose me during the meeting at the company during the day? This child, they didn't oppose you during the day because they wanted to save you some face. These uncles all founded the brocade with your grandfather. They were all afraid that you would take the wrong path and destroy the company. Dad, although you are one of the major shareholders of the company, you don't have any position in the company. I won't talk to you about this. If they want to talk, then let them talk to me personally, Su Qingxue said without giving him any face. Su Changping was infuriated from being ignored like that. He said in a serious tone, all right then. We'll have a board meeting tomorrow, and you'll convince us with your true abilities. If you can't convince us, don't blame the board of directors for carrying out the articles of impeachment and voting to revoke your position as CEO. If this goes on, you'll be out of control. How can you do that? The father-daughter pair didn't say much and the conflict had already intensified. This made Yi Fan, who was at the side, speechless. Aunt Jiang was even more distressed. According to Yi Fan's guess, Uncle Zhu and Uncle Wang mentioned in the phone call should be the two vice-CEOs of the company, Zhu Wanggua and Wang Liren. They were both veterans of the company. Although Su Qingxue secured the position of CEO with her outstanding intelligence, some of the older people in the company had more influence and it was hard to replace them all in a short period of time. After all, confidants like Feng Yuing who could reach the company's top management at such a young age were still rare. Therefore, it seemed like Su Qingxue was the one in charge of the company, but when it came to some important decisions, there would often be internal conflicts. Su Qingxue wasn't afraid. So be it, I'll see you in the company's conference room tomorrow morning. After she finished speaking, she immediately hung up. Aunt Jiang sighed bitterly, Missy, why are you doing this? You don't have to be so angry when talking about work. Aunt Jiang, don't bother about it, Su Qingxue stood up, I'm full. Yi Fan blinked, so fast. You've only eaten half a bowl of rice. Su Qingxue didn't bother with him at all. She frowned and walked back to the study room on the second floor full of worries. Yi Fan, don't try to persuade her. Missy doesn't want to eat anything when she has work to worry about. Aunt Jiang shook her head with a face full of pity. Yi Fan thought to himself that the company's operations didn't have much to do with him anyway and he wasn't interested in it, so he just ate by himself. That night, in a private club by Qingshan Lake, the father and son of the Zheng family were drinking with two men in their 50s by the lake. Four waitresses dressed in sexy, off-the-shoulder dresses with their fair legs exposed accompanied the men, pouring wine for them and satisfying the other needs of a few customers. Director Zhu, Director Wang, is Su Qingxue really planning to buy the flyer? Zheng Hongji asked with a smile. Zhu Wanggua, whose hair was sparse, was hugging a little girl and his hands were taking advantage of her. When he heard the question, he sneered, it's absolutely true, the shareholders' meeting has already been approved, but there will be a board meeting tomorrow. Old Wang and I, as well as a few brothers, pulled that brat Su Changping along. We plan to vote against Su Qingxue no matter what she says. Oh, Su Changping agreed. Zheng Hongji asked. Wang Liren laughed and said, that brat is just an idiot, he doesn't know anything. As long as we, the elders, say a few words, he will naturally believe it. Anyway, Su Qingxue won't take him seriously, and as her father, he's not convinced either. Zheng Hongji took a sip of wine and narrowed his eyes. At the board meeting tomorrow, Su Qingxue will definitely take out some reasons and information to buy the flyer. At that time, I'll have to trouble the two of you to pass on the information. Don't worry, Director Zheng. After working together for so long, is there a need to say anything? Furthermore, we will definitely stop Su Qingxue and not let her successfully buy it. Zhu Wanguo expressed his understanding. Wang Liren also nodded and said, that's right, we are waiting for young Master Zheng to marry Su Qingxue in the future, so that the two families can join forces. Motherf *Ker, the brocade that we old brothers built together, no matter what, we can't let it fall into the hands of a little girl. Zheng Junfeng, on the other hand, raised his wine cup and laughed, thank you Director Zhu and Director Wang for your care. This cup of wine, I will first toast the two of you. In the future, when we merge with the embroidery group, your shares in the embroidery group will definitely not disappoint you. Zhu Wanguo and Wang Liren beamed, is there a need to say that? Don't we know about the Zheng family's generosity? It's a world of difference from that heartless girl, Su Qingxue. After saying that, the four of them clinked their glasses and downed it in one gulp. Zheng Hongji signaled with his eyes to a waitress behind him. The waitress with phoenix eyes immediately hooked her arms around Zhu Wanguo's neck and said coquettishly, Director Zhu, it's so late, I'm so scared to go home. Can you send me back later? A mischievous smile appeared on Zhu Wanguo's drunken face as he touched the waitress's hand, no problem, where is your house? If it's far, let's go back earlier. Hee, Director Zhu, you're so bad. So annoying. The waitress complained in a delicate voice, but she was already leaning on Zhu Wanguo's chest. On the other side, Wang Liren couldn't hold it in any longer. He hugged the young lady and kissed her. Zheng Hongji and Zheng Junfeng looked at each other and revealed a cold evil smile. The next day, as soon as Yi Fan arrived at the office, he set up a computer program so that his computer couldn't be monitored by the company's technical department. At the same time, Yi Fan also understood that he couldn't finish his work, so he might as well slow down a bit and play games first. On the last day, he would complete his work mission. This way, he would be able to play happily for 2 days. Yi Fan was proud of his intelligence. He played games all the way until lunchtime, just in time to go down for lunch. Arriving at the dining hall, Yi Fan took another large plate of food and found Su Lingshan, who was sitting by the window. Because of what happened yesterday, many of the company's employees who were eating knew that Yi Fan was Director Su's new assistant. Many people couldn't help but look forward to what kind of passionate collision Captain Su and Assistant Yi would have today. Chapter 31. 0031 Su Lingshan raised her eyes and ignored him. This scene surprised many of the employees who were watching. Could it be that Captain Su has already been taken down by Assistant Yi? Not resisting anymore. At this moment, Yi Fan saw that there was an Italian sausage on the lady's plate and coincidentally took one for himself. He couldn't help but ask with a smile, Captain Su, you like sausages too? Why don't I give you my sausage too? The moment he said that, he meant it to be polite, but why did it sound a little weird? As expected, a blush appeared on Su Lingshan's face. She stared at Yi Fan, obviously thinking that the man did it on purpose. Yi Fan said awkwardly, I'm talking about the one on my plate, not the one on my plate. The more he said, the darker it got. The nearby employees were secretly covering their mouths and laughing. No one will think that you're mute if you don't speak. Su Lingshan's eyebrows twitched, but she still held back her temper. Many employees felt that it was strange, the hot-tempered Su Lingshan could actually endure this. If other men dared to speak like this, she would have beaten them up long ago. Assistant Yi is still amazing. Yi Fan replied with an, oh, and started eating. Of course, he couldn't help but look at Su Lingshan's chest. Unfortunately, with yesterday's experience, Su Lingshan buttoned up all the buttons on her collar. She couldn't see any scenery at all. After 3 minutes, Su Lingshan saw that Yi Fan really didn't say a word. Her gaze wandered and she pretended to ask casually, where did you learn your skills? Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to chew on his steak. Seeing that the man was ignoring her, Su Lingshan couldn't help but slap the table. Hey! I'm asking you a question. Yi Fan replied innocently, Captain Su, didn't you tell me not to speak? Why do you want me to speak again? It's very difficult for me. You. Su Lingshan was so angry that she clenched her teeth. This man clearly didn't want to answer her on purpose. She didn't want to be snubbed. She snorted coldly, picked up her plate, and walked away. A playful smile flashed across Yi Fan's eyes. He turned his head and looked out the window. He had a panoramic view of Huahai City. He couldn't help but sigh. Going to work and teasing his female colleagues was actually quite enjoyable. When he returned to the top floor, Yi Fan brought a box of fruits just like yesterday. However, he didn't bring any grapes this time. Instead, he brought some strawberries. Arriving at Su Qingshue's office, just as he was about to enter, he heard an intense argument coming from inside. Vice President Zhu, Vice President Wang, tell me, what is the reason for leading the opposition? You are deliberately singing a different tune from me. Su Qingshue's voice was cold and angry. Sigh. Director Su, you're still young. The water in this market is very deep. Your purchase this time was obviously impulsive. Impulsive? I think you guys don't want me to take the company to the next level. You're afraid that you won't be able to keep your positions in the company. Why don't you just tell me how many shares you need to take before you won't go against me? Wang Liren anxiously said in a loud voice, CEO Su, we are all old people who have followed the old chairman step by step to build up the company. We love Splendid more than anyone else. You can't say these words carelessly, I don't want to hear your empty and meaningless words. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't change your mind, they'll all be fired. Now, both of you, get out. Su Qingshu ordered them to leave. Zhu Wangguo was so angry that his voice trembled, you. How could you do this to us? We are your elders. There are only superiors and subordinates in the company, there is no seniority. Su Qingshu coldly replied. Good. What a great CEO Su. Old Zhu, let's stop talking and go. Wang Liren angrily slapped the sofa. Very quickly, Zhu Wangguo and Wang Liren angrily walked out of the office. Seeing Yi Fan standing at the door, the two vice presidents naturally didn't have a good expression on their faces and even glared at Yi Fan. Yi Fan sighed, but this had nothing to do with him, so he just walked into the office. Su Qingshu was standing on the sofa with a frosty face. Seeing Yi Fan come in, she asked unhappily, what are you doing here again? Yi Fan walked over, handed over the fruit box, and said with a smile, eat some fruit, calm down, and don't ruin your body for the sake of work. Su Qingshu was expressionless. After looking at the fruit, she indifferently said, I don't have an appetite right now, you can take it away. At least eat 2 bites, I brought them all. Yi Fan was stunned, his face full of confusion. I don't need it, Su Qingshu said. Such a good fruit, wouldn't it be a pity to waste it? Yi Fan said. Su Qingshu turned around and walked back to the desk, I still have a lot of things to do, you can eat by yourself. Yi Fan frowned, you want to drink gum syrup for lunch again? If this continues, I'll call Auntie Jiang. When Su Qingshu heard this, she turned around and said impatiently, aren't you annoyed? What does it have to do with you whether I eat or not? We are only in a contract relationship, not a real boyfriend and girlfriend, why do you care so much about me? Also, you are a man, and you keep threatening me with Auntie Jiang. Can you have some backbone? Yi Fan quietly looked at the woman for a while, calmly smiled, and then put the fruit box on the desk. I'll let you take it. Su Qingxue frowned. Yi Fan was unmoved, and lightly said, You are right, I am just a contract worker, there is no need to care about your health. Even if you have stomach cancer, it has nothing to do with me. But it is my freedom to give you something to eat. I will put the fruit there, if you like it, then eat it. If you don't like it, then throw it away. It is up to you. Oh, one more thing. Yi Fan did not wait for the woman to speak, and interrupted again, Auntie Jiang is an old person in your family. She watched you grow up, not with me. As for me, I will only appear by your side for 3 months. After 3 months, I will have nothing to do with you or Auntie Jiang. So, I never wanted to use her to threaten you, and this has nothing to do with my backbone. I just want to remind you that it is fine to be willful and lose your temper, but you should consider the people who care about you. After hearing this, Su Qingxue was stunned for a moment, and then lightly bit her lower lip. I don't need you to teach me a lesson. The woman's face was somewhat unconvinced. Yi Fan did not say anything else, and directly turned around and walked out of the office, even closing the door. When the office quieted down, Su Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then walked back to the desk and sat down. She opened a drawer and was about to take out the gum syrup, but then she paused. Consider the people who care about you. Yi Fan's words seemed to echo in her ears, and Auntie Zhang's loving smile also appeared in front of her eyes. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, closed the drawer, and took the lunch box full of fruits over. After opening it, she found that almost half of it was strawberries. Su Qingxue naturally understood why, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Pervert, Su Qingxue whispered, picked up a strawberry, and stuffed it into her mouth. It was sour and sweet, and tasted pretty good. She wanted to finish eating quickly so that she could continue working, so she inserted a few pieces of watermelon and honeydew into her mouth. For a moment, Su Qingxue's cheeks were bulging, as if her entire face had become a little rounder. At this moment, the office door suddenly opened. Chapter 32. 0032 Ugh. Su Qingxue cried out and quickly covered her mouth, but she really couldn't take it anymore. Her mouth was full of fruits and she couldn't swallow them all at once. Her face was as round as a bun, and there was even juice flowing from the corner of her mouth. Because of her nervousness and shock, Su Qingxue's pair of clear and bright eyes were even wider than usual, and they were filled with panic and astonishment. Seeing the woman reveal such a charming appearance, Yi Fan laughed even more happily. This was what a young girl in her 20s should look like. Heh heh. I knew it, my dear Xiao Shui is still very kind and sensible. Eat slowly, don't choke, I'll take a picture of you first. Saying that, Yi Fan took out his phone, wanting to take a picture of the woman. Su Qingxue was about to go crazy. This bad guy was actually still guarding outside the door. Could it be that he had already guessed that he would take the fruit to eat? How could there be such a cheap person in the world? If he were to leave behind evidence like this, his image would be completely ruined. Su Qingxue covered her face with her hands and quickly ate all the fruits. Then, she slammed the table and shouted with a flushed face, What are you patting? Do you believe that I won't deduct your salary? Hurry up and get out. Yi Fan had a wronged expression on his face as he waved the old man's phone in his hand. Director Su, don't. This phone of mine doesn't even have a photo function, I'm just joking. Only then did Su Qingxue remember that the phone this guy used was given to her for charging. Thinking back to her loss of composure just now, she still blushed. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she always lost control of her emotions in front of this man. She stroked her hair, cleared her throat, wiped her mouth with a tissue, and once again returned to the posture of an ice beauty. If you dare to do this again, I will definitely deduct your salary. Su Qingxue had the dignity of a superior. Yi Fan grinned, nodded to show that he understood, and waved at the woman, Yes, yes. Then I'll be leaving first, bye-bye. When the man left, Su Qingxue collapsed on the chair as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. When she thought about the scene just now, she was both angry and wanted to laugh, especially when Yi Fan walked in from outside. She didn't even need to look to know how silly she was. Ken, however, thinking about it carefully, all of this was quite interesting. Involuntarily, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of Su Qingshua's mouth. For a moment, it was as if a snow lotus had quietly bloomed on top of a snow-capped mountain that had been frozen for 1,000 years. She was like an independent fairy, otherworldly and otherworldly. Unfortunately, no one was able to see this scene. While playing games in the afternoon, Yi Fan received a call from the male security captain, Jiang Chao of the company's basketball team. Jiang Chao said that the match was about to start, so he had to hurry up and train. There was a gym near the company, so he asked Yi Fan to go practice with him. Yi Fan naturally didn't want to go, but Jiang Chao's pitiful tone made Yi Fan feel that this brother was quite pitiful, so he agreed. When it was time to get off work, Yi Fan could only ask for leave from Su Qingxue. He couldn't go home with her at night. Su Qingxue was too lazy to ask what the man wanted, so she just drove home. It seemed that in a woman's heart, he was still such a small, dispensable character. He didn't know why, but even though he knew that he wouldn't have any future with Su Qingxue, after knowing this reality, Yi Fan still didn't feel good. Following Jiang Chao and the other 4 security guards, they arrived at the basketball court of the gymnasium. For the first time in Yi Fan's life, he touched a basketball. However, it wasn't that Yi Fan didn't know how to play basketball. This kind of sport, to him, was nothing more than a question of whether he wanted to play or not. "Brother Fan, what position do you want to play?" "Position? What's the point?" Yi Fan said indifferently. "Isn't basketball just throwing the ball into the basket? If you get more points, you'll win, right?" "That's what you say, but..." Without waiting for Jiang Chao to say anything, Yi Fan suddenly threw the basketball in his hand towards the basket in the distance. The two of them stood in the middle of the field. The basketball drew a high parabola and swept across half the field. With a "so" sound, it fell into the basket. Jiang Chao and the other 3 opened their mouths wide, thinking that they were hallucinating. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, "Damn! Isn't this 2F** King accurate? Brother Fan, didn't you say that you don't know how to play?" Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, as if he had performed too well. Perhaps he should consider how to pretend to be weaker, otherwise, others would definitely find out that there was a problem with him. Thus, Yi Fan threw a few more 3-point shots, but these few times, his accuracy dropped to 50%. Even so, Jiang Chao and the others still treated him like an idol, calling him Brother Fan with great joy. In their opinion, with Yi Fan, it seemed that they finally didn't have to be the last one. After training for more than an hour, Yi Fan saw that there was no time for him to go home for dinner, so he agreed to eat barbecue with the 4 security guards nearby. The barbecue was accompanied by cold beer, which was just in line with the summer temperature. It had been a long time since Yi Fan ate at the same table as so many men. He burned his cigarettes and bragged, feeling pretty good. He was considering whether or not he should find a company to work in and get to know some colleagues after leaving the brocade. Just as Yi Fan drank a few bottles of beer and went to the toilet, his phone rang. Yi Fan looked and saw that it was Aunt Jiang calling. He immediately picked it up and asked, "Aunt Jiang, I'm eating out today." Aunt Jiang hurriedly asked, "Eat out? Is Miss eating out too?" "Little Snow. She didn't go home." Yi Fan was stunned. "Yeah, isn't she with you? I can't get through to Mrs. phone either." "What's going on?" Aunt Jiang asked anxiously. Yi Fan frowned. "Aunt Jiang, don't be anxious. I'll take a look and tell you when there's news." He had a bad premonition in his heart, so Yi Fan called Su Qingxue. He didn't expect that the call would go through the moment he called. "Qingxue, where are you? Why did Aunt Jiang say you didn't go home?" Yi Fan asked. The voice that came from the other side of the phone caused Yi Fan's face to instantly darken. "Mr. Yi, it seems that this beautiful lady really has a special relationship with you." Yi Fan recognized the voice. It was the monkey-eating eagle bounty hunter who had been following him but was seen through, Menduo. Do you know what you are doing? Yi Fan's voice was bone-chilling. On the other end of the phone, Menduo subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Even through the phone, this man could still make him feel fear. If it wasn't for the temptation of the elephant head god's ankh being too great, they wouldn't have taken the risk and plucked the fur from the tiger's head. But since he had already come this far, of course he had to be a bit more forceful, so he said, Mr. Yi, of course we know that our actions will anger you. However, there is an old saying in China, how can you get a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Even if you really are an expert, we still have to give it a try. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Speak, what do you want? Chapter 33. 0033 inch. It's very simple. Hand over the ankh or tell us where the elephant head god is, and we'll let this lady go immediately, Mendo said. Yi Fan didn't waste any time and directly asked, where is the transaction location? Mendo's tone was urgent. Sure enough, the ankh is in your hands, right? Yes. Yi Fan replied. Mendo immediately gave him an address. Mr. Yi, we will only give you 3 hours. If you exceed the time limit, I'm afraid you will never be able to meet this lady again. After Yi Fan wrote it down, he hung up. He strode out of the barbecue shop. Jiang Chao and the others thought that he was going to continue eating, but they saw Yi Fan running out. Sigh. Brother Fan. Brother Fan, where are you going? Jiang Chao and the others shouted. You guys eat, I have something urgent to attend to. Yi Fan shouted and immediately took a taxi and left, leaving the 4 security guards looking at each other in dismay. On the way, Yi Fan didn't forget to call the old nanny at home. Auntie Jiang, I've already contacted Xiao Shui. I'll bring her home. Aunt Jiang was silent for a moment, but didn't ask any questions. She only said, then I'll wait for you at home. No problem. Yi Fan solemnly agreed and hung up the phone. The location Mendo mentioned was an island to the east of Huahai City. This place was mainly for fishing and tourism. It was connected to the city by a bridge across the sea. Usually, many citizens would go there for a vacation. Because it was a fishing moratorium, the fishing port was very desolate. Outside a warehouse where fishermen put their belongings, the Lexus SUV was parked. Inside the warehouse, a thick fishy smell filled the air. On a chair, Su Qingshue's hands and feet were tied up and she couldn't move at all. Although the bangs on her forehead were messy and she looked very sorry, the woman did not shout. Instead, she coldly looked at the woman and 2 men in front of her. On the way home, it was one of the women who stopped her car like a foreigner asking for directions. As a result, as soon as he opened the window, he was bewitched by the fragrance and lost consciousness. When she woke up again, Su Qingxue discovered that she was already tied up in this warehouse. What is your goal? If you want money, you should let me call home. Su Qingxue asked in English. The dark-skinned female bounty hunter with a colorful flower hairpin on her head giggled and said, she's still so calm after being kidnapped. This lady's mental fortitude is quite good. Do you want me to cry and make a ruckus? Su Qingxue asked. Mendo chuckled and said, Madam, my companion, Ray Sha, was just joking. He didn't mean any harm. We just want to know what is your relationship with that Mr. Yi, what is his identity, and what is his background. Mr. Yi. Yi Fan. Su Qingxue was surprised. Could it be that this group of people wasn't here for her, but for Yi Fan? The key was, why would they ask about their relationship with Yi Fan? Su Qingxue couldn't help but think, could it be that Zheng Junfeng and the others sent kidnappers to kidnap her and get the truth out? Thinking of this, Su Qingxue felt that this was the truth, so she directly replied, he is my boyfriend, a tutor. Boyfriend? Oh. That's a relationship between lovers. No wonder he cares about you so much that he's even willing to hand over the ankh. He really loves you very much. Mendo rubbed his chin and said. Enka? What do you mean? Su Qingxue could only hear the pronunciation of Anka, but she didn't know what kind of word it was. Rei Sha, on the other hand, looked dissatisfied. Tutor. To be able to see through our tracking, this kind of person would be a tutor. Stop joking. Woman, you'd better be more honest. As she spoke, Rei Sha took out a silver knife and placed it under Su Qingxue's face, as if she was going to cut open her tender white cheeks at any time. Su Qingxue's pretty face finally showed a trace of panic. Although she usually didn't care about her appearance, which woman didn't like to be beautiful? If she were to be disfigured, she would be in great pain. What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Su Qingxue gritted her teeth and her heart sped up, but she still stared at Rei Sha. Mendo stretched out his hand and stopped the huntress. Sigh, Rei Sha, perhaps Mr. Ye's usual job is to teach at home. It's normal for a person like him to have a few fake identities to hide his identity. Fake identity? Su Qingxue frowned. Hearing what they said, Yi Fan seemed to be really strange. Could it be that he was really hiding some unspeakable identity? Madam, have you heard Mr. Yi mention anything about ANKH? Mendo stared into Su Qingxue's eyes, afraid that he would miss any details. However, Su Qingxue didn't know at all and asked, you guys keep talking about Anka, what exactly is that? Mendo sighed, it seems like you really don't know anything. That's right, how could he casually leak such an important thing, even to his lover? Hearing the main point of these people's discussion, it didn't seem to be about her and Yi Fan at all. Su Qingxue began to suspect. You guys. Are you really not sent by the Zheng family? Although Su Qingxue felt that this question was very stupid, she still wanted to ask. Zheng family? What kind of family is that? We are the bounty hunters of the monkey-eating eagle, Mendo said with a face full of pride. Although Su Qingxue didn't really understand, she also began to believe that these people really had nothing to do with the Zheng family. She had guessed wrong. The fat hunter said, Mendo, I think we should tie this woman up on the boat. Whether we get the ANKH or not, we have to kidnap her and leave together. This way, we can avoid a head-on confrontation. Nuali, what you said makes sense. I'll leave this to you. Mendo nodded. When Su Qingxue heard this, she immediately became anxious. Could it be that because she was mistaken as Yi Fan's real girlfriend, she was going to be arrested unjustly? The key was, would Yi Fan really come to save her? These three criminals, looking at their criminal methods and the fact that they had knives on them, they knew that they weren't joking around. Especially that fatty, he even had a gun at his waist. This was going to take his life. Yi Fan, that guy, was either taking advantage of girls or trying to make money. Previously, when he was sparring with Su Lingshan, he was dodging and didn't even dare to fight her head-on. How could such a coward dare to take the risk to save him? Wait a minute. You guys are wrong. Capturing me is useless for you guys to find that Anka. Su Qingxue said. Oh. Why do you say that? Mendo asked doubtfully. Su Qingxue sighed lightly and said, he hasn't known me for long, and he's very timid. He must be very afraid of you guys, so he won't take the risk for me. Your plan is completely meaningless. After hearing these words, the three hunters all laughed, obviously feeling that it was ridiculous. Mendo shook his head and replied, Madam, do you think that we will believe your words now that things have come to this? Would Mr. Yi be afraid of us? Ha! What a joke. Chapter 34. 0034 Kariza sneered, Woman, do you take us for idiots? We called you when you were unconscious. Your boyfriend is already rushing over. He should be here soon. He's very concerned about your safety. What? He's already here. How is this possible? Su Qingxue opened her watery eyes wide and froze. Could it be that she really blamed him wrongly? Thinking that Yi Fan was going to meet these three criminals, Su Qingxue started to worry again. This man couldn't really be so rash, right? At the very least, if he was smart enough, he would have to call the police. I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Actually, Su Qingxue couldn't be blamed for this. Yi Fan was usually afraid of deducting his salary, and he looked like a good-for-nothing. As a man, it was one thing to have no backbone, but he even peeked at her underwear and peeked at her legs through the rearview mirror. This was something that a normal man wouldn't do. Hoping that such a man would save her from danger, Su Qingxue naturally wouldn't take this risk. Thinking about it carefully, Yi Fan would occasionally have a serious and reliable appearance, and would also have a heartwarming performance. Su Qingxue didn't deny this, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand Yi Fan. But in general, this man didn't give her a good impression. The occasional flash of light wasn't enough to change the entire image. Just when Su Qingxue's mind was filled with confusion and she couldn't tell which one was the real Yi Fan, a knock on the door came from outside the warehouse. "He's here." Mendo turned his head and said, "Nuali, bring this woman onto the boat. I'll go talk to him about the deal." Seeing that the fat hunter was about to come over and grab her, Su Qingxue stubbornly twisted her body, not willing to give in so easily. "Don't touch me. Go away." Su Qingxue resisted. "Smelly woman, try this." Carissa suddenly appeared in front of her and shot out a spray from a small can. After inhaling a strange fragrance, Su Qingxue's head became dizzy again. She began to lose her strength and fainted. At this moment, there was a loud, clang sound. The large iron door of the warehouse was violently blasted open by a huge force. The rusty lock in the middle of the iron door, along with the metal fittings on the door, fell to the ground, completely useless. After the door fell, a cloud of dust rose up, and a man's figure appeared behind it. It was Yi Fan. With his hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, he silently retracted his leg. Mendo, Caritha, and Nali were all shocked. Although the metal door of the warehouse wasn't impenetrable, it was still a few hundred kilograms of metal, and it was still locked. This man only used one kick to destroy the door. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Yi Fan walked slowly into the storehouse. Every step he took seemed light, but it was like thunder striking a drum, causing the three hunters to feel flustered. It was as if the shadow of a demon had shrouded the entire warehouse. Pairs of eerie, blood-red eyes stared at the three of them from all directions. Kaelisa and Nali both understood why Mendo had fled in such a panic back then. It turned out that this man's aura was so terrifying. "I remember telling you not to look for me. It seems like you didn't understand what I meant." Yi Fan spat out the cigarette butt and approached the three hunters step by step. Kaelisa hurriedly placed the silver knife in her hand across Su Qingxue's neck and shouted with a murderous aura, "Halt! If you dare come any closer, I'll kill her." However, Yi Fan acted as if he didn't hear anything and continued to walk forward. His expression didn't change at all, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park. However, Yi Fan's eyes became colder and colder, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Being stared at by this gaze caused the three of them to break out in cold sweat. Fatty Nali pulled out a Colt pistol from his waist and aimed it at Yi Fan. "Don't move. If you go any closer, I'll shoot," Nali shouted. Yi Fan sneered, "Shoot, don't you need to open the safety first?" Only then did he realize that because he was too flustered in his heart, he was so scared that he forgot to open the safety. This kind of low-level mistake was definitely not something he would make on a normal day. Although he had hurriedly opened the safety of the gun, Nali's face and palms kept twitching, and his hands began to tremble. The pressure this man gave them was simply too strong. After all, Men Duo was the strongest, so he said, "Mr. Yi, what we want is ANKH. As long as you hand over the item, we can guarantee that nothing will happen to this Miss Su." Yi Fan expressionlessly said, "I don't have an ANKH at all." "What?" The three of them looked at each other in dismay, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Then, "Do you know where the elephant head god is?" Mendo asked again. Yi Fan continued to walk. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from the three of them. Hearing the question, he shook his head. Mendo's face alternated between red and white. He knew that he had been deceived, so he was naturally furious. "Mr. Yi, you are underestimating us, the monkey-eating eagle. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill this woman?" While speaking, Kalisa's knife was even closer to Su Qingshue's throat, while Nali's gun was aimed at Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan stopped 6 to 7 meters away from the three of them and lightly replied, "Since you guys dare to capture people, of course you also dare to kill them. Then you should cooperate with us. Don't play any tricks." Kalisa sneered. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth slightly curled up. "Just because you dare, doesn't mean that you can really do it." When the three of them heard this, they were still confused. However, in the next second, a terrifying pressure, a killing intent so strong that it made them feel suffocated, enveloped their hearts. Yi Fan's figure fiercely charged towards them. When the three of them reacted and realized that Yi Fan was going to attack them, they subconsciously took measures to resist. Nuali suddenly pulled the trigger and shot at Yi Fan's body. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets cut through the air, bringing with them a scorching heat. But the strange thing was that every bullet just happened to avoid Yi Fan, and all of them missed. Seeing that her companion was unable to hit Yi Fan, Kalisa's silver knife was about to ruthlessly slash towards Su Qingshue's neck, but she discovered that there was already a hand firmly grabbing onto her wrist. Yi Fan didn't know when, but he had already appeared beside Kalisa. The three hunters were shocked. They stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Fan, who seemed to have teleported in an instant. What kind of explosive power did he have to be able to cross a distance of several meters in the blink of an eye and even interrupt Kalisa's movements? Crack crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and before Kalisa could recover from her stunned state, the bones in her wrist had been crushed. Ah! Kalisa screamed, and the knife in her hand fell to the ground. Yi Fan directly grabbed the already weak hand, took a step back, turned around, and with a wave of his arm, threw Kalisa out like a sandbag. This power was unstoppable. Like a human hammer ball, Kalisa flew in a parabola and crashed into the concrete wall of the warehouse with a muffled thud. Chapter 35. 0035-inch Kalisa. Fatty Nuali cried out in alarm. The gun in his hand had already run out of bullets, so he pulled out a serrated dagger from behind his waist and stabbed towards Yi Fan's back. However, Yi Fan seemed to have eyes on his back. With a sidestep, he dodged the sneak attack and turned around to give a roundhouse kick. Ugh! Nuali screamed miserably. His chest was hit by the kick, and his nearly 2-meter-tall body actually left the ground and flew 4 to 5 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The ribs in his chest had pierced into his heart and lungs. In the intense pain, he quickly lost his life. In less than 3 seconds, both Kalisa and Nuali had died. They didn't even understand how Yi Fan had attacked. The remaining men were about to go crazy. The man in front of him was ridiculously strong, abnormally strong, inhumanly strong. They were the elites of the B-rank organization, the monkey-eating eagle. They were not ordinary soldiers or special forces. They were even stronger than the special forces. However, under Yi Fan's hands, they were like 3-year-old children, unable to resist at all. Although Mendo's heart was filled with fear, his instinct to survive made him have the strength to pull out a dagger from his waist and stab it straight at Yi Fan's neck. This was Yi Fan's blind spot. Mendo had already unleashed all of his potential, so this assassination was as fast as lightning, far surpassing his usual strength. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce into Yi Fan's throat, Yi Fan's left hand was already in front of the dagger. 2 fingers pinched the blade of the dagger accurately. Mendo forcefully stabbed forward, but even with all his strength, he couldn't push the dagger an inch further. It was just 2 fingers, but they were like reinforced concrete. Yi Fan turned his head, a pair of eyes that were as deep as an abyss, carrying with them an ancient killing intent that was as cold as a wasteland. The moment Mendo saw the look in his eyes, he let out a loud, "Ah," in fright. He let go of the dagger and fell to the ground on his butt. What kind of eyes were these? What kind of person could have such a gaze that could scare people awake from their dreams? Mendo's face was ashen as he asked in a trembling voice, "You Just who are you? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth revealed a cruel smile, divine wrath. When the deep voice uttered these two emotionless words, the entire warehouse became so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Men Duo's mind went blank for a moment before he suddenly realized what that sentence meant. No, no, impossible, could it be that you are? Men Duo was already talking to himself, and his mind was not clear. Due to the excessive shock, there was even a wet stain on his pants. He was so scared that he peed himself. There was only one thought left in his mind, was the monkey-eating eagle going to disappear from this world? Sir. Mendo thought of what this man represented, and without caring about the fact that he was still wet his pants, he directly fell to the ground. I really didn't expect that the address left behind by the elephant head god would find you. If we knew that you were his friend, we wouldn't dare to follow you even if we had 10,000 guts. Please don't vent your anger on our entire organization for the sake of the price we've paid. Men Duo could no longer care about his own life. He only wanted the Lord in front of him to be magnanimous and not let their organization disappear from the face of the earth. At this time, Yi Fan had already restrained his aura, and his eyes were no different from usual. It was as if he had once again become an ordinary young man in the city. If your people don't come looking for me, I won't be interested in bothering with you. Yi Fan said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. Compared to you, we, the monkey-eating eagle, are just ants. Men Duo was sweating profusely, and his lips were deathly pale as he asked, Sir, please allow me to tell our guild leader that if he knew that you are the resident of that apartment, our entire monkey-eating eagle would not dare to offend him in the slightest. Yi Fan didn't say anything else, he just looked at Men Duo expressionlessly. Men Duo was stunned for a moment. In the end, he laughed self-deprecatingly, oh right, since you have concealed your identity, how could you let outsiders know that you are in Hua Hai? Li Fan Xian threw the dagger back to Men Duo. If this guy still had a brain, he should know how to make a choice. He didn't have the leisure to care about Men Duo anymore. He turned around and carried the unconscious Su Qingxue out of the store. Leaf looking at the man's back as he walked out, Men Duo picked up the dagger and aimed it at his heart. Only by committing suicide would he have a chance to prevent the monkey-eating eagle from being removed from the list. However, he was still in his prime after all. He was still unable to accept sacrificing himself just like that. Thinking of this, Men Duo became more and more courageous. Seeing that Yi Fan was holding a woman in his arms, his eyes narrowed, and he threw the dagger towards Yi Fan's back like a throwing knife. But at this moment, Yi Fan suddenly threw the woman in his arms into the air. At the same time that Su Qingxue's body soared into the air, Yi Fan spun on one foot. Just as the dagger was about to hit him, Yi Fan grabbed the dagger with his hand and threw it back. After Yi Fan finished this action, his body just so happened to turn back. He caught Su Qingxue with both hands and hugged her again. The entire action was done in one go, like a beautiful waltz spinning. Yi Fan strode out of the store. Leaf behind him was Men Duo, whose forehead had been pierced by the dagger, lying in a pool of blood. When Su Qingxue woke up in a daze, she found herself lying in the back seat of her car. She suddenly remembered what had happened earlier and sat up straight. Only then did she realize that the one driving in front was Yi Fan. Qingxue, you're awake. Is your head still dizzy? Yi Fan turned around and smiled at the woman. Su Qingxue's eyes flickered. After confirming that she was safe, she asked, You saved me? I guess so, but you don't have to be too grateful. After all, this matter started because of me. Yi Fan said. Su Qingxue became silent, her emotions complicated. This man. He really risked his life to save her. How did you save me? Su Qingxue had long since fallen asleep. She didn't even see how Yi Fan entered the warehouse. She really wanted to know the details. Yi Fan had already thought of an excuse, it's nothing. I went to beat up those 3 guys, and then they ran away. I saved you. Don't try to lie to me. Those people had knives and guns. You can defeat them all by yourself with your bare hands. Su Qingxue was a little angry, this man was simply perfunctory with her. Yi Fan continued to chuckle, Qingxue, you misunderstood. Those people are actually idiots, purposely trying to scare you. That gun is also fake, it's just a toy gun. Chapter 36 0036 Yi Fan's gaze froze for a moment, then he asked with a smile, what in Ka? Seeing that the man was still pretending to be stupid, Su Qingxue gritted her teeth in anger, who the hell are you? Your identity as a tutor and maintenance worker, are they all fake? Hearing the woman's series of questions, Yi Fan sighed. With Su Qingxue's 180 IQ, even if she was a little slow in life and emotions, it was still very difficult to fool her with crucial matters. However, if this went on, if the woman knew too much, she might be in danger. Yi Fan felt that he really should think more about women to avoid any accidents. After the car drove into a street, Yi Fan parked the car by the side of the road, turned around and said, let's get out of the car and eat first. After we finish eating, I promise I'll give you an explanation, okay? Only now did Su Qingxue notice that they didn't go home. Instead, they were on an old city street filled with small restaurants. Why did you come here? A hint of nostalgia appeared in Su Qingxue's eyes. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Great beauty Su, it's almost 10 o'clock. It's so tiring to go home and eat. Just treat it as giving me a chance to apologize and treat you to a meal. Aren't you hungry too? Hearing this, Su Qingxue remembered Aunt Jiang and hurriedly said, oh right, does Aunt Jiang know about me? I called her and said that you and I were dating outside. No problem. Yi Fan blinked. Date your head. Who wants to go on a date with you? Su Qingxue glared at the man, but Yi Fan's attentiveness made her quite satisfied. She was indeed hungry. She touched her empty stomach and got out of the car. Come, there's a good pickled fish here. I'll take you to have a taste. In the past, I used to work as an online game trainer in an internet cafe nearby, so I often came here to eat. Yi Fan waved at the woman. Su Qingxue had the urge to beat a man to death. Substitute training? Just how many jobs have you done? Yi Fan smiled, thinking, if the woman knew that he was still helping Mu with the 50,000 yuan she gave him in the office, would she go crazy? It was already past dinner time, and it wasn't time for supper, so the restaurant was deserted. The two walked into a restaurant called Yula Pickled Vegetable Fish and found a quiet table by the window to sit down. Although the environment here wasn't very sanitary and the air was filled with a greasy smell, Su Qingxue didn't seem to dislike it. In fact, she felt quite comfortable. However, a few waiters in the restaurant and some passers-by couldn't move their gazes away when they saw Su Qingxue's appearance. It was obvious that they were shocked. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was used to being watched. Usually, when she went to the mall to buy something, she would often be asked to take a photo with someone. She had even met quite a few scouts. Yi Fan quickly ordered a large portion of pickled fish with pickled cabbage and chili, and then ordered 2 plates of stir-fried vegetables. The total cost was less than $200. This meal is on me, hee hee. Yi Fan's face was straightforward and he was very pleased with himself. She looked at him coldly, you said you wanted to explain what happened just now, so say it now. Yi Fan curled his lips, don't be in such a hurry, it's rare to have a chance to pass the time. Come, drink some water first. Saying that, Yi Fan poured Su Qingxue a cup of free barley tea and passed it to the woman. Su Qingxue let out a breath. She was indeed thirsty and tired. After drinking 2 cups of tea in one go, she looked at the street outside the restaurant and was lost in thought. Yi Fan had checked Su Qingxue's information, so he understood why this woman would fall into deep thought. After a while, Su Qingxue asked lightly, when you were young, which orphanage did you grow up in? Have you heard of Ivy? Su Qingxue nodded, the orphanage I stayed in is on the next street, called Star, but it has been demolished a long time ago. Yes, I know. Yi Fan drank a mouthful of tea. Su Qingxue's beautiful eyes moved, you have indeed investigated my information. Yi Fan did not deny it, you are so beautiful, of course I have to check if you are a fairy. Su Qingxue rolled her eyes at him, not a single word of truth. While the two were chatting, the pickled cabbage fish arrived. Su Qingxue was hungry, but after looking at it with anticipation, she frowned and did not move her chopsticks. Yi Fan was puzzled. What's wrong? You don't like it? There are green onions on it. Su Qingxue was not very happy. You don't like green onions? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tell the kitchen not to put it in. Yi Fan was depressed. I forgot. I usually eat at home. Also, why are you yelling at me so loudly? Su Qingxue pouted slightly. Yi Fan felt wronged. I didn't yell at you. Besides, if you don't eat green onions, just push them away. Su Qingxue shook her head. No, I can't stand the smell. Only then did Yi Fan remember that Aunt Zhang's dishes did not seem to have any green onions. So that was the case. Sigh, you young miss are really hard to serve. Yi Fan clicked his tongue. None of your business. I won't eat fish. When Su Qingxue heard this, she angrily picked up her chopsticks and ate the shredded potatoes at the side. Yi Fan smiled, thinking that this girl was quite stubborn, but compared to the icy female CEO, this appearance was a bit cuter. Yi Fan took a plate and started to use chopsticks to pick out the green onions from the big pot of pickled cabbage fish. What are you doing? Su Qingxue asked in astonishment. Yi Fan said, of course it's to pick out the green onions. This way, you can eat it, right? Don't worry, I will pick it up very cleanly. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man, picking up the green onions back and forth, looking very attentive. She suddenly felt uncomfortable and said, don't pick it up, I really don't want to eat anymore. Yi Fan smiled warmly, it's fine. Although the time we spent together was short, at least this was the last meal we had together. Let me, this boyfriend, do my duty. Su Qingxue's pretty face was stunned. She thought she had heard wrongly. What did you say? Yi Fan raised his head to look at the woman, smiled, and said word by word, I mean, after this meal, we will break up. Su Qingxue clenched her chopsticks tightly and pursed her red lips. After a moment of silence, she coldly asked, you said you wanted to give me a reasonable explanation, but in the end, you broke up with me? Yi Fan smiled apologetically, continued to pick up the green onions, and said, actually, our relationship is fake, and we can't talk about breaking up. We just need to stop the contract. I thought about it, and in the future, there might be those messy people coming to cause trouble for me. At that time, the people who are closest to me will most likely be implicated. You and I are just pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. There's no need for you to take the risk for these things. You are innocent. Oh, of course, I will return the money for the contract to you. I don't want the salary from the company. I won't take the money if I don't work.